Want to welcome everyone to Bitcoin Spike. This is London. We're going to go through the details today on Bitcoin. Very interesting patterning going on. Former financial professional, not financial advice. You guys know the routine. Let's get in the room. Want to hear from VIP and Basecamp. What's going on? Hope you guys are trading. This is London. Hope you guys are doing well. In terms of the framework of the price action, very interesting, guys. We have something very, very interesting going on right now, and it's almost as interesting enough. There we go, Crypto Cash. What's up, Crypto Cash? Hope you join our, there we go, bull. You got that right, brother. We got a few bulls on here. I haven't shown you the real Bitcoin bull. We'll walk that around later. If you haven't seen him, he's something else to see. Really, you have to pay attention if you haven't seen that. We would welcome you and everyone. We welcome you, Crypto Cash, there in the comments to join at least our base camp, if not our VIP top level. There we go. I'll put that in the comments. So we're going to talk about Bitcoin. Very interesting in terms of price action. Let's get to a different, a little bit of a different chart here real quickly. We have quite a bit on the screen. This is what VIP and I were discussing earlier on. I want to go through it with you guys in terms of the overall targeting. We have, easily, guys, in terms of the old saying goes. First of all, I want to shout out to VIP, to Path, to, there he goes right there, on call, Pathfinder, to Slim, to AJ Crypto, to Luke in the back, to Craig. What's up, guys? Welcome, VIP. And if you're not VIP, you can join from a desktop computer, from your phone. We just we just like to trade, guys. That's what this group is, and we have our top VIP in the form of Angel. What is up, Angel? On top, $58,500 overall contributions to Bitcoin Spike. We're excited about 2022. He's at the forefront in terms of letting people know RTA cannot get touched. We're the top shop. He's been around Bitcoin since $7.79 invested. So he could have picked any channel. He's picked us. We're excited about that, Angel. Brother, what's going on? Hope you're having a good start to your week. Hope everyone is. Let's detail out. And, yeah, you're welcome, Crypto Cash. And we would just welcome the price of a pack of gum. Just let us know with that badge. You see that badge in the comments. And that's important, guys, when you comment in our stream, et cetera. It's just reserved for at least base camp, and that's just real base camp, right? Just like we're going to go up, right? Mount Everest, or very easily just no big deal. We want to make sure that people are prepared to trade and want to better their results. So VIP, that's that level where the only requirement is that you want to beat the market. We're going to talk about an interesting dynamic that has developed. Let's look at the 4 hourly. We have some cool stuff to talk about in terms of the overall structuring and patterning that we're going through right now. Now, you guys know different patterns are in play right now. I was looking earlier today. I was trying to bring the VIP something new to really discuss, and this just jumped out at me. We have a symmetrical triangulation here with a bit of differentiation, some defects across this line of resistance on the top, the line of support across the bottom. We see kind of a nested secondary symmetrical triangle within, a pattern within a pattern, kind of a nested pattern approach. It is defining right now. I'm going to tell you guys this. I was thinking about it on the way home. I went to hit the iron for a minute, workout, and just run around town for a minute. And I just thought, what, this is just literally the epitome of the frustration right now in the market. We've been watching the patterns in the back. I want to shout out to all the guys in the back with the nice coins, nice price action. We're having to hunt a little bit for them. Some of those newer coins are really taking off, doing well. In terms of like Orb, GMT was one that I brought up early. No, that's Clay City. Sorry, Clay City brought up early. We said we would be watching that today. I said that to the guys in the back, and sure enough, it's done relatively well. It's just a mock account. Don't worry about seeing any financial information. Don't worry about it, guys. But yeah, that was a nice run up today for a brand new coin. If you guys want to just review some new coins, we could definitely do that later. But an 80% pop, 90% pop, boom. We're seeing that on a lot of these newer coins. So that new alt season is working, but the new coin season is kind of running like it is in bull, like big time bull, guys, just so you know. And so we're keeping an eye on those specific coins. I did a full review, just so you guys know. Cash and whoever else is thinking about joining VIP, we did a full review, and I'm talking about an absolute full review on all the new coins, just going through them step by step. Listed on Gate. We can do any exchange, but Gate is the most friendly right now for new coins. Okay, but going through each and every one of these, I went through in a short fashion, but said this is what this coin is. Showed the framework of the website, just so you guys know. We'll get to Bitcoin in 2 seconds. We want to cover coins that are going up 50 or 80 or 100%. For instance, on Clay City, it was a full full, a full coverage there in terms of the entirety of the newer coins to give us a little bit of a look and feel as a group, because as an investment group, we need to at least know what these newer coins are. So when they move up, and they're just blasting off at 80%, it's like, okay, what is that coin? What are the types of coins that are really running right now? So we spent some good time doing that last night and made sure I went through all the new coins that were on the list. So congrats to anybody who traded or took positions. You guys know newer coins can be unpredictable, so never overexpose at any higher price. As you guys know, our group, we're the one group that has been real consistent on finding the spikes, catching the spikes in the back. It's exciting to know. We're very detailed in terms of our technicals. We want to know where it's going on the daily, 4-hourly, on the weekly as well. In terms of this specific triangulation, it reminds me, and I know it reminds the VIP, of really the outer bounds of this triangulation that we've been discussing on the weekly. It's a nice pattern, guys, on that weekly. And the weekly was responsible for us finding, boom, this small. And it doesn't look like much, but when you look back at the tweets that I sent out right here telling people I see something big down in this part of the prior retracement, like, yeah, that was a big deal to catch that at around just over $30,000 in terms of that nice move to the upside. So we're very detailed in terms of technicals. If you're not strong on technicals, well over 100% move on Bitcoin. If you're not strong on technicals and you desire to become stronger on technicals, we have the materials to help you guys do that. And we just try and rely on the most fundamental, I'm just going to tell you, like institutionally sound, like the stuff that Wall Street's going to look at. Unfortunately, we will definitely say this is not Wall Street. We got that part. Okay. But the problem is we're trading against everybody on Wall Street right now. Okay. So with Bitcoin, et cetera, it's like those guys kind of wrote the book on price action. So I don't know. We have a lot of strong traders. So to the effect you see this blue, that is actually the triangulation on that weekly. Okay, so it's a little bit. We're operating. It seems like we're operating up and above that triangulation already on that weekly. We'll just review real quickly. Then we'll go into the lower time frames, looking at the specific. Triangulation here, we'll move this out just a stretch. What I'm doing is aligning the top line resistance with this threshold angle here, right? Just a very interesting threshold. We are essentially up and out of this on the weekly. That's a bullish move. I'll say, guys, we've broken a line of resistance. Okay, we have a clear line of resistance here on the weekly. Bam. So we're up and out. We set parameter above essentially the pivot here. Bam. We're up and above that line of resistance on the weekly. We would just state that typically, I'd say standard would be that we would receive a confirmation here and then move to the upside. It's nice that we have broken the line of resistance instead of the line of support. We'll start with that in terms of if you're looking for higher prices or you have a long position. Getting into the other details and framework, you'll see how that line carried down from the weekly has operated as a line of support, a definite carry over, from that higher time frame. So let's dig into the kind of the lower time frames. It looks a little bit like a mess, not exactly. Once I explain, these are our Fibonacci's. Okay, those are the pricing targets. We're operating along on the macro. Essentially, if we go from the wick to wick, essentially, or on a differentiated time frame on the line chart, we're operating in and around this 38.2. Make sure that you have these levels. I was going to tell you guys, make sure you have these levels carved out just so that you don't get surprised at the downside. We're the group that if it goes down to us, we're happy about that, guys. So currently operating at that 38.2. We always say buy at support, sell at resistance, trade your patterns, and hit your targets. Your targets are your Fibonacci's. Now, we love trading patterns, love bull flags, bull pennants, etc. You guys know how it goes, right? It's not all a perfect primrose path, right? So as we would look at this, we're currently right on. And let me go ahead. Yeah, I'll leave that open, but we do have these pricing targets below. Just note that to self, right? We have a bit of and let me lighten these up just a bit. I think that'd be better if I just lighten these up a touch, and I'll redo them so that we don't have too much of an overlay here. I'll put those as light in the background, kind of dotted. Let me do that. So we're looking at price action across the board. Luna looking like it's trying to pick up a bit. We have the new coins, certainly. What else is really trying to move? Gala was looking like it might want to do something soon, right? Which just seems like most everything is in a bit of a holding pattern right now. IMX has interesting features that we look at, kind of a repeat scenario in terms of IMX of its preceding zone. We can go over the technicals on the Dot is in standby, right? A lot of the we noted some interesting issues. Hey, Luke, what's up, my man? Luke VIP, what's up? Good evening, sir. There we go. Sir, I want to say, sir, good evening, Luke. Luke is an awesome VIP in the back, loves charts. He and I go way back. We're old friends. He's a good guy, and I appreciate you having, having the time to stop in for the stream with us. It means a lot. We're going to go through the this internalized. If we go through the 4 hourly, it's very clear, Luke, and you guys know well enough. I'll drop off, or I'll hide these. I will hide these specific Fibonacci's. There we go. We'll hide the Fibonacci's to clean the chart up just a touch. Bitcoin currently at 41,113. And it's, I just had this thought today. This is the worst thought you could have in crypto. I just want to say it. I'm a former financial professional, not financial advice. This is beyond speculation. I just want to bring it up. I had this thought today. I was like, what in the world? Because I heard some people commenting. It's just been sideways for over a year, Yes, but there's been a lot of volatility if you've been willing to trade. But what are the odds, honestly? What would be the odds that we would sit here in January of 2021 and say, okay, I'll bet you $10,000 is the same, because we all know Bitcoin, right? I'll bet you $10,000 is the same price in a year from now. Man, you would have had so many people take that bet. Do you understand me? Like, I was just thinking of this today, and I was like, what's behind all of this? Because you guys would have probably taken the bet. Oh, it's going to be the same price, almost the same exact price in a year. No, you guys would have taken the bet, right? We know the volatility of Bitcoin is like, no one would have really bid on that one. So to the extent that, like, I don't know what's going on, guys, you help me out with this. We've had opportunity to trade. Right? We've been busting our tails with the opportunity to trade, find the technicals, find the spike. We changed our name to Bitcoin Spike once we found this spike in the back. Boom. Nice move to the upside. Called this high feature here in terms of this Elliott wave formation with the alpha traders at that time, earlier beyond when I was trading along the way up here. Decided to start teaching some people, and I was like, okay, I'm teaching people. Why don't I just teach them about where this is about to go, right? And so we have some good old friends in and around alpha traders. So in terms of that move, they're capturing that move with that group. So that's kind of our story a little bit in terms of coming together and bringing a strong team together. Just because you can only look at so many charts at one time. That's the benefit of having the cool guys in the back, etc. Just like, check this out. Let's look at this. This might pop soon. This might pop soon. And we may have 5 or 10 of those running around. That'd be great. The more, the merrier. Like, let's throw all of them on the table. What's up, Slim? My man, what's up? Slim in the house. Slim. Nice to see you, brother. Welcome. Slim VIP in the house. All you base campers, we want you to upgrade. We're looking forward to. We have a really great group in the back right now. Just say that we love everyone there. Loves to trade, loves TA, loves to trade, etc. So I don't know. You guys tell me with this. We'll start with a conspiracy theory that maybe Bitcoin is just being driven sideways so that the government can accomplish a lot of KYC registrations on all of the exchanges and start prying further digitally into everyone's finances. I don't know what you guys think, but it is a possibility. That is beyond speculation, but maybe the government just says, well, let's get it up here and throw the price around a little bit, and it's going to be sideways for a year while we entice everybody with huge astronomical predictions. We're going to keep it sideways for a year. This is a bad conspiracy. And in the meantime, we're going to get everyone to upload all of their personal documentation and link their finances digitally. Ouch, 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 ouch. Sounds like someone should make a video on that theory. I just want to let you guys know. Now, amidst that theory, if it were true, because all this KYC stuff, everything else, I know people want to get to crypto because it's the prying eyes are kind of away from you, right? Like, I don't need to go check in with a bank teller to do what I want to do. And I just thought I'd bring this to you. I had this thought today. I'm like, I don't know. Everyone's being forced to sign up KYC, whatever else. I don't know who all they're signing up. I don't know what could be going on. But I will say this, amidst such an awful idea as that, and most people are repelled by that notion, including me, that it would just be an orchestrated price and market to get everyone to kind of sign up KYC. What I would say, getting people, there you go, Slim says, giving people time to get in and out and accumulate. Absolutely. The answer to that question or to the conspiracy would be, that's fine. The government could continue to do what they would want, or the powers that be. That's fine. Give us huge trade opportunities for 100+% multiple times a year. Now, a couple times in Bitcoin, 100 to well over 100% in terms of BTC recently from July 31st to the top. That's fine. Let us play this, trade this, and whatever wherever Bitcoin goes, we know this. It's not a cop-out in terms of where we are right now. I'll go through the technicals and why this is a frustrated event now. But while we are pitted within, if you look at the 4-hourly chart, let's take a look at this. And let's see this. Great comment, Slim. Let's see if I can do that. You don't want to know what my phone just wrote. That was funny. I didn't know that for some reason, while I'm giving this theory, for some reason, when I just voiced to texted into the chat here, it just cursed. My Android just cursed. I have no idea why. So anyway, that was funny. I'm glad I caught it. But I was going to say, great comment, Slim. It cursed. Like, what is Android doing cursing at me? Uncool, huh? So anyway, that voice to text feature, if it's ever off, it's not me. It's the voice to text. In terms of this, in terms of the notion here, what really drove me to such just a crazy idea, right? Was the fact that we're constricted right now, right, within a constriction, right? So we're like doubly centrally constricted. Okay, do we need to break out of this symmetrical triangulation? Absolutely. To thereafter attempt to break out of this symmetrical triangulation? Absolutely. So we're in an internalized constriction within a constriction. And I'm just like, how much more can the traders take? Because I'll tell you, we were around for the entirety of the retracement here. This was rough. You know, it wasn't easy. It wasn't, this, was it, I don't want to say it was, is it just 65 days? How long were we sideways here? 68 days, 65 to 68 days here. All right. Now, how long have we spent here? The good thing is we got down quickly in 2021. Boom. We moved to the downside very quickly. In terms of this specific move, we've been, 62 to 65 days would kind of be expected. Maybe we'll spend around the same amount of time. However, the entirety of the retracement, we have spent a much longer time chiseling our way down. Okay, so there have been a ton of fake outs. This did a big favor to people. Just boom, moved to the downside. And let's go. Let's establish a range. Almost capitulated, but boom. Let's get out of that range. And in terms of just a nice slingshot to the upside, here, this just feels familiar. And I'll just tell you, in line with this, I said this the other night, in line with, and Slim, I absolutely agree with that, giving people time to get in and get out. As you look at the framework for price action, the preceding 65,000, retraced to 60. Then that secondary function here at 69,000. A lot of people would view this, because you guys know how many people got involved in Bitcoin in and around this, let's say 50,000 to 65,000. This preceding zone was a big area of entry. Everyone really wanted the cycle here to repeat this first bull flag, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Then we really wanted to conquer and go up and make this kind of a macro feature. Boom. So when we get into the framework here, the secondary hit, a lot of people reach a break-even point, okay, in terms of the challenge of the market, so that you'll understand the dynamics of it. Many people will view this as a break-even point. They got in at this level in around this zone from 50 to 65,000. Okay, retrace, very painful. The pain is over, release, and quit at that break-even zone. So just so that you know, now we had a lot of patterns in play. We were not expecting Austria to come into the mix with China, with was it Iceland? I believe with Iceland. And no, Greenland. I think it was. We'll check back. Some mining restrictions came in along. We mostly paid attention to the China news. Okay, so it was Austria, China. Thereafter, here we had Russia going to the mix. With Russia ban crypto, then we've had some other issues with Russia upsetting the entirety of the market. So it's been an interesting retrace. A little bit more driven than, remember when Elon liquidated at the top from 65,000. China, pulling the miners off, etc. That was a big upset here, but it at least got us down quickly. Boom, right? If you want to. We could compare. Let's go ahead and compare this real quickly, just so we understand kind of the psychology of the market. This here was, what is this? About let's just get into this area here. About a month, okay, to get down. A month to get down from 65,000 to that range. A month. This has taken us, let's see here, about 75 days, so over 2 months. So a month versus 2 months. Now we're in a relatively similar feeling, because I can feel this right here. I'm not sure if you traded during this time. I can feel this going on. This just feels, I mean, very similarly to this constricted patterning that we got into here. I brought that up last night a bit, but I just want to remind us about that. And the governmental story, they're taking everyone's KYC and tracking it. I just bring that up for kind of just, what else could kind of be worse? Like we would have a bad, I don't know, just to talk about it. Just came to my mind. I'm like, what is really going on if we're just stuck in these grinding patterns sideways? We really wanted to get up. That's part of the that is part of the nature of what's going on right now with and you guys understand with the overall broader markets, it hadn't been a cakewalk either. I've talked to a lot of people in equities that are down, and I mean big time down, guys. There's some people that were heavily involved in equities, the overall broader stock market. They're hurting. They're looking for a rebound, but that's been tough. So I think the crypto traders are better equipped to handle these types of movements, particularly after dealing with their altcoins. A retracement of 50% is not a big deal. So when we look at crypto traders, like a lot of the guys in the VIP that are trading Bitcoin, it's just it's a nice kind of thing to have in terms of like your experience set that you would bring to Bitcoin. So it just is what it is. But crypto is a different market. Bottom line, you're going to see retracements at 50%. You may, as we've noted, many times, look for a retracement of 65%. Right. The next one would be a little over 75%. So 50 is a key feature. It's familiar territory, and it's just grinding. As I want to bring it up to you, if you're new to the space or you're experienced, you just know how this feels. It's like we're just stuck in this rut. It's not very comfortable. So we're looking for the other day I said we're going to be looking for what's the solution for finding the launch pad? Where's the launch pad? If we want to rocket up to higher prices, where is the launch pad at? And I had brought up this specific wedge formation. Looks like we're trying to catch on this. One of the interesting, and we'll look at the price action today, up 0.43% to 41,179 as the grind kind of continues a bit. This wedge did play. We note that fact, right? Even from, and I know it was a little bit, maybe a little bit uncomfortable for us to sit this here, boom, at an intermittent hitch along the top, right? You're looking maybe more for a rising wedge. You guys know this, maybe a rising wedge that is heading to the upside amidst some sort of a nice run to the upside, right? So we note that interior rising wedge did play. A lot of times you'd see one across or along the top like this, and a primary, let's say a primary, attempt for buyers to pick up with buyers failing and falling into a wedge along the lines of that, right? That's where we would expect it, maybe towards the top, right? Maybe even like this, right? As we would look at the rising wedge, functions along the top, just an expression of buyers failing, right? So that's definitely, where we will see them and say, well, this is a bearish pattern. We really need to be careful, etc. But an interior that'd be a kind of a top feature rising wedge indicative of a bearish pattern to very much pay attention to on these prior hits around the 65,000, right? Trying to push up, failures in the form of a rising wedge. When we look at this real micro feature that we had here, this is an internalized and a very interior grade, I would say, or framework rising wedge here. So to distinguish the move from the top from that interior move, I think is very, very important. You'll see the descending wedge here. It's not all about wedges, but we like our bull flags without a doubt. Like what are some of the really highly tradable patterns that could get us somewhere. And then we'll discuss the current pattern that we're in, just to kind of review the framework of Bitcoin is famous for its bull flags, its repeated moves, right? Let me turn this from green to red, from red to green real quickly. But in terms of these pattern moves, just clear diagnostics. Quick sip of coffee. Thank you, guys. In terms of the quick diagnostics, as we would look at the textbook guys pattern technicals, boom, we would we welcome another move like this that could be repeated to the upside. We've seen it 1, 2, and we go into the daily here, you'll see that the third conformance there with the bull flag. And I just want to reframe these because these will apply to not only Bitcoin. If you guys are trading your altcoins, the same theory, the same force and effect, just reviewing our technicals, etc., the real force and framework of driving strategy and profits. As we began kind of the discussion with the Fibonacci's, right? Just targeting on the downside. Looking at a framework of rising wedges here, both bearish, falling wedge, bullish. Bull flags, boom. We like the bull flags, right? That's the mode that needs to kick off. If you're worried about, because we are Bitcoin Spike, that's us. We'd like to catch the bottom of the framework, whether through a target or a pattern in the back, a micro pattern, boom, to the upside. Very well done. I'd be interested to know how many of you guys traded this. This was a nice feature. Not a lot of people caught that original break in the trend line. Once you caught that original break in the trend line here between those two flags, level of support. Let me move these flags over here in terms of understanding of Elliott wave just a bit. Yeah, that's a difficult pattern. That's a clear signal, actually. Let me say that, a clear signal. But at the same time, a difficult pattern to recover from. You'll see the rising wedge, which included two confirmations to the upside, really pushing that to regain that primary channel. That was an interesting push to get up through there, but you'll see, okay, that was the primary channel on the way up, the primary price channel. Yeah, we could probably nest this just a bit, or I'd say angle this just a touch, a constricting, kind of a constricting or narrowing channel along the way up. The key feature in this march up, just to take note of technically, was this right here, the underperformance here. Anytime you have either a straight line, and if I really want to kind of turn this, I could really bend this a little bit and get it to be a straight line channel. That's not a problem. The key feature, and not to the extent that it's BTC on the move. Good. Let's see what we got. Boom. Thank you. Yo. Just talking about that. Way to go. Look at that in the back. Way to go. Boom. Let's see what we got. Boom. Nice. Action. Who's in a long position? I want to know who's in a long position. Way to go. That would include me and who else? Way to go. Boom. That is VIP. Look at him go as we're just discussing the technicals. Bam. Look at Pathfinder on the way to go. Bam. Way to go, Pathfinder. What is up, Path? That is what we're talking about. We were looking for a reversal feature earlier on. Thank you, Pathfinder, for interrupting. Up 2%, 41,857. Leave it to Bitcoin to move while we are hanging out. And we had reframed these technicals. I was going to get back to the technicals we had framed in terms of the overall consideration. What did we throw up in the back? We tried to throw up this triangulation. I'm going to go through so we can look at some potential targets real quickly. Way to go. What's up, Pathfinder? Nice move, Pathfinder. That is the essence of team. Boom. Now, important that you would have that go on. What I'm going to say is important that you have established your position before this move. Right? You guys know that. Establish your position before the move. Congratulations. Way to go. Nice, Pathfinder. That's a lot of what we worked on all day, just so that you know. Let's look at the overall broader market, see anything else. No, BTC is really rolling, picking up some dominance as well. Nice spike to the upside. Very well done. Pathfinder caught the spike. Good job, brother. Good job. Now, we had spent in the back, just so that you know, we had spent the entirety of 1 day and a day and 8 hours framing these technicals. Let's see if this can hold to the upside in terms of the last in path. Everybody knows in the back, the entire day we've been framing around this, and I saw some excellent eyes, Pathfinder. Boom. Very nicely done. So trajecting up this through this specified. It's going to be this symmetrical triangle formation. Glad you caught it, Pathfinder. You guys see how good they are in the back? Boom, right away. Now we had discussed this all day long. I had seen someone had forwarded me another opinion of someone saying it's going down from here. I'm like, I didn't really buy that. I got into a long position, and yeah, that's a successful trade. Congratulations to VIP who may have traded as well. If you're looking at other altcoins, etc., way to go. But yeah, I saw someone else had said that it was destined to head down from this area or something. I don't want to read this or see this. Like, just take a look. Someone else is saying it's going down. Like, I don't really care what someone else says. That's just not important. So yeah, I've got a long position from this mode. Now, in terms of the diagnosis of this, in terms of how it could have performed as a reversal pattern, in the back we were picking up along this specific line around the turn of the day. VIP in the back were picking up along this specified line, this line of support, line of resistance, a symmetrical triangulation. Okay, that symmetrical triangulation is very important, along with I'd say the Fibonacci's, which can fit into, if you guys don't know this, and shout out to VIP, way to go. Looks like a spike, up a few percent, and currently up 1% to 41,442. Nice to see that level of rebound. Nice to see a little bit of, we're just talking about being pitted in a constriction, so nice to get up and out of an interior movement like that. Very nice to see. That's just a little price action. Throw something at us, do something. So that's such a great example of what's required with Bitcoin in terms of the overall. And we've caught some of the I'd say the key focal, like big ones in the back, like that one under $30,000, etc. The actual pattern and framework before, it was an ascending triangle. This is a symmetrical triangle. To the extent that this is just a flash, kind of a flash. I don't want to say flash pump, but a flash move here. It's not as accommodating to people who are looking to just, kind of speed trade it, which is why we spend a lot of time, just so that in the back, and I'll just show you guys in the back, we're looking at, just consistently, these types of patterns, putting the framework together for, what the move is going to be, watching the rebound here, setting up a trade in position early so that, we're relatively, I don't want to say always ahead of the game, but we're just working through these charts in the back consistently. So none of these patterns are by surprise. And that's always my goal, is to give the VIP in the back the first, I'd say the first take at framing their technicals, right? So let's go through what the move has done in terms of the market. If you guys are long or short Bitcoin, we have been down into, I'd say, a Fibonacci, right, into a target. So it's nice to see some movement to the upside. Yeah, and I saw that someone sent me this thing on something going down today, Bitcoin going down. From here, it's going to be going down. Just boom. And I'm like, okay. A lot of followers, a lot of whatever else. And I'm always like, I don't need to see that stuff. So, that's that. I was telling VIP to try and look for a reversal amidst the patterning. The symmetrical triangulation is a good one to discuss right now. This move right here, and this is a key feature. Please pay attention to this. Okay, it's not a big, huge move on the board right now. 1.26%. Go to the 5 minute. You'll see that we've retraced just a bit. Let's talk about one thing. While the price is going, we expect more price action than $500 or $600, $500, $1,000. But it is nice. It's moving. It's very nice. It's moving. And the point, about $750. Let's see the overall trajectory to the upside. In addition to that 500, maybe about, so it threw about $800 on real quickly. It had a move for $800. That's nice. I want to discuss this in the framework, and please pay attention to this. We will gain something off of this discussion right here. Okay, I promise, guys. I promise if you pay attention, we'll gain some understanding right now. In terms of the overall framework that we're putting together, right? In terms of this micro, okay, this constriction here, they'll call it a coil. Okay, a coil, which is just a symmetrical triangulation. Always watch the degree to which these are symmetrical. All right, watch the degree, the extent to which they're symmetrical. You do not want to. We're just going to cover some of these technicals while we're going through patterns right now. It's great price action for the patterning. We want a symmetrical triangle to be symmetrical. Okay, that's it. We don't want it to be curtailed here. We don't want it to be overextended on the bottom and curtailed at the top. Okay, we don't want that. We want a symmetrical triangle to be symmetrical. So this is a good feature to be, if you guys are in a position, congratulations. I know VIP are probably loaded up on different frameworks. Nice to see the rebound. Nice to see a little bit of buyer activity as we see that aggressively going back to the top. These are how bull flags or pennants are formulated, okay, on the 5 minute time frame, to see the price action up to the upside, to drop, to buyers to push it back up. We need that aggressive price action in terms of the volatility and sustained push from the bulls to formulate a bullish pattern. We discussed the bull flag on the macro just a minute ago, and the note that I want to get into, and the thing to pay attention to, what's highly relevant right now, is the fact that we, okay, are in a symmetrical triangulation, a coil. Okay, standard feature, okay, is assumed to be a continuation pattern. However, we just saw it operate as a reversal. So that's highly important right now. As we would look at the overall, and we're watching the price action here, let's see where we're at. I want to go to the minute real quickly and just see. It's going to be a little bit steep, just to give a little bit more reference to the patterning which may be going on right now. Okay, but the context I want to put this into, and it's a nice trade. It's up to 2% if you guys were involved in a long position. Glad that I have one. Hope you guys, I bought into one ahead of time. Hope you guys are trading. If long or short, always cover your position either to the up or down side, period. Okay, so let's look at this real quickly. I just want to put this in context while we're going over things. It's a great example, and you probably, well, I'll probably, I'd say draw some stronger conclusions and relevance from the specific, small, nuanced, symmetrical triangle that we just broke out of, guys, is the real small feature within here. That's a small move we just had up in here. I'm on the 4 hourly right now. So that move to the upside operated as a reversal, right? Bam, to the upside. We did mention beforehand, didn't we? VIP could be formulating, this move could formulate a specific bull pennant. So this is ideally what we wanted to occur. We discussed it in VIP earlier today. That's what we want to see, is a move to the upside with an overall, I'd say, symmetrical triangulation in to the tune of a move to the upside, the pivot along resistance, pivot along support, and we may get another pivot along the resistance. Now, putting into context, again, we just saw a smaller symmetrical triangulation while we're doing an overview of the entirety of the market. It's a $700 move so far. Like, we should expect this daily. We'd like to see this daily, not just grind along. Like, move for us. Go, it's Bitcoin. It costs $41,600. Like, throw $1,000 here. Have the price move. It's a little bit more comfortable. It's why we're here. So in terms of the symmetrical triangulation, both the internal and the external one, I think it's very relevant. It's extremely relevant that we would have a really micro symmetrical triangle operate as a reversal. The coil operated as a reversal because we have this internalized expression, which could, and I'm going to tell you, it's set. It's already set in the market because of this specific hit along resistance, boom, to the downside. So we have a level of support and resistance. So that's what we're looking for, and that's a perfect example of how a symmetrical triangulation can operate as a reversal instead of a continuation pattern, because the majority, if not, I'm going to say the vast majority of the material available, yes, says that the symmetrical triangulation is a continuation pattern. Okay, very important that we're looking at the symmetrical triangulation on the 4 hourly, in addition to the whole plethora of patterns that we're currently looking at, right? What's bullish, what's bearish? Perfectly on time in terms of the overall structure of the stream. I love it. Bullish flags, right? Bearish ascending wedges. Ascending wedges are a lot more difficult, okay, and they're more difficult to turn around than a symmetrical triangulation, just to let you guys know. Descending wedges, just, the understanding is, and I'm going to say not generally and maybe most likely no. Ascending wedges, I would say, are tough to beat, guys. You know this. They're tough to beat. Okay, it's an expression of buyer weakness when you form one. So boom, boom, right? The descending wedge has been one that has been just predominantly bullish for us. Okay, to the extent that that we're getting into the characterization of a symmetrical triangulation here. Okay, what we're going to say is that the majority of the literature, most of the times, you're going to at least hear that the symmetrical triangulation should be a continuation pattern to the downside. However, I'm going to say that we should measure that as, engage it by what levels of support are we formulating that as. We also have some differentiated additional features here. Okay, as we look at that weekly to be operating as a coil, it's operating as a coil right on the 50% retracement and right on that 100 moving average. You guys know that, right on that 100 moving average on the weekly. Okay, so that's a key feature. Is we would look at, let me go to the weekly here on this chart real quickly, but you'll see, right along that 100 moving average on the weekly. That's a big deal, right? So yes, it's a symmetrical continuation pattern, but you really need to look at what it's being, this is the bottom line, what it's being formulated again in conjunction with. Let's say your technical indicators, your averages, etc. It's just, it's really crucial, and I hope you guys kind of take that to heart. So that would be a coil reversal. Were we able to essentially achieve what we just achieved on the smaller time frame. Now it's a small move, 700, 1.82. We're getting a little bit of a juice here. It's good. So with the understanding that is what would need to occur here, that would be beautiful. That's exactly what we want, right? In terms of let's get a pop up out of this 15, 17% up to 49,000. So maybe I just need to come on stream and start complaining about the lack of price action, and we'll be given some price action. I really don't know if that will work. I will do it every time for you guys. How about that? I promise. Okay, you guys. I hope you would do it for me too, right? It's like if we can figure out how to create price action, no problem. So as we're seeing, it's a good technical discussion, reviewing the overall pattern framework, etc. A micro. We're literally within 3 symmetrical triangulations. Okay, so at the top, I say this micro feature which we just went through. I'm not sure we've ever been within a triple indicated, nested or pattern within a pattern within a pattern. I'm not sure that we've done that with Bitcoin live like this. So it's very, very appropriate that it decided to bust out to the upside. It gives me a little bit of, if you know how Bitcoin works with its patterning, it'll show you a pattern, and if it can just be consistent now. This is what we have a little bit under our belt just through the experience in the pattern review, is if it can be consistent now, understand we just broke out of the symmetrical triangulation to the upside. We have this symmetrical triangulation. Would be great to do a trifecta here, that 1, this 2, and this 3. Boom. That would be fantastic. Now understand, this is one level of interpretation of what's going on currently right now. We also have this flat line potential, I'm going to say ascending triangulation here. That would assume potentially another hit along this level of resistance. So minding this fact heavily. I'm going to say heavily, okay, because I'm going to tell you, we would like this to play, okay? The one good feature about the symmetrical triangulation is that there's normally a confirmation involved along the top resistance. I'm going to say that the ascending triangle with an ascending line of support and a flat top resistance presents a whole different ball game to the traders in terms of the level of expected volatility, the rise and kind of let's say the breakout of the move, and a potential recapture to the same prior resistance or below. So we would prefer the market, and I'm going to say this, I would prefer the market to just really respect from here on out. While I appreciate the ascending triangle framework, the problem that gets us into that, or the aspect that gets us into that, is on a specific time frame, looking at some really, really nearly flat levels along the top. This small curvature on this daily chart, to the extent that it could be interpreted as a flat top, it's just within the realm, within the ballpark. I'm going to say that, guys, of being understood as a flat top for a symmetrical triangle, right? It's real close. So to the extent that is I'm going to say it's a complication. It represents an unknown, a bit of uncertainty in the market. So yeah, I just seen this earlier. I'm glad that I brought it up, to the extent that we can look at the symmetrical. Within the symmetrical, we can dig back down into the 5-minute time frame, and we can see a symmetrical operate as a reversal. So this could be, were Bitcoin to be able to reproduce the move it just did on this stream, we'd be looking at higher prices, guys, and I'm talking about like much higher prices. Let's discuss that real quickly. Nice to go there. I'm just going to say that in terms of the analytics and the pricing, etc. That's beautiful. Hope you guys were in a position, or I'm sure a lot of you were. As we saw the really take up along support in the back today. That was a key feature, a key hit along support. Congrats to all the VIP who are trading, and the subscribers, etc. So looking at the potential here for a move to the upside overall, assuming that we can go 1, 2, 3, which just happened with, it just happened with $600 to $700, $800. Okay, assuming we can do this on a bigger scale, let's go ahead and measure up. I'm gonna go relatively. I'm gonna go like median level, just not conservative, not aggressive in terms of the target to the upside. Okay, this would be based upon the triangulation, this symmetrical triangulation. Now, what brought this a little bit more into focus? You say, well, we're changing patterns. Well, this hitch right here at the top of that wedge that we just recently experienced, that hitch right here, it does bring into context this specific line of resistance, okay? And this specific line of resistance on the 4 hourly is confirmed. Again, I'm going to say is reconfirmed through nearly a parallel line of resistance across the top on that same 4 hourly. So I would, I would say that the traders are being invited to really view this pattern and framework, okay? Because the recent hitch along the top at that, what is that? 42,200, it just creates that top level of resistance, okay, in line with the bottom level, and it just that bottom level of support, pardon me. And to the extent that we have that symmetrical triangulation, right, the required ideal patterning as we're going through the patterning, then yes, the traders are always also perfectly now really in concert here in with this recently established, right? We could have built into this, but that recently established symmetrical triangulation with the exterior on the 4 hourly. 4 hourly is a big time frame. So with this hitch given, I just saw this today, brought it to VIP in the back. The smaller one operated reversal to the extent that we can get this larger scale reversal, that'd be up to, and let's just look at this, that would be a beautiful move up to 53,767. There's going to be a need for us to pay attention to the pattern development on a daily basis, okay? I'm going to tell you guys that. You know that. Just hugely, hugely important in terms of paying attention to the patterns on a daily basis. So shout out to the VIP. I also did let you guys know, I think on the hourly earlier on in the back, one of the first things I said today before we got a little bit more exploratory when it faked out to the downside was the notion of this descending wedge. Now, that was very uncomfortable because it went up through, and this has just been Bitcoin recently. If you haven't been trading, beware. It will show you a falling wedge like this. You guys know it will show you a bullish pattern, and it will want to completely fake you out at least once, and then probably go the same direction after you've capitulated. If you've been trading recently, you know Bitcoin has been a little bit touchy, so you have to have some solid hands and some framework. Don't be overexposed at any higher price. But that was one of the first things I said today. I was like, bullish. Tried to get up and out, slammed back down. I guess it slammed back down into some moving averages or that Fibonacci, that 20, was that 38? We'll go ahead and review that real quickly as well, just so that we can reframe the technicals real briefly. Let's see what we got. Where are we at on Fib retracement? Should be right there. There we go. That's 38.2 from the, I think the 4 hourly. We had just drawn this on from the 4 hourly. So about that 38.2 is still kind of a pickup area. It's been a lot of time at that golden pocket in here, just carving along that. So nice move to the upside thus far. We're looking for a pattern for fulfillment. One of the more bullish structures would be nice as we look at this. Let's go ahead and dig into where we're at on, let's say the current. Why don't we do this? Why don't I reframe, go all the way back to the symmetrical triangulation. Let's measure the specific top side, of course, from this specific triangulation, and make sure that we have either met it or are in due course to arrive there in a moment. There we go. Nice push up to the top. What I like to see is that a almost, let me go to the lower time frame right now in the 1 minute. Yeah, we have IMX looks just like this, by the way. If you guys have been trading Immutable X, this is the same exact pattern that Immutable X has right now on its screen, just so that you know. And Immutable X has done 2 of these. Immutable X did this pattern, what was it, guys, in the back, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, and it faked out. So, and we pay attention to cross coin, I'd say diagnostics in terms of what the alts present. It's not mandatory for us to really even consider them, but we could say that we have kind of an internalized bull flag here, or we could say that, well, we've also formulated a bit of an ascending triangulation here. So in terms of stretching this out just a bit, let's go into the 15-second and really get into this. 15-second has a variable top there, not exactly what we would want. We could definitely draw our, let's say we have here looks like a nice flag, doesn't it? Let's see if that matches up. We want parallel lines on our flags. This is constricted to the extent that we have a falling wedge there, very bullish feature. Different expectations with a falling wedge and as you guys know, between a falling wedge and an ascending triangle, okay, or a bull flag. The falling wedge is not going to have the same expectations to the upside necessarily that the bull flag will have. They say flags fly at half mast. You guys know that. So the repeat of the flagpole is indicated. We essentially accomplished the same maneuver here, repeating that flagpole or that move to the upside here, right, with this ascending framework. That would take a pivot along the top, resistance to the support, resistance to the support, right, and we would expect to repeat the amplitude of this to the upside. Boom. Move to the upside. Let's see if we can get up to, let's see what we got. Boom, boom, boom. About another 1% move. That'd be nice to throw on an additional $400 to $500 on the price. We're going to need to hold this, you guys in the back. Remember, Immutable X, what did it do? Because I like the pattern a lot, but it was this deep dive down in terms of creating kind of a just a little bit of a shallow towards the end, or a little bit abbreviated, as we would say, ascending triangle, because you guys know we just traded this a couple weeks ago, or maybe last week on Immutable X. Someone brought it in the back. I think that part of the Doge Pound brought it. I just call Slim. I call Slim and Pathfinder the Doge Pound. That's just what I do in the back because they're cool dudes. Yep, IMX was in this. Yep, exactly, wasn't it? Just same pattern framework. So as we'll look at this, you're going to see like a triple top here. Anytime you see a triple top, don't go running. Okay, standardly don't go running. What we would like to see along with a triple top is an ascending line of support. If you see an ascending line of support, and now it's unfulfilled right now, you guys understand that it is a bit unfulfilled in terms of this line of support. We would have appreciated a trajectory back down to the line of support, to the resistance, bam, back down in here. If we could have filled this in, it would have been a nice move. However, to the extent that it is, what we don't want are symmetrical, as we're talking about ideal patterning, right? We don't want a symmetrical triangle necessarily that's just too abbreviated, is too shortened, or that the angulation is too tight like this, right? We don't want a symmetrical triangle necessarily looking like that. It needs to have some of the primary angles involved in it. Primary angles in terms of pattern formation, maybe another story altogether. But what's up, guys? Bitcoin up 2%. Very nice, about 1.94% to the upside. Hope you guys are trading. Let's look and see if we can pop this. Let's go. Let's go. Getting some price action. 41,831. Come on. So we've got a don't look too close to your screen, it'll stop. Huh? In terms of the price action, just keep on going. That's the idea. Now we need some I guess right now, typically when you see a pause right here along the top of an ascending triangle, people are either slammed into this with orders and it's just sitting here, and there's just an equal balance between the people right here versus the people shooting it up, because people will slam in here, show me a prior resistance, and I'll show you orders at that level. So prior resistance, people are already stacked up at this level, and this will be interesting. Maybe there's enough of a defect on it. Let me get out of the way of the price action. Maybe there's enough of a defect on this one here to where it won't need to revisit the area. We will pay attention to that, won't we, guys? Oh yeah, without a doubt, huh? Everyone at VIP are hammered up for specific moves right now. It's not really. It's a tough call, guys. I always get to this with you guys. Well, we're not sure on this one. This specific ascending triangle. We're not 100% sure on this one. Okay, so we always say that on all of these. But let me get to the details real quickly. Let me open up. Let me get to my secondary source here, see if I have anything going on the other chart that may assist us. Let me see what I've got here. So we're just seeing the symmetrical triangulation operate as a reversal. Huge for the discussion today. Bitcoin up 2.31%. We should have this every day, in my opinion. We shouldn't have to hunt through and sift and wait and all these things. We should have this every day. We just should. Now, we found a little bit of a hitch here. Looks like, let's say, a little bit of a, I guess people are trying to pick up with orders on this side of that specific line of resistance to turn it into support. Anytime you see a stall like this in the price action, identify the trend line, which is likely in play. That would be my key, I don't know, just recommendation you guys try and do that. Let's see what I can do with this. And I'm going to open up something here. And want to know how you guys are trading, what's going on. Are you hitting your other targets? Let's see what we got. Keeping an eye on Jasmine, Phantom, Waves, Link, Near. Near could be an interesting little move. And we saw it in the back. Near could be in in for what would you call it? Was it a 40 to 45% move on near? Like to see that play. That'd be nice. To the extent that that's breaking out, you guys in the back keep an eye on that if you're trading near. So we would have ideally liked a confirmation to have occurred immediately upon this level of prior resistance. Would have been very nice. Okay. To the extent that the notion could eliminate the need to revisit this level. I will remind everyone that we have been, revisiting levels of prior resistance, period. You guys know this, period. To the extent that this would take us to the top threshold of the symmetrical triangulation that we had identified, it would be a great move. Okay, that is where the target currently is placed, is at that prior resistance. Huge move for Bitcoin. You guys need to know this is a huge move for Bitcoin. As we look at this, way to go, guys. Huge move. Let's dig back into lower time frames. You guys see what a big move this is? And instead of having to revisit potentially this line of support, just operate up and out of this with the understanding of the symmetrical triangulation that had formed, it just telling me that I don't know, buyers are plugged in right now. It seems like they're really plugged in. It hasn't been without its it's surprises, right? And we've had a few surprises along the way. So let's just go. It's going to be that would be our target to the upside. But we have seen, and just let's mind ourselves with this. We have, as a group, we have seen a few patterns, ascending triangles, which have dramatically outperformed. Note to self, dramatically outperformed. You guys know this, and I'm talking to the upside with a huge amount of volatility, right? To the extent that that occurs, we have seen some dramatic returns to prior resistance. So we've seen a few that have not been limited to this. As you guys know, we've been trading over the last several days, weeks, etc. They have not paid too much attention to the notion that, well, this is the limitation up to this level. We've seen some skyrocket. We've also seen a lot of those we've seen every one that has skyrocketed in the last week to 2 to 3 weeks, guys. Every one of them, irrespective of how high it has skyrocketed, we have seen it return to prior resistance. You guys know that, every single one of them, literally every single one of them. And however unbelievable that sounds, at least on the candle wicks, you guys know that, without a doubt. Let me see this real quickly. Let me type into my secondary source here, kind of see in my notes what I've got. I do make some notes. Not many, but we try and as we go through the price action throughout the day with VIP on the back, we just try and stay ahead of the curve. It's not always easy, but we do try and stay as ahead of the curve as we possibly can, and just through pattern diagnostics, etc. The big key feature here that we saw on the turn of the day after we had faked out right here, bad fake out. We can go over that on a different time frame, but we had faked out in terms of this specific zone here, but we established this top line resistance. The key feature in pickup was, it's on the 1 minute chart, but it represents a good time period. This line of support picking up, boom. It seems like buyers were just definitely in the works, right? So that was a nice key feature of a pickup with a nice flag. It looks like we have a nice bull flag along the bottom as we look at the framework of what we like to trade, right? So Pathfinder gets the award thus far. A little bit of an abrogated flag towards the bottom here with a little bit of deviation along, or a little bit of, let's say, defective, just slightly defective. In terms of the bottom of support, that bottom level of support didn't look like necessarily it wanted to hold. So we're going to watch the pattern fulfillment here along the top. 1 sip of coffee, 2 seconds. All right, so looking at, I have some moving averages that are kind of getting on the way right now. Not to the extent that they're very highly accurate. They are MACD Hybrid BSH. If you want to put MACD Hybrid BSH on your screen, you may do so. You will find your, essentially just, I would pay attention to your, it's gonna throw the, you can change them for the stock feature is going to be your 12 moving average, just the fast EMA on your MACD overall setup, but it's going to put it on your screen for you. I do that sometimes. It looks like it's been very much the return to feature on the 1 minute chart thus far. So let's look at the patterning here. An early return to, I say this, an early return as opposed to a confirmation is a little bit different. You guys know, as we trade and look at an ascending triangle, an early return to the to the specified prior level of resistance is not always welcome. Okay, and to the extent, I'm just going to say this, to the extent that it overshoots the expectations of the buyers and sellers or the traders, it overshoots the expectations of a nice normalized confirmation. Okay, so it typically will indicate also, as I'd say, if you guys trade, you know what I mean, when we do a return from a higher level, okay, sometimes it'll just cost us more time. It may still play to the upside, but it winds up costing us more time as it decides to pattern, it decides to get up, decides to do what it wants to do. We prefer a quick, easy, simple, get up, around, and boom with that high velocity movement to the upside. Very important. Who came in here, early on and said, who was that? Crypto Cash came in and said, go bull. Hey, there you go, Crypto Cash. You got good luck, bro. Appreciate that. Way to show up. Hey, you should, maybe your good luck too. We appreciate that, you being here. All you subscribers and VIP and base campers, way to go. Just want to salute all the dudes in the back. You guys are kicking it. So in terms of this, 2%, we'll take it. Nice move. Nice move. Nice implications if you guys are catching on to it. Like, okay, great. A coil reversal. We'll take it. Like, without a doubt, we'll take that. That's just hugely important. So I'm excited to see that in the context of us discussing what's bullish, what's bearish. I mean, it's just, man, it's just trying to continually, what's the bottom line? Let's say that. What's the bottom line with it? Is, well, you're going to have a level of support and resistance, and you're going to need to break out of it. Doesn't sound like a good answer, does it? Like, oh, you need to break out of it. Oh, you don't know. Oh, no. This is proof positive. It's supposed to be a continuation pattern to the downside. In terms of this, boom, I hit back around the turn of the day at the level of support, but bam. So, yeah, it becomes a reversal pattern. It can operate as such. You have to trade it. And it's like if you wanted to know on BTC for the life of you, and as we like to see that, you see just kind of a high level in terms of the expectation of this as just a confirmation. We would expect it to be a relatively smaller move with a confirmation upon that prior level of resistance, just boom, 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 boom to the upside. And for us to capture this volatility and velocity right in the primary move up to complete the framework of the ascending triangle. But congratulations to VIP, to Pathfinder, who found it. I'm so excited, man. Way to go, Path. We had worked on this all day long. We noted in the back this catch along this level of support. And I know you guys want a big move. You don't want an $800 move on Bitcoin, but it's a small move. If you guys traded it, congratulations. Book those trades, huh? Congratulations on those trades. Now we have this line of resistance and this target to the upside. Will be nice to see this fulfilled up to that 42,181. I don't know who all was short. I'll tell you this: before you're breaking this line of resistance, the support, or really the resistance in terms of being long, you play it that way. You could either do this. You could either buy at support, sell at resistance. Long at support, short at resistance. You could enter into a short instead of a long, could flip to a short on the break of support, right? With the expectation of a downside target. So we do have a higher expectation in terms of the entirety of this move. We will bring this up. Let me go to a different time frame, make sure we are spot on with this. Let's get into okay, now what we're measuring here is what I believe to be conservative enough in nature. Okay, it's not the original hook in, it's that secondary pivot in the pattern. We're going to measure the secondary pivot in the pattern. We're also going to go through this. I'm going to say this additional move here. We should hit that line. All right, we should hit 42,200. Conservatively speaking, we should hit 42,200. Okay, and I'll just go ahead and say, realistically, within the and now Bitcoin has failed to achieve patterns, has failed to conform, has faked out quite a bit over the last several days. We're going to note that I did a video about it. There were so many fake outs in this zone. I mean, it's somewhat rare to see that well of a descending triangle fake out the market like this. That was a tough little fake out for people. Thereafter to come into a less solid, in terms of the construction of a less agreeable descending triangle with even an elevated, again, non-optimal in terms of the patterning. We would expect a descending triangle to be a flat line of support. So this near perfectly formed descending triangle faked out. This one with a little bit of an element to it in terms of a line of a lift of support, boom. That was in concert, I'd say, with the second push. This one with the second push along that line of resistance across the top of that rising wedge, right? So to the extent that it was just time for capitulation. It was just time for capitulation, right? In terms of this specified move here, right? It was just that is what it is. So let's see what we have. We'll have some differently indicated targets to the upside depending upon which time frame we are on. All right, the hourly is going to give you less of a target to the upside. I would just say that right now. Let's see here on the 30-minute, looks like it'll be less of a target to the upside. The lower time frames will show more volatility. Okay, will show us a more aggressive upside target. I bring that up because, okay, over the last few weeks of trading, okay, we've seen some of the hourly targets play out when the 30-minute or the 5-minute or the 1-minute target didn't play. You guys know that. Just note that. Okay, at times we're dealing with an hourly target on the lines, and it's sort of the mood, frequently the mood of the market, etc. Right? To the extent that we're seeing, you see what this is just doing here. As we would look at the reduced framework of this line of resistance, the entirety of the target is completely reframed, guys. As I look at the hourly, for instance, here, if I were to denote this as a, if I were to do this, it gets a little bit much, right? If we were to do, and I could probably shift this. Let's take a look at this and see whether or not I could make this fly on the, there we go, on the hourly, okay? Take a look at this on the hourly, for instance. Let's just back off, and you need to just understand there's different levels of market activity. There are different, there's going to be different times where at some point some things are so aggressively situated. I mean, you'll overplay every time frame. It won't matter. Pick a time frame, everything's going to play to the max, period. Other instances of the market or other conditions of the market will challenge the traders to pick up on maybe a more reasonable, more conservative approach in terms of the upside target. Now that's where we are right now, okay? In terms of finding where the market is currently respecting the framework of let's see here, the targeting and the patterning. Let's look at the hourly, and just note to self when you're dealing with the pattern framework and you're targeting, just be sure to check the hourly first. See if you can match something up if you're stalling, and like we did on that specific ascending triangle. Take a look at this specific with 2 hits, nice, 2 hits, nice, a little bit of a channel framework on the specific hourly. Let's go ahead and measure up to the top this, the amplitude, which would be a carry up feature, and bam, we're just right about there. We'll dig into the lower time frames to see if we can become more aggressive in terms of the action to the upside, okay? But that's the first framework. People trading on the hourly may have just taken. That's fine. Boom. They did their trade. They got their, and you understand, when we bring up different patterns, how many people how many traders are on the hourly versus the 30-minute or the 5-minute. For the people in the hourly, they may be done. They may book their trade. That's fine. Maybe they go home. They go out to eat or party or whatever they're going to do. That may be the way. That's it. They're done for the evening. I doubt it for most crypto traders, for VIP, etc. But understand, some people just use the hourly. It's real simple for them. They set that trade up earlier when they saw it in formation, and their orders were in, and that's it, right? So getting more aggressive on the lower time frames for some people seems a bit too much when you tell people it's on the minute time frame. Whoa, the minute time frame, right? Or the 5-minute time frame, or the minute. It's a different discussion as we would look into it. Let's dig into the minute now that I say that. And nice move, huh? Nice move. Not a bad turnaround on that line of, we'll call that within threshold of a confirmation. Very nice. All right. Give me a second. I'm going to have a sip of coffee, and we will do some further diagnostics in terms of what's going on with BTC. 2 seconds. Thank you very much. I needed that. So in terms of the move to the upside, we have this specific triangulation, which we have extended. I've just extended it because I want you to see the top line prior resistance here. And now, this is going to challenge the traders. I'm going to tell you guys that. Without a doubt, it's going to challenge the traders who are looking for a return to function yet again from the entirety of the move to the upside when we have such a blatant confirmation. And if you guys have been studying these patterns, you know this is about as much as it can test us. It's getting almost, I'd say, a third of the way up, then reconfirming. And we do have that notion of this ascending triangle from the level of support. Multiple hits along the level of support. 1, 2, 3. We have 1, 2, 3 hits along that level of resistance, right? 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3. This belongs on a big screen TV. Let me tell you guys that. If you're watching the technicals, put it on a big screen TV, please. Okay? I just can't state that emphatically enough. You will change your trade regimen and your understanding of the technicals, not having to wince at a small screen on your handheld. Computer should do the trick. Just get you a big monitor. Make sure you have a big monitor. I still prefer the specifics of the big screen TV. It just makes a big difference. So, looking at the volatility, on the hourly, we've reached a target, right? Hourly guys are done, right? So we're in that 5 minute. That 5 minute threshold, that 1 minute threshold. We're looking at the detailed nuance of how much we can push the trade. That's just us, okay? In terms of the maximization of the move, we go into the 5 minute. All right, the 5 minute, unlike the hourly. Hourly is this boxed in area here. Just very simply put, target achieved. Boom, target acquired, bam, done. Take, no problem. Now we have the nuance of the lower time frames. So what a great discussion, because we're always into the lower time frames, right? We're into the 5 minute, the 30 minute, the 1 minute, etc. So instead of always the 4 hourly, the daily, or even the weekly, as we've been talking about, right? So up 2.25% to 41,923. You see, and in the back when you guys know, it's like, well, London's thrown up like 5 patterns for different time frames. What's going on? Well, you just see, like on the hourly, they're done, right? Those guys, they put in their channel trade here, bam, move to the upside, and that's it. The measured move, okay, they boom, take. Kind of the first level of the first stall, okay? A little bit of power to for the market overall. It seems like I'd say a little bit of evidence that the market overall is outpowering the hourly time frame, right? But to the extent that we'll just get rid of this real quickly, we'll move that down, and the overall targets to the upside are in, let's say, are in conformance with, and we'll go through this. Let's go through the symmetrical triangulation. You guys understand the different. Let me do this and unlock the different measurements that can occur with the symmetrical triangulation. I'm a little bit, I'd say, not variable, but I'm a little bit willing to move around just a touch. But this bottom line of, and the same occurs whether or not this is a continuation pattern to the upside or it's a reversal. Please pay attention, guys. When you look at this bottom line support, one of the measuring features would be carrying this up to, okay, this origination in terms of this original hit in that original pivot, and letting that serve as kind of a channel function to the upside. Okay, depending upon the formation of the triangulation and how symmetrical it is, that's going to make a difference. Right now, we have stopped, and that's why I just say be a little bit flexible here as you work with this top line level. Don't be over-exploratory and don't break the rules of TA, but do look at the fact that this has essentially caught at this level of that parallel function instead of this level. But we would know it to be this top level could definitely be that threshold, okay, in terms of that upside. I'd say one of the primary levels of, or the primary targets that we would encounter before the full completion to that 42,458. And I'll mark this here just so we definitely have this on the map, that 42,000. So nice to have some price action. Thank goodness. Just need some price action, man. You guys know this, huh? It's almost beyond, we stream and we're like, well, this has got to be the hour or two that it's just not going to do anything. We have been watching this all day in the back, so it's nice to get that launch. Did you in the VIP, did you guys in the back, and this is all I really care about, did you guys look at the framework for the Fibonacci? Did you look at the Fibonacci wedge? Okay, and I'm always doing this backwards. The GAN fan and this one gets me backwards. In terms of the framework of the Fibonacci's, the construction of the symmetrical triangle, and the likelihood of the breakout. Did you guys reframe even a bit? It doesn't have to be exact, But what's important about this, I tell people a lot of times on a symmetrical triangulation, we look at Bitcoin up 2.32% to almost $42,000. Nice move. In terms of this, I encourage people that just to at least realize in terms of the Fibonacci construction, we don't want to get into the red zone, right? We want to take off before this red zone. I normally say about 75%, okay, before that, but it would be that 75 to about that golden pocket area, right? So essentially the 78.6. If we flip this, it's the 23 to the 38 essentially. Okay, but as you're looking, most of the times we discuss how far into the pattern we are, which would be right at the 20. Let's just say the 75, about the 75% of the way in to this secondary function here, which would be 38.2. So we're looking at like 40, about 60 to 70. 60 to 75% in, right? Just around that golden pocket to almost that, if we were to flip it so you have an understanding, almost the golden pocket, that 61.8 to the 78.6, thereabout, right? 60 to 75%. Yeah, red is a no-no. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, Path, you got that, huh? Absolutely. Yep, gotcha. Well said. Well said. That's it. Boom, Pathfinder. Yeah, but you got that, huh? You read through the materials just a bit to understand what it's trying to tell us. It is essentially that we need to get up and out. Yes, there is conformance within these ranges, the hits along here with the resistance and support, but also we don't want to go in the red zone. We need to get up and out of this. So it's a big deal, as you would look at earlier in the back, we were talking about this confirming. It becomes a bigger deal when you understand the Fibonacci kind of the threshold within which that time period within which it's supposed to break up and out. It can contravene that. It can get real messy. We don't like that. But ideally, we're going to be in that in this framework of having broken out ahead of that red zone, about 60 to 75% of the way in, depending upon what your Fibonacci's look like. I just say before you reach that red zone, and that's going to be the 23.6, right? But at 38.2, the 50 to 38.2 is kind of prime time real estate for launch, right? Is we're going to look for a trade. So bear that in mind in the back, right? So that's important. We went over that Fibonacci just a bit in the back, and that's how that plays out in terms of the symmetrical triangulation line of resistance support. Yes, we would expect. And if you just draw your Fib wedge, just to give yourself an idea and an understanding of about when this should break out, it's going to be in this sweet spot in here, right? So that about 60 to 75% way in, or just before that red zone, and to give you a little bit more expectations in terms of what's ideal in terms of the timing, etc. So nicely done. Now BTC showing us some fun right now, huh? We have not met the targets on the lower time frames. All right. Let's see this. Let me go to this new screen. Hold on. All right. So we have not met the threshold on the lower time frames in terms of like the 1 minute. We have not yet caught up to this target on the upside. We should have a little more room here. Looks like buyers being a little reticent, playing around with this, getting a little squirrely, huh? A little squirrely on the, it should owe those traders another $250, man. They need to get up and out to that level. Looks like it could be formulating a pennant right now. After that, kind of a little bit of a sloppy confirmation across that prior level of resistance, right? So prior level of resistance confirmation, and we're trying to move to the upside. A little bit of an odd breach here as we talk about the failure to complete this. You know what else acted odd, didn't it? Immutable X, Doge guys. Immutable X tried this and didn't like it either, did it? It had this real fell swoop down, boom, and a much tighter, right? We would like the symmetrical triangle to be something like this. As we would really look at it, we'd really like it to be a little bit more extended, to have a little bit of more framework of the line of support. This is just really an aggressively patterned ascending triangle. And it's not uninteresting that we would bring it up with Immutable X. Just this, because guys, if you look at the pattern, it's the same exact pattern on Immutable X. You don't see these all the time, but it's like the pattern, or the pattern is being repeated, within the market. So we will definitely pay attention to such. Now, in terms of the expression here that we start to look at it, like what is there to beat? Like where are we? We're seeing this framework put together in terms of the pricing as we try and develop some sort of a bullish continuation pattern here. Amidst that, we are running into, and I would just start drawing out lines of resistance, cross trend lines, etc., just to give you a framework of what the buyers are currently dealing with, not to overly complicate the situation, right? But just to start drawing, start getting into a bit of patterning. Like, is this the type of move that would like to breach across the top and either slingshot up to its target, or has it met the threshold on the hourly? And I brought that up because there have been multiple coins that have, and I was multiple times, pardon me, on Bitcoin, specifically on BTC, that is just one of the hourly target. That's it. A few times we've gone to the candle wicks on like that inverse head and shoulder we had last week, a real aggressive one. Everyone's like, what is this doing? It's outperformed everything. Candle wick, inverse head and shoulder. It throws a variety of the targets at you in terms of what your understanding will be of which one is quote unquote correct. The lower time frames are going to be more aggressive generally. The candle wicks are going to be the most aggressive generally. Okay, candle wicks, more volatility, higher targets. Okay, the hourly is going to be probably your most conservative in terms of a conservative take on the market. That's it. And I said, like, the hourly people, they're fine. They're out. They met their target on that channel trade formation. Lower targets means more, or lower time frames, pardon, means more aggressive price action. Okay. And you would say, well, the person on the hourly, like, they don't even want to trade. You don't know what they hit the trade with. They could have hit the trade with $3 or $4 million, and that's fine. Or they could have made what their intended target was, irrespective of what they chose to drive into the trade. So this would be a nice pick up here with kind of a parallel function to the top. This reminds of Luna, right? The Luna chart in terms of this pickup. It's on a different time frame on Luna, but in terms of that lower level pickup to drive up, Luna is a master at holding a level of support when no one thinks it will. It just does, and it bothers people when you tell them to double down into it. I'll tell you, because they think it's breached, it's over, and life is going the other way. Life's going south. Like, no, you just got to double into it. If it breaches a little bit on Luna, you can definitely get away with that. It's an exciting coin to trade. We had a lot of fun in 2021 on that. Luna just picked up a similar pattern to this. I kind of want to go to it real quickly and kind of don't want to get off the screen with BTC, so I'll just bring it up over here. In terms of, that's a nice move. Love to see that. Great move on the macro for BTC. Way to go. Key feature. Glad we left the door open for positive prices. Way to go. VIP. In terms of, if you're new to the channel, VIP is our top level of membership. You may join us and trade in the back. They are trading. Okay, you see why I brought up the analogy of Luna here? Yeah, you see this feature, kind of this generalized formation here, this upward slanting, expanding. It's going to be an expanding diagonal, upward expanding diagonal. What a boring name for it. But as you see that, you can see why it reminded me essentially of what BTC on the left needs to do, right? So that's Luna on the right. Luna did get up and going early in 2021. You guys know that from its retrace, from its discount level. This would be a challenge that is expected on BTC. Luna loves this stuff. Just to let you know, if you trade Luna, Luna loves being aggressive. This is on the daily chart on Luna. Daily did this. Boom, boom. Luna loves to hold support. The buyers on Luna love to move in, period. I'm not talking about the specific ETF traders. None of that. I'm talking about buyers. The way it is scheduled up, they love to push and hold resistance. Some of the strongest trading spot coin buyers you will see in the market belong in Luna. If you are a part of that crowd, congratulations. I know some people that hold from lower levels, but not many people who trade on spot. And let's say shout out to them and Bitcoin as you're going to make the move. Looks like we got some Bitcoin power in the house. Nice move. Get on up there like Luna did. Let's see if we can do this. Luna's on the right, Bitcoin's on the left. Let me go ahead and just line this out because I want you to see what we're trying to complete here. And this works out well enough for Bitcoin. The Luna guys can be like, well, come on, Luna. So we use this as the framework on the right, the daily chart with Luna just showing, what can occur with buyers picking up. And not down talking BTC at all, but definitely discussing things within the scope and parameter. I want to do one thing real quickly, guys. The VIP will know what we're doing now in terms of any potential for a reversal. Okay, a reversal across the top. We need to break this trend line badly. I'm going to tell you, we need to break this specific trend line, okay, in terms of, there we go, just get up above that. That's going to be a key feature returning to this area here, because we don't want to set in any type of any circumstance, I'm going to tell you this, any circumstance where we are failing to beat any line of resistance. That's just it. This is a prior support. We need to not confirm it as resistance. As you look at your patterns, whichever one's your favorite or otherwise, when you're dealing with trying to push your coin up or trying to, and I mean trade, and you wanting it to go up, do not, I'm going to tell you, do not forget just the general rule. If you're trying to go up, you always want to maintain support. If you fail it, you do not want to confirm that level of prior support as resistance. Let's go, baby. Nice move. Let's go. You need to maintain price above that Bitcoin. I have a reversal finder function on amidst the other indicators, and it will pop up and show. I wouldn't pay attention to it until it sets. That's called repainting when your specific indicator repaints or changes, right? That's not always optimal. And when you find your buy and sell indicators that always work and they cost $2,000 or $3,000 a month or a year, those all repaint. To the extent that they don't, they're just wrong. More than someone who's sophisticated in their trading. I really recommend that no one use buy and sell indicators. Buy at support, sell at resistance, trade your patterns, and hit your targets, okay? So, potentially big move for BTC, regaining the level of prior support and refusing to use it as a level of resistance. Now, in terms of this top line function, we do note a level of resistance across the top already, and the formulation of, as we were just going through in the macro, you guys know this, going through in the macro, all sorts of beautiful, wonderful, what are these, ascending wedges, all right? Difficult to beat. Let's go through the lower time frame, see if there's any distinguishment or any distinguishing factors on this lower time frame. Let's say separate and apart from this macro, okay, wedge, more of a macro wedge on the lower time frames, but this larger wedge, we'll say, with this resistance and support across at least this 30-minute to the hourly, etc. Let's dig back into the minute and take a look at this wedge and see how it's formulating and what the specific parameters are. Difficult pattern to beat. You guys know that. It's not, it is one that has to be pushed through if you're going to beat it. That's the bottom line. Let's look at and that sounds stupid, but I say push through it in terms of maintaining your trade if you're in the long position, right? That's not always intuitive to do depending upon what your level of risk is, etc. Just understand, I use the word push for a reason, because it's a difficult, sometimes it's not easy to stomach, right? Not everyone has the hands or the demeanor to stomach it. In terms of Angel, we hope Angel's doing well tonight. Angel, hope you're trading, brother, wherever you are. In terms of VIPs, top shelf VIP, $58,000 overall contributor. We hope you made that before breakfast, Angel. In terms of listening to the channel, hope you nailed a short on this specific rising wedge that we brought earlier to the community and explained the expectations of a move to the downside. I would love you to have booked a short on that and killed the market. So in terms of current overall pricing, he's probably laughing right now. It's like, why would I short Bitcoin? I got in at $7.79. That's I know, but you understand what I'm saying. We just want you to really do well in the market, better than you already have, believe it or not. Which is why he hangs out here, guys. That's why he's affiliated with the channel, because we're still going to push him. I want to push him. He's like a brother to me, and I just want to push him. I want him to do extremely well, even better in crypto. I never talk about him like he hasn't done extraordinarily great in crypto, but I want him to do better. Like literally to do better, and every year to do better than everybody else. Not just what you bring to the table already. I want every single year to be a blockbuster year while you're with VIP and part of Bitcoin Spy, Crypto Kingdom, etc. I want it to be like that, brother, from the heart. So in terms of that channel formation, it was good. We brought up that specific, let's say the specific, what was that? The hourly function, because we're very nearly at a channel function here, which could take us up to, and this is a very, very distinct, now we're getting into some interesting, guys, this is interesting stuff here. This channel formation with a measured move to the top here in terms of the target, which would be the completion of the specific ascending triangle, would be very interesting. Also, okay, now pay attention to this, VIP. This is a big deal. You guys pay attention to this. Okay, to the extent that we have been expecting return to prior resistance on ascending triangles, right? We now officially have a carve-in of a channel above. This is a new dynamic. We haven't seen this yet, guys. We now have a carve-in dynamic, a carve-in channel above along a double confirmation. Inverse head and shoulders indicated, by the way, inverse head and shoulders. Okay, so channel formation or inverse head and shoulders would be amplitude of this channel, or if it's expanding a bit, that's okay, just in terms of the channel formation, because we would still have that that upside of the inverse head and shoulders, that amplitude from the head to the neckline there, essentially. Okay, so we'll go in the lower time frames if need be. And we would set that a little bit below, just so we know, and to be fair, we would set that a little bit below on the actual neckline. So would be just right in line with just touch shy of this amplitude of the ascending triangle. How hugely impressive, guys. How hugely impressive. Let's look at the, what's up with Doge? What's up with Doge? Doge at 2% up. All right. Doge acting like Bitcoin, huh? Except Doge a little lower. A little bit more potential value for those who were potentially willing to wait the extra year or a year and a half that Doge may take to rebound. Man, what if SHIB got put in the year to year and a half category? Ooh, you'd have some upset, guys. I don't think that Elon would get upset by an extra year to year and a half. He might actually encourage it. You guys ever think about that? Like, do you think that Elon would get upset over an extra year or year and a half with his Doge holdings? He might actually encourage it. Very interesting. Very interesting. I wonder if he has any pull in that direction. Not sure. Not sure. So, looking at this move to the upside, the degree to which it is a normalized channel versus an, let's say, an expanding diagonal wedge. And hey, we would like it to be more of a channel framework going to the candle wicks, and we would go through and really try and identify how we could establish more of a parallel channel than an expanding wedge. But this is just some aggressive price action. Those who just saw the Luna chart, let's hope that Luna can behave this way on its daily. For those of you who are trying to push towards higher figures here on the daily chart for Luna, okay, you see this similar type activity here. Bitcoin on the left, bam. Okay, Luna, we'd love to see Luna traject up past this most recent, just barely a new high, right? So BTC running right now. Let's see where we're at. There we go. Let's go Bitcoin. Now we've got this. You guys understand the double channel, this framework on top of the ascending triangle indicates that we would come back to what? After achieving target? This is where the market is starting to push us, guys. Literally, for those who have been returning to prior resistance with levels of support. Let's dig into Bitcoin real hard right now as we look at some good price action. And let's see, up 2.73% to the upside. We're going to state that the framework of the ascending triangle, that specific target to the top, specific, guys, is going to be that 42,000 just met right there. Bam. Now, we also have the framework of the resistance across the top. Let's pay attention to this real quickly. These are key levels in terms of the overall function of the patterns in play right now on BTC. Nice move to the upside. Congrats to anybody in a long position. I am in one. I hope you guys are too. In terms of the not a position, I've held it for a long time. I'm talking about it long. Congratulations to anyone who entered one along this level. Yeah, absolutely. Great job here. We were covering that all day in the back of VIP in terms of the patterning formation. So in terms of this top line resistance here, we do have indicated, we called this specific rising wedge here earlier, the pour to the downside, right? Bearish feature here. We're in the process of breaking out of, let's go to the 5 minute real quickly, this specific, okay? This specific, let's say this specific symmetrical triangulation in the form of a coil, okay, which is a coil. They call these coils, right? Symmetrical triangulation normally is a continuation pattern, okay? To the extent that we're operating up and above. I'm going to go ahead and draw this in on this time frame before I talk about that specific. Let's do this in terms of an upward channel. That is not too bad. I'm going to draw this on the 1 minute and see what problems it may give us. The 5-minute is pretty clean. You guys will admit that. This specified ascending wedge, okay, has pushed into a secondary, I'd say, channel framework to the upside to the extent that the bulls want to interact up and above this level of resistance. We're going to go to the, let's go to the hourly right now. In terms of this top line resistance is crucial. The recent capitulation from this move here at 42,260 in line with this on the hourly, this 42,550, that specific line of resistance in concert with this line of support, okay, does indicate a symmetrical triangulation. Bam, we just broke out of a smaller one. We saw it traject to the upside. This one has hits 1, 2, 3, and 4. We could get up and out into the overall exterior. Okay, I'd say the external. Let's just say the interior and the exterior. Interior symmetrical triangle, exterior symmetrical triangulation. So, to the extent that we would have the opportunity to do that, I will mark this specific target to the upside, which will depend on that point of breakout. But I will mark those two, specific targets to the upside. 147.33, 147,331. The next 53,791. Okay, just from the 4-hourly chart right now. We're currently up along resistance. This crucial level needs to be beaten. Let's go ahead and look at the lower time frame to see what the interaction is along that specific level. Now, before we actually were to, let me state this: we do have on the 5-minute symmetrical triangulation, we do have a target. Please listen. We have a target of the symmetrical triangulation breakout up and above, okay, up and above that specific line of resistance that we just saw on the 4-hourly, on that top line resistance of that symmetrical triangulation. Okay, this is a micro symmetrical triangulation. That level of resistance across the top here, okay, if we go to the hourly, for instance, on the hourly, you'll see that matched up well. Let's go to this framework here. Let me make sure that this is it's going to be tough because your lines don't carry over. So always have patience with yourself and TradingView, etc. Hopefully they will clean that up one day. Find a way for our lines to carry over to the different time frames. Okay, as of now, they do not. So be careful and always make sure that what you're looking at is an accurate reflection of the technicals currently, as you would have them be as current as you would have them be. Okay, this amplitude here, I'm getting it's a bit more conservative. Even with a conservative approach, the amplitude is enough to get us up and above that level of resistance. Okay, so that is the optimal move for the bulls, is to get us up and past this threshold, at which point we may have some additional volatility to the upside. We could also measure this just to let's say in an ideal world, with an ideal approach here. Let me go ahead and lock that specific level in. Let me lock that in. Let me lock these targets in real quickly, if you guys don't mind, and just don't want to drag them across the screen. There we go. And lock. There we go. Let me get the higher target. Let me lock. Now, in terms of the specific potential, let's talk about the potential for an interruption at or before that line. Or even let's dig into the lower time frames to see if this level would interact, or this measurement would interact. Let me clean this up just a bit in terms of our ability to look at this. Let me go through here. There we go. Okay, so looking at this, the framework, we'll go to the minute time frame right now. She's got aggressive. She's pushing up towards targets through this line of resistance. That's what's currently in play right now. That line of resistance from the other time frames in terms of the overall symmetrical triangulation. That's what we're talking about. Level of resistance, level of support, the constriction, right? The symmetrical triangulation. That internalized symmetrical triangulation with the externalized feature here. This first step would be this first level of resistance, which is currently posing as hurdle number one, but target number one for the bulls as we continue to push up. Okay, looking at this this carry up feature of the bottom side resistance, do be aware that traders will use this level, bam, as a take target. It does not matter if you say, well, it went further, it did not go further. I'm telling you, certain traders will, okay, as a matter of protocol in the market. You may choose to be a part of that crowd or not. You may choose to be a part of this specific crowd in terms of the take at that level of resistance from the higher time frame. Your level of risk, okay, your ability to cover your position, capital, your need to book a trade, etc., is all going to depend on you. I want you guys to be your own traders, okay? Some people, as you know, already took it that 1 hourly time frame in terms of that channel measured move, right? So one of the features of a symmetrical triangulation is that the bottom line support can always be carried up to this top line in terms of the initiation of the symmetrical triangulation. Very important that you understand that that's one of the measurements here. The actual amplitude of the triangulation would be up and above that. Okay, so this would be a limiting factor. It may slow down the price action as we get up into this level, but I have that indicated by that top dashed line. Okay, so breakout is in play. On the lower time frames, what I'm going to say this is you would look at us, say, well, we want a perfect, right? We want a perfect level of, and the 30-minute seems to be getting in our way a little bit. I'm just going to let you know the 30 minutes getting in my way a little bit. Okay, as you look at the hourly, it's a nice smooth line of resistance. Okay, I think it's in conformance with the 4 hourly. Okay, when I say getting in my way a little bit, if you go to the candle wicks, you'll understand essentially where the 30-minute or any other time frame went. It's going to have a higher level of resistance here indicated by, and it'll show you what the other time frames have gone to if you just click on the candle wicks. Okay, so that 30-minute is a contrary level. It expresses a contrary level of resistance. The 30-minute does to either the 4 hourly, which is clean, the 1 hourly, which is clean. Look at that, nice clean lines. Huh? Boom on the hourly. Let's look at this on the 4 hourly. Bam, clean on the 4 hourly. Let's look at the 30-minute. Oh, we have a few issues, right? We have an issue here that's not clean. So in terms of this upside target, I want you to be aware of the fact as we look at the top threshold of this is brought down from the 4 hourly, etc., that we do have on the 30-minute, I'm going to say, etc., we do have the ability to still technically be, and please listen, to technically be within the threshold of the resistance, having achieved the target maximum of this triangulation. Just really close. We're going to be within, I want to say $50, guys. It's going to be extremely close. You're going to be, let's say 100, potentially 127. Sorry for that bell. Let's go to the actual, okay, here we go. Let's go to the actual candle wicks here and see how far this would actually be off. Now we're going to get into the real detail of it. On the candle wicks, if we were to go up to the top, you would have an upside target that would exceed by $55, okay, by $55 on the candle wicks. So to the extent that we have a variable line of resistance, just note such. We've been dealing with that for the last several weeks, months, etc. It's just been a part of trading Bitcoin. So 2.84% to the upside, 42,164. Shout out to the VIP who brought it to our attention while we were going over pattern framework, BTC moving. Boom. We had caught this specific pattern in the back today. Nice to see a positive move for BTC. Way to go, guys. Way to go, VIP. Way to go, Bitcoin Spike. Way to go, guys. Nice to see this symmetrical triangulation function as a reversal. We got to see that, guys. We have got to see this on the micro. It's got to repeat to the macro to the extent that we can repeat this on the macro. And I'm talking about this micro within the framework of this more macro, okay? Let's go to the hourly, right? We need to repeat that here. Boom. Let's do it. We need to repeat that where? On the external, like if that's a more interior function. We just got to a micro. We need this internal symmetrical triangulation to pop to the upside. We need the external, okay, to pop to the upside, and we're going to be off and running. If we can just replicate what just occurred towards the beginning and right now continues to occur, way to go, VIP. Way to go, traders. That's awesome, guys. So we have step one would be what just occurred. Step two, bam. Step three, and guys, we are up and running. Each is going to have its hurdle. As I drew up those parallel lines to the top, levels of resistance. We're going to have all of that along the way. But this is a very, very positive move for Bitcoin, without a doubt. Without a doubt. What is going on? Way to go, traders. Way to go. So you're at that threshold in terms of, and it's not a matter of, well, is it going to go past? I'm just going to tell you, traders will take at these levels. Okay, the optimal target up and above of 42,439. We're almost there. In terms of the overall, I hope you guys booked a trade. I hope you VIP are booking trades. I know you got a lot of action going on with different coins. Oh, boom. What do we got today with yeah, BTC doing okay in terms of the overall entirety of it. The 5L is up, what, about 12 to 15% today? Not bad. Not a bad move on the day. Some of your other coins are doing well. Let's go, baby. Let's go Bitcoin. We like to focus on Bitcoin because you're going to be positioned, right? You may not, be awake and staring at the screen for every single move, but you're going to cover the patterns. You're going to know, where to place your orders, etc. It's going to be a nice. Somewhat of a better experience, I'm going to say, especially for newer traders who are going to be distracted by multiple coins all over the place, etc. We like to focus on Bitcoin. Okay, this is the threshold. That is the price. That is the price target right there of the triangulation. Now let's see if there's anything else in play potentially, and we will get into. I would just like it to run. Give me about 2 seconds for some coffee. Thank you very much. So now, in terms of an additional target to the upside, let's see if we can stretch this at all in terms of, this would be nice. Let's look at the framework because we talked about the variable line across the top. I don't really want to push this too much. Let me bring this line up just a touch here. Let me bring this line back here. Now, the question is going to be, can we just break out of this pattern framework now? Right? Can we just take this symmetrical triangulation that's implied, right, with this with the framework of the patterning? Can we just take it and kind of impute it now and break out of this right now? Technically, we can. Yeah, we definitely technically can. We don't need a more of a pattern fulfillment. It would be nice fulfillment. It would be nice to have another hit along the support. It would take more time. To the extent that I keep looking at this, the main feature, as I discussed, kind of an early premature breakout of a constriction like this. The feature was compromised in that we could have had a flat top, which would have indicated an ascending triangulation. That would have been really nice, right? If we had precedingly, along with that rising wedge, if we had a flat hit, at least while we were pushing up over the top of that resistance, if we had a flat hit, bam, would have been great, right? So to the extent that we do not have that, what I would say is that we're going to be compromised in terms of the interpretation of this as a symmetrical triangulation. It would be nice if that were not the case. But if this were a symmetrical triangulation, then we could have expectations of getting out and out in fine aggressive form, right? That would just be really, really a nice move. We could start to discuss this channel framework here and operating within that channel framework. The real clue here, and this is what I keep going back to, and I've tried to bring VIP in the back something along the line here, and I did a little bit earlier today, in terms of trying to establish the notion that we may have formulated a bullish pennant, okay? Now, the exact framework of the pennant is not really a robustly formed, technically sound bull pennant, okay? To the notion that we would have at least even maybe hitched along this top level resistance and given it a little bit more character would have been nice, okay? Not because it would have taken longer or anything else, but in terms of the expectations and qualifying this as expectations of conformance with classical technicals. You guys know that, right? We just need to move to the upside, and we need a consolidation, right? Multiple hits along both the resistance and support. That's what's required, right? So multiple hits on resistance, multiple hits on support. So you really don't want to forget one of the other and just forgive it and say, okay, well, it still should comply. The one thing we have on the overall constriction here are multiple hits along the resistance, multiple hits along the support. So that technically is sound. Now on the 4 hourly, you're up and out of this feature. Okay, on the hourly, you are up and out of the feature as well. With the anticipation that we could formulate something along these lines, I'm just going to remind everybody that we have a real jagged feature here. We have a lot of choppy price action here. For the repeat of a flagpole, we're typically going to want a nice solid move to the upside. This would have served beautifully. Okay, bulls just bam, moving to the upside. A lot of velocity. We want velocity. Boom, to the upside, right? Even this, bam, to the upside. we need that velocity to give the expectation of just a flat-out repeat of the flagpole. Okay, I'm just going to say that that's the expectations, the typical expectations of the market. So let's dig into time frame 3.13%. So you guys trading? I know you are, huh? What's up, VIP? Way to go. Way to go, Path, huh? What do you say? Bitcoin is moving. What's up, Pathfinder? Way to go. I got to review that in the comments. Way to go. I want to invite you guys, if you're not a part of the VIP, we want to invite you to, what is this? What is this? What is this? What do we got? Pathfinder. Look, BTC on the move. Boom. Look at him. VIP in the house. What is up, Pathfinder? It's on record. It'll never be changed. Pathfinder with the call. Let's see real quickly, 3.08%. Let's dig into the lower time frames. You understand, in terms of those expectations of the repeat of the flagpole, it's just not necessarily there with this jagged movement to the upside. We would want that strong velocity to the upside. 2 seconds. Let's see. Alrighty. Let's see where we're at. Let's reframe where we have come from today. Congrats, guys. Congrats. Very, very important. So we're looking for a higher expectation than just this symmetrical triangulation. Is there another framework that we can put this into? Is there something else whereby we could achieve a greater immediate target? Now, and I know you guys want to trade. You want to trade. You're like, that's the whole idea. We want it to keep going up, right? I'm going to draw. That's not as an inaccurate lower line. I've seen it. I've seen myself frame it this way when I walked back into the room a few times, trying to pull back up into this. I'm going to give instead maybe a potential warning. How about that? This is what I want to do, just kind of immediately, just in terms of, and not full threshold warning. Let's do this. Let's call off the warning. Let's not do that. I don't want to spoil the ride here. Let's talk about what we discussed last night in the framework of VIP, which I showed briefly to the other I'd say viewers, just for a flash second, about something I would discuss in further detail with VIP, where the notion that we had a bit of a channel framework put together. Okay, this is a pitchfork, just an expression of a channel. That's all it is, just a channel expression. We can play with the variability in terms of that top line expression, but the notion that we were in a channel framework, and didn't that look like a nice idea now? Absolutely. As we pick up along that lower threshold here, let me go ahead and move this so that we can really view this. But that's a dynamic view of the price action. Now, what led me to do this last night, just so that you know and you can replicate it to the extent that you choose in your trading, was we did have the specific wedge formation, rising wedge formation, a bearish pattern internalized here. Okay, we had that rising wedge causing the fallout, correct? Now, we also therewith, though, if I stick with that rising wedge, we had two lower, I'm going to say just two lower portions here, two lower pivots, which were really not used yet. And I noticed that last night. I'm like, well, these are out here and they just haven't been used yet, right? That's what gave me the idea to bring that. I very, very briefly mentioned that to the entirety of the community in that video I did last night. I'm like, and I'll probably talk about that with the VIP later. But just the notion was, and we did get busy doing quite a bit last night. I went through all those new coins just to cover and make sure we know what they are. I want to know what every new coin is in 2022 that has hit the exchange. That's just it. I want to know what they look and feel like, how they are starting to be grouped, how they how they start to run together or separately. I want to know that. 3.19%. Okay. So when we're looking at the framework of something that could carry beyond these original parameters that we would have within this specified symmetrical triangle with its target to the upside, etc., what I would discuss is the potential for us to continue to operate in this channel. Now, there's a lot of volatility in this channel. Okay, there's quite a bit of volatility there, 3.16% to the upside. To the extent, though, that this is operated as a key feature, always look for those trend line, guys. Always look for the levels of support, right? That's why sometimes I'll just tell people, let's just buy a position. They won't have any idea why, and it's like, and then it'll go up, and I'm like, well, because we're at support, and they're like, well, they don't know what the line of support is. This would be indicated, this lower threshold line of support here, in terms of the carry up. Now, I didn't tell people just to buy this time, but in terms of that, I just do it sometimes. You guys know me. Sometimes I'll just do it. I like people to make their own decisions for the most part. But, I mean, if you're at support, I always tell people, you can sell at support if you want to. You tell me how that works out. You sell at support every time and tell me how that works out, right? And not to be cheeky or coy or whatever it is. I'm not trying to grandstand anything. It's just, for the most part, if you buy at support, sell at resistance, that's the framework the market operates on. That's what defines support. That's what defines resistance, right? That's just it, right? It operates as a level of support so the price can move up. Operates as a level of resistance so the price will move down. So we have, what I'm going to say here is that we have these specific levels. I would want to refine this potentially a bit, okay, in terms of, maybe even I'll attempt to do that now in terms of the specific levels that we're at. I'm not uncomfortable with these lines right now, okay, in terms of this express, at least this most recent price action. You see the nice channel framework in terms of the top line threshold, the bottom line threshold. I'd probably have another line, a secondary channel framework that I would want the additional price action from here to flow into a bit, so it would get a little bit more complicated. I would spend a little bit of time on it. Excuse me. I went to lift weights today. Sorry. And I sound like something like, oh, sorry. But I moved my arm in one direction. Like, that ain't going to work. Ouch. You can tell I'm a real tough guy at the gym, huh? Like, ouch. Anyway, so as we look at this, what we're going to deal with right now is the notion that the midpoint of this specific channel framework right here, you guys got that? Okay, that mid-level is operational in terms of a level of support to resistance right now. It just is. As you would look at the top threshold, this line of resistance across the top, if you were just to bring down, right, it's just real simple. And this is just a function of the market, bringing down a parallel function here to the bottom. That we would do that all the time, right? That's a very, very easy thing to do in terms of the market, in terms of our understanding of it. The midline function, or more of a standard deviation, it sounds fancy and complicated. It's not. It's not at all. If we were to look at like a regression tool, just draw a line, boom, that's it, right? All we just did was literally click two buttons. We clicked under the trend line. We went down to regression tool. I literally clicked from here to here. It gave us the standard deviation with some operational norms in terms of an upper and lower threshold. That's it. So we are at the midpoint of that threshold. That's it. To the extent that that's operational, or there's an ability to operate up and above it, that becomes strategic, okay? As does the breakout up and above this channel. And this is where we get into some definitions of super trend, some different complications where Bitcoin's going to have to become aggressive, okay? We have levels of support, level of resistance, a throw over, as we would discuss it, a throw over. Now, this, in terms of this, let me see. It looks like we have a new comment on Twitter. They're saying there was a Do Kwon purchase. That was a Do Kwon purchase. Oh, hey, Sean, what's up? How are you, Sean Moore? What's up? Do Kwon, huh? Do Kwon just purchased and completed a pattern. Oh, well, alrighty. Well, we don't know about that, but thank you for letting us know what Twitter is doing. I invite you. Let's see. Sean, I invite you to join at least our base camp so that you can comment in our stream. We would love to have you, and kindly request that you join now. It costs the price of a stick of gum a month, or you can join VIP now. There we go. There you go. So we would like to have you as a member. If you're paying attention to Twitter, you're an info expert, etc. And don't tell us you have to think about whether or not you want to buy a pack of gum. You go into a gas station all the time and you buy a pack of gum sometimes when you don't even need one. So if you want to hang out with us, which I know you do, become a base camper at least. If you're trading, etc., we would love to have you in our trade group. Now, the upper and lower threshold, standard deviation in line with this specific channel framework. The the pitchfork with the lower upper bound. The mid-level function is just right in here. I want you to see this. It's always on both your pitchfork and your, you guys, it's just, they call it, I mean, I don't know what else to call the thing. It's a pitchfork, whatever it is. It's a channel designation. It's literally a channel designation, right? It's a flat channel designation. It's not complicated. It's just a channel designation. They call it a pitchfork because the end of it, what you can do with, the way you can manipulate it, right? You can literally, you have a pitchfork to draw around, and it's like it looks like a track and field, something along the line. It's just a channel designation, right? So to the extent that we have a mid-level function here, okay, with a lower and upper bound threshold, operation within that channel is expected, okay? Period. When we're looking for a higher upside target, operation within this channel threshold is expected, okay? That's a big deal. The fact that it's fitting right now within the norm of the standard deviation and the regression trend is a confirmation, okay? Now, we do have other, that's just immediate, right? If we're immediately to operate to the upside, that would be the expected level of deviation, the expected level of resistance, I say that we would get to. As we would back off into, if we were back into here, that would be a level, right? That would be, these are all calculated just literally with standard deviation, okay? The regression trend. As you parse further into, the specifics of the most recent price action, you will be delivered different standard deviations, okay? They will become less, I'll say this, they will become less accurate the more that you operate around something that's not in the form of a channel. If you try and apply them to a symmetrical triangulation, it's probably going to be I say it's going to be it's going to be inaccurate. If you apply it to the downward slope of a bull flag, the downward channel required for a bull flag, your standard deviation, your thresholds are going to be very, very nicely laid out. Okay? So it's built for expectations within a channel formation, which is what we're essentially moving in right now as we traject to the upside. 3.19%, 42,309. And I appreciate the update in terms of what Do Kwon may be doing. Do Kwon, he's a Terra guy, isn't he? Maybe a Terra guy. Get that anchor protocol. And make sure you match up that anchor protocol. Leave those Luna investors out to dry like that. No, sir. So looking at the highway, it's kind of like a highway, a breakout highway, right? We're at the mid-level and a level of resistance. Some people are taking at this level. You guys know. It's not a question of if it is that. They have taken, right, at that level, without a doubt. You guys know. And it's not wrong for them to have booked a trade from here to here with a 3% trade on leverage, et cetera, just bam, pocketed, They decide to pocket 15%. They decide to pocket, if they were on more leverage than that. Maybe they were operating on those micro Bitcoin futures that we talked about that are on Interactive Brokers, right? That 1/10 of a Bitcoin, operate with 1/10, 1 to 10 on the Bitcoin in terms of on the Bitcoin, but on the Bitcoin price. Pretty cool stuff. You have to know how those work. We're going to be looking into those further in terms of Interactive Brokers to see what we can be doing. And maybe you guys can give me advice. How about that? I want financial advice from you guys. That's exactly what I will take. I won't allow you to take it from me, but I would like you guys to give it to me. If you are willing to do that, I'd be happy to take it from you. So we joke. It's not a security. You can't get financial advice on it. You could try, but you can't. I contacted state regulatory boards and everybody else, and they're like, no, you can't really even say that it's not financial advice, sir, because that doesn't even apply to. Well, they kept saying to me, that doesn't apply to it. And they kept saying, well, you really can't say that because it's impossible to do that, sir. And I'm like, oh, I understand that, but what if I say it anyway? They're like, well, you can say that, but sir, it's impossible for you to get financial advice on Bitcoin. You can't do that. It's not a security. They just kept giving that. I'm like, so do I need to say it or not in terms of it's not financial advice? Well, no, sir, because it would be impossible for you to give financial advice on Bitcoin. I'm like, well, okay, then. I'm sorry. Well, I'll never mention it again. They got very particular about was and what was not. What you are or are not capable of giving financial advice on. I'm like, I get that, but do I still need to say it? Like, no, actually, sir, you shouldn't say that because you can't give financial advice on Bitcoin. I'm like, no, not me. me. I'm not giving financial advice. It just turned into this awful deal, but I was completely not expecting that. Like, you don't need to sit there and say, this is not financial advice, because technically, theoretically, you cannot give it any financial advice, even were you so qualified to give it to, the king of future king of England. You couldn't do it because it's not a security, right? Financial advice applies to securities. So that's the bottom line. Anyway, you guys know, do your own homework a little bit, make your own decisions a little bit. We're all here to kind of help each other. That's the whole idea. Let's see what we got. Hold on. Let me look in the chats real quickly. So you're at your target, okay? You want to play a breakout before you break it out? That's fine. If you did that, buy at support, sell at resistance, trade your targets. All right? Play your patterns. Trade your patterns. You know what? Everyone wants this to keep going. It's 3.15%. I agree. All right, let's dig into the lower time frames. Let's see if we got anything going on here, okay? Let's see what we got going on. I'm not going to just tell you, okay, everyone sell. You're at resistance. We're in a pattern formation. Looks like we're in somewhat of a, yay, there we go. So this is how this works. Buy at support, sell at resistance. All right? In terms of that, what did that mean today? All right? As you look at VIP, the way to be, boom, buy at support, sell at resistance. Bam. Okay, 3.5% from the level of support, boom, to resistance. Okay, nice move. Now the question is, there's more to the story. Buy at support, sell at resistance. Next thing is trade your patterns. Okay? Trade your patterns. So we've met the expectation of the, let me just go through this. Let me make sure, again, I'm going to go to the 5. And it's a difficult chart to work a little bit because it has several difficulties on the time frames. The hourly is completely different, as you guys saw that. The hourly is completely different. It's a channel formation with a measured move up to this original hitch on the hourly. Okay? It just is. So, and then the 1 minute had an ascending triangle on it, which difficultly carved in the form of a channel up and above that triangulation. We're still on this. We need to pay attention, guys. You guys got this, huh? Okay. Let me get into this. This is some important stuff here. I may put some high stakes music on. All right, I may do that real quickly. We want to welcome you to Bitcoin Spike. If you're brand new to our channel, we like to trade Bitcoin. We have a great group. Shout out to Pathfinder. Boom. Today we're streaming. It's like, hey, we're going over pattern identification, etc. It's like Bitcoin is on the move. We caught this in the back, just a really drawn out pattern. But buy at support, sell at resistance. It got up and out quickly. Triangulation with an upside amplitude move of the, I'm going to say the secondary, conservative secondary pivot into the, trying to think of the, I've got two screens going on right now. The, trying to bring up some music for you guys. Royal, let me type this in real quickly. Royal, there we go. Royal Academy sounds. Let's get this in too. Let's see what we got. Let's do me. Let me search on some. You guys want some high stakes? Bitcoin is doing well, huh? We should play some jamming music. You guys want the VIP jam? We're going to do the VIP jam. Let's do this. I can show the bull real quickly, but you're not going to be able to see the price action over the bull. I could do it for just a second because it is the Bitcoin bull and bulls are showing up, so I'm going to have to do that. You're going to have to forgive the fact that for 10 seconds or 20 seconds, you're not going to be able to see the price action, but this is Bitcoin Spike. So we are going to launch into the Bitcoin bull as soon as I can pull up this. Let's see what we got. All right, we're going to go ahead and do this and just welcome everybody to our channel. You guys, positive price action on Bitcoin, and we're watching this line of resistance in terms of pattern development, potentially with an additional nice move here and a beautiful, beautiful bull pennant to the upside. While the bulls are being gauged as to whether or not they will decide to push this up an additional, let's just say up an additional, here we go, about $500 to 42,760. We will show you the Bitcoin bull. Here it goes, and enjoy. That is awesome. That is the Bitcoin bull, guys. And that's just kind of what we're all about. We're the only station with a bull. Say about us what you will. Go ahead and say about us what you will. Say about what me, say anything about me that you will. It would check if you verified the truth. If you were going to speak about me, I would encourage anyone to always do that, because very few, if anyone, who decides to talk about me ever asks me if something is the truth, like if I have documents to prove something or otherwise, which I do. So if someone wants to badmouth me, it would be helpful for you probably to check with me before you badmouth me or the station. Go ahead and do it. You'll look like you don't know what you're talking about to the wrong people, but that's okay. To the people that count, i.e. Angel at the top. What's up, brother? Big shout out to Angel, involved in Bitcoin since $7.79. My man, my brother, what's up? And yeah, some don't just always check with the source. Always ask someone. It's like, is this true? No one likes to do that. So anyway, politics get in the way. A lot of things get in the way. So in terms of the Bitcoin bull, though, I want you to know you are not allowed to speak poorly of the Bitcoin bull. That is the Bitcoin spike bull. All right. So I expect you guys to just recognize that. That's a big deal. Huh? Not everyone has a bull, so that is our bull. Bull pennant feature. Let's go through the details real quickly. Let's see. All right, now we are along resistance. We're along resistance, trying to maintain support on the notion of a bull pennant. It's time for the bulls to show up. We do not want this to capitulate. We just don't. All right? Not in the cards. You know the line of resistance we're at. We're pushing. All right? We are at the threshold. We've met target. You guys saw that on the 15-second? We met target. Boom, boom. Okay? We've done well. We're where we need to be. We want bulls to pick up. We want this to be a break. No. Stay steady. Not you. You guys, if you sold at resistance and you're waiting for a pattern, congratulations. That's exactly what you should be doing, technically speaking, right? Waiting for the phenomenal to continually occur can be devastating to your pocketbooks. I don't recommend you do it, okay? So, if you booked a trade, okay, congratulations. If you're waiting for a pattern to continue to develop here, I would say that might be a good idea. All right, that might be a good idea, right? Just waiting for a little bit of a pattern to develop before you just jump ship on your pattern, depending upon your entry costs. Right? You may have some different entry costs, right? And Bitcoin's been very foolish, or not foolish. It's been foolhardy. I don't know what you would call it, but it's been a little bit particular lately, right? You guys know that? It's been a little bit difficult to trade. Hasn't been exactly nice, right? So let's see. Dun. Showing a little weakness from the bull pennant. You guys know that, right? Now, I would expect it to try to go up. I just would, for the benefit of the VIP, who I'm going to tell you guys, we identified this in the background. Okay, in the back, in our VIP section, it's the place to be. Check it out. Clay City worked out well, huh? But just going through the different patterns, showing this the framework of the internalized structure just early on in the day. We built into this pattern framework. And what's up? Slim in the house. Ape. Whoa. Nice. Nice. That's Path, huh? Pathfinder, I get you and Slim confused sometimes. You're just the Doge guys, you know. You're the Doge dogs. You're the Doge. You're the Dogenators. You're awesome. You're the Doge pack. And I'm so glad we have a Doge pack in VIP. It's just cool. And for people who don't like it, man, let them go. They think, well, Doge went down. You're like, yeah, who traded it on the way down? No one thinks about that. You know, the thing went up 10x 2 times in 2021. Look at this pattern on the right-hand side. Bam. Level of support, level of resistance. Boom, boom. Right? That is what we have formulated. Okay, so nice hit at that resistance. Look at that. Boom. Okay. Now, if you're really long Bitcoin, I always tell this, if you're really bullish on Bitcoin, to the extent that you can, and I just bring this up all the time. People don't like it when I say it because they're holding, they're in position, they want to keep it, right? I'll just tell you, if you're long Bitcoin and you want to, you know, and you're really going to charge into it, there's nothing still to stop you from taking at resistance and buying in just a cut lower. You guys know that, right? Now, depending upon your position and how let's say how large of a liquidity position you're putting into BTC, yeah, that could affect it to a degree, probably depending upon the exchange that you're on. You know, there's going to be a spread on your options, etc. You're going to have to pay to get in, pay to get out. But anyone who's really long on Bitcoin, I always tell them, well, buy a support, sell a resistance, because even the flashbang, boom, you know, the moves that'll go onto BTC will be, let's see here, the moves that even like to go like this and boom, bam, right? The ones that like to go like that, they still give you a little bit of a discount, and sometimes you can get a discount and then more of a discount, right? Sometimes you can double down into a lower level position. So we're always big fans of that. That's what we'd like to do. Nice move, guys. What's up? BTC in the house. Now, the cool thing is that we actually caught this during awake hours. Man, it's 1 in, good gosh. Now, we're awake in the back mostly, right, in terms of the group, etc. But as we would look at it, and we'll watch the pattern formation here, it looks like it fell out just a touch from that specified bull pennant with a bit of a save. And it looks like we're trying to push into a little bit of make it a wedge. What do we got? Make it a wedge, not a descending triangle. All right, that is what it is. Small variation to the downside. Small angle to the downside. We will see how this wants to play. It's pretty flat, isn't it? When we're talking about these, and I discuss those frequently with you guys, and we saw a good way to beat one of these earlier on today with that WBS or WSB coin, whatever it was, the DEX token. And we know that Bitcoin has been tricky on descending triangles. Copy that. We saw that a couple times here frequently. You guys know this, huh? Yeah. Here we go with a descending triangle over here. It is so much more fun to stream when there's price action, right? Boom, right? Nice move. Oops, not quite so nice a move. Just took all the shorts on that specific descending triangle. Bearish by design. You guys know this on the 5-minute chart. Bearish by design they are, right? Secondary one with an angle to it. Boom, nice angle, just a small angle to the upside. So also, these are much more, we're in a real micro feature on the 1-minute time frame right now, operating on that 1-minute time frame. As you get an appreciation for these larger patterns, the smaller patterns can cost you a little cash. All right, they can cost you a little cash when it's really got the velocity to move and you can see it moving on the screen. Then the smaller patterns at times work. But when it decides to reset, okay, when it decides to reset, okay, and it needs to pattern a bit more, you just need to let it formulate for a minute, okay? I'm just going to tell you guys, when it really indicates that it needs a little bit more time to pattern, it just as you go from the lower time frames to the larger time frames, it's going to need a little bit more in terms of that timing, typically. So just always be cautious. Just promise me you'll be cautious when you're dealing with micro patterning, okay? Just watch these micro patterns, because sometimes 3 or 4 of them will play out incorrectly, and then you'll be wound up. You'll wind up wondering why. Why the patterns aren't working. It's just because they're really micro patterns. Like you go into the 15-second time frame, right? You have a lot more variety, variation, etc. You may be even competing. Technically, you may be competing with, and you guys know this, you may technically be competing with a larger time frame. At some point, you get to such a lower time frame, you're competing with the traders at the higher time frames who have already quit. So you may be looking at something that's bullish, whereas on the hourly, everybody's out of the trade, right? Or on the 30-minute, they're gone, right? So to the extent that this is not an ideal pattern, I just say that Bitcoin has surprised recently. I have to tell you guys that. With a small angle to the bottom here, with a small angle, okay, and it did push just a little bit below that level of support, okay, that secondary push down here. So if it were to continue to do that one more time and expand the feature, the market's already getting an indication here that we would be formulating a falling wedge. Understand that, right? That's really crucially indicative as you would watch the transformation of a pattern, right? Because the first specific hit here was a little bit below, not quite this flat bottom support that we would want, right? Flat bottom support on a descending triangle, bearish, right? So the fact that it has moved down a bit here, boom. A, we're not holding support, I would agree, but B, buyers may be inclined right now to be looking for somewhat of a falling wedge, however that may want to formulate. As that bottom level were to pour down, just be cognizant of that, okay? That's important. Now, we did enjoy for quite some time watching pattern formulation in terms of a failed pennant, okay? A failed pennant that would push into a bull flag, okay? That's with an idealized idealized triangulation, idealized bull pennant. Move to the upside, pivot to the downside, to the upside. And I guess if we wanted to constrict this a bit more, we're close. Yeah, we're close to that. In terms of that top line, okay, formulation. We are, okay? And I just want to make sure that we're not just a hit towards the top and a single bear flag to the downside, okay? That would be a different circumstance than a hit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on resistance, support, resistance, support, resistance, okay? So within the framework, I think that's nice. Granted, we're on the 1 minute time frame, okay? So bridging that into the expectation of a flag would be ideal and would not be beyond the realm of expectations, given our past with Bitcoin. We've seen it multiple times that we would see the bull pennant formulate into a bull flag. Now, the fact that we're along resistance, I would just I would caution the fact that we're on resistance. Bottom line, that is what it is. Okay, so for those who have booked at resistance, we always say buy at support, sell at resistance. Okay, trade your patterns, of course, and there we see a little bit of a fall down, hoping that this could be one of those features where bulls kick in squarely and quickly, right? They have in the preceding, let's say the 5, let's see this preceding zone here, and the 5 minute preceding at the top of the wedge that we precedingly discussed. So we'd like to see that. Now again, on the 5 minute, see how early this is. When I talk about compressed condensed patterning, just understand that was just for the drop from the line of resistance, right? So good news is we are looking at the right lines, right? We've had that line up all day long in the back. Let me just show you what we've been looking at here in terms of that level of resistance. Just want to show you guys the level of work we're doing in the back. I'm really proud of it. It's a good thing. So looking at that line of resistance across the top, right here, boom, boom, that internal and that externalized, internalized and externalized pattern within the pattern in terms of that triangulation within the smaller triangulation with the overall larger triangulation. So that specific line has been on our radar for quite a while. Today, that specific triangulation, getting rid of this specific channel framework there. But yeah, that specific line of resistance and support, just that line of resistance and support. So we've had that and been looking at that for quite a long time in the back restricted zone VIP DM. Okay, direct message. We're always in touch. It's a very cool thing. I was going to take last night off. I went up doing a lot of work for VIP. I don't call it work. I mean, I enjoy it, but I'm just like, it's we gotta hustle through those new coins. They're not going to just no one's going to sit there and just tell us about all the new coins. Man, I got to say, I really want to grow this channel to have some cool features like this. I don't know. I was almost thinking too, I would just like a 24/7, like, it has to be live though. It can't like be prepaid programming, something annoying like that, but something like live 24/7 where someone's always, now the problem is you couldn't catch it all the time, but anytime you could catch it, you would have, and you wouldn't want to repeat programming, kind of like on the, sometimes it'd be beneficial, but like on the news, like, like CNN or Fox News or something, you wouldn't necessarily want to do that, So let's see. Yeah. Just a bit here because I wanted to, but here would be the framework of the wedge. Okay. If we could establish this, understanding that we just came out of a relative ascending triangle below. We would expect that, to tell you the truth. If we're hitting a line of resistance above, we just would to an extent. Now, we carved in with a channel above it along that level of, let's look at this. Okay, and it's differentiated on the specific 15-second, of course, from the 1 minute. But we did formulate a pretty impressive, not just confirmation, but then a channel above it, right? So we're looking at a framework here to begin to ascertain where we are headed. Up north of this pattern would be great. Pricing target already achieved from this specific move here. We'd like to, this was a nice move to the upside, you guys have to admit. It would be nice to pattern here. I wouldn't necessarily want to drop back down through to this feature here in terms of this level of support indicated by that channel. However, the move to the upside was strong enough that it could do one of two things. It could, if we can get this specific falling wedge at the top a little bit maybe well-defined, or if we just want to get up and out of it, would be fine. We do have multiple hits on resistance, multiple hits on support, so she's ready to go. She is at resistance. Okay, so some velocity would be nice. If she wants to kick up, guys, she can. Okay, because we've had nice moves here. This can operate as a clear, if buyers are ready to get through this resistance, it could operate as a clear continuation pattern. The type of, because we don't see this all the time. To see a wedge like this in the context of a bullish run and scope up, right? These are the types that can literally just go boom, right? That can just continue to the upside. Yes, wedges, falling wedges are bullish, okay? But rarely do you see them just going boom to the upside. They do when they're in the midst of a bullish patterning and framework and a run like this. Bam. This is a miniature bull run, right? We would want the breakout of that specific level of resistance. Okay, failed. Okay, so still watching. The descending triangle was rejected. Okay, the notion of that to the downside was rejected. Okay, would be a bearish pattern with bearish implications. Shorts love, they love descending triangles. This notion of the wedge, yes, is the catch for this specific bull pennant. Okay, so we're noting right now a wedge catch for the bull pennant failure. Noted. I'm going to say noted. Okay. And again, when you look at people who sold, you say, well, why would you sell at resistance? Well, you could have sold at the spike up and above, right? You could have sold at that level and recaptured at a, there we go, some price action. So for those who have regrouped at that level, repurchased below, congratulations. If you bought down here further in the wedge at any kind of a discount. That's why I challenge people, are you really a bull? Let's go, bulls. We marched that bull around for a VIP. Want to see what you got. Come on. Come on, come on. I just told everybody you could scream to the upside. Don't upset the technicals. Don't fight the bad fight here. Let's go. Now, carrying this level up would be a possibility, and I'll bring this up, just the parallel function of the bottom line support to the top line resistance as we talk about formulation of a flag, okay, would be a potential. We would prefer to get up and out of this quickly, okay, because I don't want the flag to set below this line of resistance. I don't want to be doing a double breakout here on the technicals. So it looks like it was a big push up and out of this specific descending bullish framework of a specific falling wedge. You got some orders. You saw that pick up quite aggressively, okay, to the extent that we are up and above what could be this upward expression, the parallel carry up of that, I'm going to say of this support carried up to resistance. I just invite us to set on the 1 minute well up and above this level, because that's an important catch line as you would talk about support carried up to potential resistance, because the parallel framework within which the bull flag would want to establish itself, okay, that parallel channel framework, that is something very much on the scope of the traders right now, okay? You guys get that? In terms of this bottom line function, just carried up. The reason why, because we need a parallel channel, and people are thinking bullish activity, we're going to formulate a bullish flag. How would we do that, right? So currently we're seeing price action attempt to confirm off resistance to turn into support, not flying that level of resistance you guys are familiar with, right? So I know VIP made money tonight. What's up? What's up, VIP? Ba-boom. That is nice. Way to go, VIP. I just know when VIP are making money. It's a good thing, huh? May not be every day, huh? Every other day. How about every other day? VIP are making money. That's the idea, right? And no yield farming. Whatever yield farming is, don't do that. I'm just going to go ahead and tell you, I have no idea. You guys do what you want to do. Whatever yield farming is, don't do that. I have no idea what that is. Don't do it. Well, I don't know. I know that the price of the coin can collapse and strangle you in your farm. So don't do that. It's not cool. We don't like that. We don't like that jazz. That's some bad tunes in the club. We don't want that. So looking at the framework here, bullish pattern. I have lifted this just with the understanding that we could formulate within this, because it's the last thing that people would think about is, okay, it could continue back in the threshold of this channel. Okay. The channel framework that's indicated, just kind of an advanced feature, but not something to necessarily shy away from. Just be prepared for potential lower levels as we would look at them. In terms of the fib retracements that people stepped into, BAM framework on the lines versus the actual candle wicks. VIP don't even need to be told about that at all. They understand their fibs like no tomorrow. Way to go. Way to go, VIP. And again, that's our top level of membership. And so, looking like she wants to go. No one likes to sit on resistance with a pattern formation. They just don't, especially when you've already thrusted twice up and above. It's just not a very popular thing to say, huh? Let's just hang out along resistance, right? Let's draw this on the candle wicks and watch this and get into the technicals. If you guys are trading, what's up? What's up? What's up? I know you guys made money from the lower trajectory up. If you bought at support from the patterns that we identified in the back today, you're doing well. Congratulations. If you traded that breakout, congrats as well. That was so quick. It's very nice. It's a nice pattern framework. So looking at the candle wicks just a bit in terms of the maximum expression of the pattern framework, we're just right along that level of resistance. And that's not where we just absolutely want to be, but it is where we have arrived, essentially. We're also at the top of I definitely don't want to say this, all right, but one way to beat it would be with a bull flag. The this rising wedge on the candle wicks. Interesting. Noted. Huh? Rising wedge on the candle wicks with an internal bull flag. Nice. And we're trying to formulate a bit of a more macro bull flag approach on the candle wicks. I will drown out this line just a touch in terms of this and this and this. There we go. I just never, I mean, I guess I feel bad if someone doesn't book that big of a trade, right? But I'm always happy if someone buys at support, sells at resistance, trades a pattern, something like that. They book a trade. They're like, well, I didn't get all the price actions. Well, you booked a trade, right? That's sweet, dude. Just, chill with it. Like, enjoy that. That's part of conquering the market. You always want to achieve the full threshold of all the price action, but not all the time is that going to be required or even. And you have to think sometimes if you sell, it becomes oversold. Some other people at that level will buy. So it's the worst thing in the world. It's like, well, I sold. Like, it became more oversold, right? So what happened? Well, other people bought. So what happened? Well, the price went up, right? Well, then the other axiom on that is, well, then they bought. So what happened? It became overbought. So what happened? Well, so people sold. Right, you could get in a cyclical kind of, I've heard of people trying to explain their bad luck in the market. And, if you have big positions, that stuff can happen. Right, that stuff can happen if you have bigger positions. I laugh with some people about that, but don't ever think the market's completely just against you or anything like that. Try and stay level-headed the majority of the time. How about that? The majority of the time, not all the time. We gotta do what we gotta do. Now this is what is this doing? What is this doing here? I'm gonna ask everybody, what is this doing here? What is this ascending triangle doing down here? Huh? Who thinks we'll return to this level right here? Oh, no. Prove us wrong, please. Do not come back down to this level. Do not. Let's see if we can prohibit ourselves from coming back down to the level of 41,783, a drop of 1.18%. Now, who thinks we can prevent that? Any thoughts? Anyone? anyone think that we can prevent from going back down to that poorly constructed, noted, the poorly constructed ascending triangle? It's not within the realm of perfection here, this ascending triangle. It's just not, it's imperfect, right? It's just not. Even this line of buyer support is stretched a bit, right? Right, it's externalized within this anticipated line of support. It's just pushed a little bit. We have 3 nice hits in a row there, right? 3 nice hits along that level of prior resistance. Now, I know for a fact, I'm going to tell you for a fact, and this is just it, there are orders waiting at that level. There just are, okay? At the same time, we're in the midst of a breakout of a bullish pattern, guys. Let's look at this, okay? Doesn't get much cleaner than that in terms of a breakout. Let's look at this. That's nice on the 1 minute time frame. The constriction is there, slightly. There is a constriction here in terms of this breakout, okay? Now, I've hidden in the background just a touch this line of resistance. Let's do this and scope this up. There we go. That is a level of resistance, okay, on that larger time frame. Oh, just be the one time. We had this on Immutable X. I'll just say that, right? It's not a classical formation of an ascending triangle. You know that. It's not a standard. I mean, we don't have that nice pullback feature to the support. We do have 2 lines to formulate the support. However, you know, it looks like we're along resistance, formulating bullish patterns along resistance. Let's raise this to there, and now we're in line with something that looks a little bit more like a bull flag. You guys agree? And whether or not you draw this internalized here and you're scoping off this just a touch, we'll go over the upside target for the bull flag just a second. Now, it is an expanding, it's kind of an expansion, huh? Going back to the candle wicks is nice, because with the candle wicks we still haven't broken out of, let's say this. Okay, we've broken out of, that's going to be a real level of resistance on the candle wicks that we're going to have to get through and beyond. I'm just not of the opinion to have people throttle in at resistance. That's just me, okay? If you hit support lower, fantastic. If you have a trigger trade set up, a conditional trigger trade set up for here, ba-boom, that's fine. That's beautiful. Like up and above, that's nice. When we really start to run up, you guys know a conditional trigger trade? That helps. Trigger, T-R-I-G-G-E-R, right? We start to get up and move, boom. Lines of resistance can be, that's a nice, they can be expensive, okay? Without a doubt. So can return to ascending triangles. Can be expensive if you're on the long side of it, okay? To the extent that there are defects presented here. We haven't dealt with an ascending triangle like this. You got Path, Slim, Luke, you guys in the back, Craig, you guys know that, huh? We haven't. This one we dealt with on Immutable X. It misbehaved, right? This one I wouldn't say is misbehaved, but it's just a different, it's a different pattern. It's not a textbook ascending triangle. It's just not. For the record, it is not. Still has the basic trappings of one. Right? Still has the basic trappings of one, but if one were to be overlooked, I say this every time, if one were to be overlooked, it would probably be this one, right? We just typically want a bit more of a line of support with a trajectory in line with something like this works, right? We want some line of support. Okay, we would prefer something along the lines of that. Now, the more that I extend the framework of this, yes, okay, we've got that, but it's just it's really, really consolidated, really condensed. So here we go. Let's go. BTC pushing up above resistance, up 3.35%. Let's see what we got. Bullish pattern in play. Wedge. Now upside target. Let's go ahead and measure this to the upside. Conservative. Come here. Conservative move to the upside, and we'll do the aggressive measurement as well. Still on micro moves, trying to blast through this level of resistance. It looks like it's a big day for Bitcoin. And the longs and the shorts are having a discussion. Wouldn't you guys imagine? You see a pause in price action, just assume such. Because this needs the momentum to go to the upside. And it seems stalled briefly. We're along this line of resistance. Just to recap, 3.22% to the upside, $42,367. And someone hit the pause button right on the price action. In terms of the level of resistance we have on the different time frame, these specific hits here on the hourly, okay, this specific level of resistance carried down through is what you're at on, was it the 4? These lines, there we go, on the 4 hourly. I will not get into, that's on the candle wicks, the best that we can get on the wicks. That's how I had to reframe that. That's good, that's fine. So she has not wanted to give up thus far. So let's go. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. A little bit of pause in the price action. It's just not what we want when we see a bullish feature like that. We just don't want to see it. We're at the level of resistance, okay? So, all right. That was a nice breakout, you have to say. It was a nice, to the extent that represented a pretty nice breakout on the lines, etc. It did traject up, just stalled. That occurs time to time. So, watching, let's just continue to see if she wants to continue to the upside. There we go, a little confirmation on that level of prior resistance. We'll take that as a confirmation for a move to the upside. What do you got, Bitcoin? Up 3.35% on the day, 42,371. This is London with Bitcoin Spike. Added thus far $1,300, $1,375 under the price. Not bad. Way to go, Pathfinder. Letting us know it was running while we're going over some patterns. And I know he is trading in the back, doing a great job. He has awesome charts. Always talking about that next coin to move, next coin to lift. We stay on top of Bitcoin 24/7. There we go. Let's go, baby. Let's go, let's go. Now let me reframe, get in the targets on the upside. Ba-boom. There we go. All right, all right, all right, all right. Now this is getting nice. So we continue. Way to go. Get some thrust. Let's go. Velocity. We need some velocity. We need the price to scream to the upside. Good. Let me draw this here and you bust that, please, to the upside. Come on. This would be a hindrance in terms of the specific channel formation to the upside, right? Just general expectation of a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 breakout right? Just the channel formation to the upside. That can be busted. It's not as, I want to say this, it's not fully formulated as a wedge. You guys know I don't like to break out of wedges. That's not a really tight wedge. Slight constriction, I'm cool with. I don't like tightly wound wedges. Yeah, what's up? 3.49% to the upside. What's up, VIP? Way to go. Way to trade. Good job, guys. 42,437. Some positive price. Could we leave this thing in the dust? It's going to be our immutable X ascending. We could leave that thing in the dust. Oh, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? For it to show a little bit of decorum and not hammering back down into the ascending triangles. This one is kind of pushing it, right? Level of support, level of resistance. Just the level of support didn't traject down quite enough in a secondary. It's just a little bit abbreviated. When you condense it, it's just a little bit too, the framework of it just suggests that something else could potentially be going on, but the drop suggests it is an ascending triangle. So carving our way north. And let's go into the 15-second real quickly. Let's see what's going on in the 15-second, if you guys don't mind. All right. We have a little bit messy, huh? We have an expansion that is ongoing, receiving a confirmation to the upside as we speak. A lot of differentiation on that 15-second chart. I just like to see the entirety of the price action. Let's see where she goes. It does eliminate our flag attempt. I'm going to tell you that right now. It is just that's pretty much it for the flag. Flag seems to be over. Now we had an expansion here on the 15-second on this lower time frame. Okay, on the preceding kind of that let's say that specific quote unquote immutable X ascending, right? For those in the back, they know what I'm talking about. The VIPs. You guys are not VIP. You need to upgrade to VIP 2022. That's why we do all this. We like the VIPs, guys. You know, be VIP. It's 2022. Go for it. Why not? What else is going to happen in 2022? Turn into a VIP. See the expansion here? Boom. Okay, so we have a bit of that same expansion here, right? The preceding level did move to the upside, as you see this on the 15-second, right? A little bit of I'd say an upshot here with an expansion, upshot with an expansion. So that'd be the second one that we beat thus far. Oh no, that wasn't good. Did you hear that? I was like, oh, did you guys hear that one? That wasn't good. On the 15-second, oh, nosies. Here we go. Oops. What do you guys think about that one? Ding, 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 ding. And what's for dinner? Oops. Oops, 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 oops. That's a tough one, guys. You see that one? Now, let's see Bitcoin get on up. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. Dang. You'll see the 15-second? That's a sweet ascending triangle. That is textbook perfect. That's really nice. 2 hits along the top here with an ascending line of support. That is textbook. That's nice. Now, I would prefer BTC to continue to get up past this level of resistance. We want that price action. No stalls. Let's go, baby. Come on. I was going to put on some high stakes or some music, huh? What do we got the VIP music, huh? Because we're rocking with BTC, huh? This is good music, so this is a good time. So I'm going to throw on some heavy hitting VIP music. Let's see what we got here. Bum, 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 bum. What do we have? Some of this, I play the wrong one every time. It sounds like something weird. Let's go Bitcoin, 42,407, 3.43% to the upside. Let's bring this. Let's go. Now, what is the, I have no idea which song is going to play. No. No. Okay, that is the coolest song that we have for the record now in the future. It is called Not the One. What is up? The jet, the airway, the takeoff, ba-boom. Way to go. Screaming to the upside. 4 point. Get on up past that. Get past that. Come on. Get up there. Bitcoin. 5.5, 5 point. There we go, guys. Boom, 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 boom. Bam. Boom. Nice move to the upside. Boom. Nice move to the upside. There we go. Setting. All right. All right. Nice move to the upside, guys. Nice move. Go, baby. Go. Preceding. We're on the lowest time frame, guys. Probably should stay off of the specific 15-second, but we're on it for right now. The higher this goes, the better it gets, is what I'm going to tell you guys. Let's go, Bitcoin. Up 4.56% to 42,868. What's going on, guys? Looks like the level of resistance may be done. Boom. What is up? What is up? Nice moves. Nice moves. Up 5%. Let's go, baby. Let's go. What do we got? All right, all right, all right. Is she done? She has just popped loose. She is rolling. 5.6, 5.65. Powering to the upside. Take a little bit of a step back and look at what all she's just done, guys. She's broken out of this specific constriction. Nice move. She's going towards the top of that specified line of resistance across the top. In terms of that, it has already served, okay, within a threshold here of the top level, that regression trend in terms of that specified level of resistance, okay? So it has met threshold, standard deviation, okay? The regression trend is a standard deviation tool. To the extent that that is going to hold, that is a key feature, okay? And it's going to be a key feature for us to ultimately break out of. However, understanding kind of the highways of price action, such is such, okay? In terms of super trend elements come into the mix. I'm gonna say that we begin to discuss elements of super trend once we're up and above. Any kind of a throw over situation is definitely within the realm of contemplation. So we throw the jet up and boom, we'll play a little music and she gets up and goes. We like it. We like it. Period. So let me do this. Get into that. Let me get into. Let me move this over just a touch. Nice move, 5.26% to the upside. Now, we're getting into a realistic level of resistance. You guys, you understand that. There's a real level of resistance in terms of what's been formulated beforehand or not, beyond speculation or any kind of conjecture. This is a take right here in the market. Fair enough? Boom. Exactly right on. Now, that's a variable line within the candle wick framework, okay? That is a variable line. We have multiple variable lines along the top here. I'm noting the several, even on the smaller time frame, ascending triangle. I'm noting that right now, okay? Noted. We never think we're going to get back down there, do we? It's just impossible, isn't it? Because look how high it is. It's never going back down here. That's what we always think, isn't it? Inevitably, we always think that. Now we're past a major line of resistance. You guys get that? Without a doubt. Now, a little bit of backtrack in terms of potential for another line of, let's say, level of formation. Nice move, guys. So this one's interesting because you have to go to the 15-second to fill this out as a nice ascending triangle. Noted. Bull's going to continue. We're going to continue to push. Guys, you guys tell me, huh? We're going to continue to push. I need to know. I need to hear it from VIP. Are we pushing? You guys tell me, huh? Let me know. I'm going to have to ask in the chats. I need to know. Are we pushing? Are VIP pushing? You're on your kid's Oculus right now. Nice. I have TradingView and YouTube floating in front of me. How cool. Metaverse is awesome. Isn't that cool? You got to see the jet, huh? Did you see the bull and the jet in Metaverse? Whoa, Slim. Did you see? We're trading, guys. We're trading. We can trade and talk at the same time. Did you see the bull and jet on VR? Oculus. Dude, that must have been awesome. You guys have to admit, with the music and the Oculus and the jet and the spike afterwards, that is sweet. That is so cool. Everyone has to experience that. VIP, that is awesome, dudes. You have to tell me, Slim, did you see that all on Oculus? Because that would be rad. You guys have to understand. I mean, that's an experience. You understand that? That's not just like, well, I tune in, I have a YouTube channel. No, dude, I have an Oculus Prime. I throw it on. We get the jet flyby with the pounding music and the spike, boom, right after. That is just awesome. That is so cool. You got to let me know. Slim, did you see that? That is just too cool, dude. Way, way, way too cool. Looking for additional patterning across the top. Now all the VIPs and everybody else must be like, what is this? You know, like, that's pretty cool, huh? Depending on how loud you have the music, you have to give it up. Like, that's pretty cool, huh? With the jet flyby, back to the technicals, shoo, and then bam with the spike. That's sweet, guys. That's a different way to catch a spike, huh? With a jet flyby, that's pretty awesome. Congratulations, guys. That's VIP all the way. Do you think some people who aren't VIP are a little bit jealous or something? Honestly, because they don't like us because we are VIP. I tell them that's fine. You become VIP is no problem. The only requirement is that you want to beat the market. And for some reason, that just stops people. It's like, oh. I'm like, come on, man. You know, you just got to want to beat the market. Blue collar, white collar, bull flag in process right now. Can you guys see that condensed on the screen? Get good at reading that compressed price action if you can. I can expand it a little bit. Oh, no. Just, here we go. A little bit of let's throw this into a fan reversal if we can. Let me go to the candle wicks real quickly. Get on down through this. Get on down through this. See if we can get a reversal to the upside so you understand what's going on with price action. Potential for one more level, and we'd have a reversal to the upside. It's a nice higher high. Get up there right now. Get up, baby. Come on. If you're just staring at the descending triangle, I thought we had a flag condensed. We didn't. Glad we went to lower time frame. We need a higher high. Good. Push that up. Bulls are here. What's up, baby? Go. Go, go, go. Let's see what we got. I'm still curious about that lower level. I don't know. That 15-second on the lines. I'm not sure we ever tested 15-second on the lines before. To tell you the truth, I don't think we have. So the requirement for a fan reversal. Okay. We would have a resistance to support, and on up. We can classify this as a, get up, baby. This is on the 15-second. We are micro focused on this right now, okay? To the extent that that wants to be interpreted as a bull pennant and it's just a super uber aggressive bull pennant, beautiful, fine, no problem. Looking at these lines of resistance that we're coming up upon, just to discuss them, let's talk about them. Where are we at right now? We are at that threshold on the line on the, let's see, hourly. Close, huh? Yeah. Close to the hourly. Let's go to the 30-minute. Let's go to the, yeah. Man, that would be one heck of a channel to bust, guys. Support, resistance, resistance, support. Bam, bam. Be a nice channel to bust through with the expectation of a repeat of that amplitude. Man, that get us up out of the that would get us up out of the macro. You guys realize we're upon the threshold here of this larger. You guys understand where we're at, huh? We're getting close to. Question is, could we pop this early? Yeah, we went to the kind of the highway. You guys know that we went to the highway. Bam, right? Okay, so we went to that highway approach in terms of what could thrust us up beyond that level of resistance. Okay, so let's get rid of this. Boom. This specified constriction within the overall constriction, right? This symmetrical triangulation within the, let's put it in the framework here. Boom, 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 boom. I say, if anyone ever tells me I lost a trade, you know, and I'm going to say like, oh no, what's going to happen? What's going to happen on the next trade? You know, that's the answer. If you ever lose a trade, next, don't get all beat up by the market. Don't let it like, you know, affect your ability to like conduct life in a cool manner. Like, don't do that to people. Just be cool. It's the market. It's going to fake and it's going to do all kinds of things to the best, to literally the computers. They probably test this stuff, you know, and they try and psych out the computers that are in charge of it. Like, they have to test those computers, you have to think. So, so to the extent that you lose a trade, you do something else, like make it up. Like, what's going to happen tomorrow? That's cool. Everything was awful today. I've lost all my money. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, fine. What's going to happen tomorrow? What are you going to do tomorrow? What about your next trade? Well, I don't have any more money. You have some money. You know, you can still trade something, huh? What kind of shoes are those? You know, just like, no, you could trade something, right? Like a guy walking around with like, you know, these $2,000 Air Jordans, and like, I don't have any more money to trade. Like, come on, man. Give it a couple weeks, you'll be back in the game, bro. No problem. I never had Air Jordans. I didn't like Nikes, but I played some hoop. I went to Duke. Hey, shout out to Duke. What's up? Duke beating Michigan State in the house. I don't think this is their year. I have told that to important people. I do not believe that this is their year. Try and find that gambling crowd who really thinks that you have the magical touch on predicting basketball games. Oh man, I got to tell you, they're gonna beat Cincinnati by over 10. You know, they're gonna beat the spread. You know, just go ahead and tell them, you know, guys, you really care about. Like, I would never do that to the VIP, to our crypto, that kind of stuff, sports gambling, everything else. I'm not into it. Like, you know, predicting the player's going to have a sprained ankle in the fourth quarter, or you know, whatever. You know, it comes down to that weird stuff. Like, I don't know about that. We'll just stick with technicals. We love technicals. Let's go to the 1 minute time frame right here. Nice. Sometimes I got to tell you, it helps a little bit not to just watch this, right? Just to give it a little bit of time to open up a bit, right? So, still getting there on the 1 minute. Don't like that on the 1 minute necessarily. We have a potential for a, let's see what we got here. That is telling me something, okay? In terms of a potential for a, that 1 minute's a little tough right now, isn't it? But that double bottom, just count it as a reversal if we have to on the 1 minute. Because we had the descending triangulation, just a small, I thought it was a bull flag, really. When it was condensed, it felt like a bull flag. Just didn't capitulate enough. On the candle wicks, let's go to the candle wicks, see what we had. We had, yeah, perfectly flat bottom there. So now this is going to be the overall question. If we're going to set a higher low here, or if we're going to stick in line with, let's go to the candle wicks again to get some more detailed price action. Okay? Now, this is towards the top of that threshold, right? Now, we just went through this, didn't we, guys? On the 5 minute, check this out. Didn't we just go through this? Booyah, bam. Descending triangle flipped up into another descending triangle and moved to the downside. We're on that same threshold line of resistance. Very interesting, right? This descending triangle, which we had previously on the 5 minute chart. What was that? A few days back? What was this? Boom. Boom. 3 days ago, right? 3 days and 8 hours ago, along this top line of resistance, we had a descending triangle. But it flipped around and pushed to the upside. Here, flipped around, upside. It's just been a real consistent channel to gauge your pricing action by. What a move. What a move. What a move. What a move. Way to go, Bitcoin. Way to go, VIP, everybody. Let's see. Not and her, and Jet. I just read that. And Jet on Oculus Prime. Prime. That's a typo. Typo. Hold on. Typo correction. Just apologies. There we go. Note correction. Phone. Let me do that real quickly in the chat. Note correction, phone. Yeah, sorry, it said and. I meant to say the jet. It's just not used to taking in the word jet. It said and her. I don't know what her is. The jet could be a her jet or not, but it was supposed to be the jet. I wanted to know if you saw the jet on the specific Oculus Prime. So we could have a little more room to the upside here in terms of that level of resistance. Some people look at levels of resistance only as a feature, and as we go into this, it's kind of interesting as we go to this secondary level here on the 30-minute time frame. Let's go to the 5-minute, see if we can fit this on the screen. In terms of this specific feature here, 30-minute time frame is highly indicative of where price is right now. Okay. Okay. Now the 30-minute time frame has us scheduled up right in line with, okay, and just pay attention to this level. We have the 30-minute on the line just as essentially that threshold in terms of the upside. Well, great price action. Shout out to Slim, shout out to Pathfinder, shout out to Angel. What's up, Angel, my brother? How are you? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're trading Bitcoin. If you've been around it, which I know you have for 10 years, invested in it, etc., and trading it for 10 years, it may be completely different to you. You may either not like to trade it anymore, or you may scoff or joke at anyone who would suggest that you would never be trading it. I don't know. I do kind of know. But I'll bring up those two options just to wonder. Oh, Angel. Angel. I have to call him in a minute. Have to call you, my brother, see what's going on. So line of resistance in terms of the threshold of this specific line, okay? Now, interesting. Hold on. Let me pull this down here. See, that's not going to give it to us. We have that, huh? I'm always looking for parallel lines when I'm lining up the charts. Now, some of the pattern features are very straightforward. You guys know that? Like, extremely straightforward. But when I'm laying out channels, okay, when I'm laying out parallel functions like this on the 30-minute, I'm looking for anything that has a parallel function in terms of the line of support, right, carried up to a line of resistance here, in terms of some sort of an expression between, I say expression of the condition of the market as is occurring between the buyers and sellers, right, a slope. Well, you know, what slope is in process right now? As we would look at this, that's important for me right now to recognize on the 30-minute we have a support, and a resistance. That's important. That is, without a doubt, that's important on the 30-minute time frame. Line these up. Boom, boom, boom. Bam, bam, bam. Right there. Bam, bam, bam. That's important. That's a parallel feature. So we have a channel cut through amidst another channel, right? So we have essentially it's expressive of the relationship and the ongoings of the buyers and sellers. It just is that supply demand function, okay? Bottom line. So looking at this on the 1-minute, and we did capitulate back from that top line resistance. Now we keep wanting to say bulls will pick up. We do not want this to be a shot up. We want to pattern along the top. We have patterned thus far. We would like to give the traders an opportunity to continue to trade to the upside and not just take at a target. Let me rewind back to let's get all the way back to the regression trend. Okay. See, because we do fall short on that top line formation. Resistance. I could schedule this in a little bit below. All right. But that's squarely seated 1, 2, 3 on the 30-minute. Okay. It's just 30-minute because I have to fit it all on the screen. You guys understand that? I have to fit this on the screen somehow. The larger time frames or smaller time frames will not fit on the screen. So I think we may have lost slim, good. He probably has no computer or any keyboard anymore. You might have a virtual keyboard in that Oculus. We may have lost him to the metaverse. Slim VIP is most likely gone. We need you back, Slim. Paging Slim. VIP. Slim Doge. What is it? Slim Goody. Slim, he liked to trade. He's the Doge Terminator. He's literally the Terminator for Doge. Do you guys realize that? Everyone think, oh, Doge. Do you guys catch that? Slim Doge VIP. He's the Terminator of Doge, or the Doge Terminator. I don't know what that means. I mean, looking forward to another cycle of Doge, either before or after 2025. No problem. The real Doge crew will still be there, and they will probably mint cash. There's no problem liking something that no one else likes. You know, when it gets unpopular, man, they don't even know. When it gets unpopular, you need to look at that. I'm telling you, the more unpopular it gets, you need to look at that. I am telling you, the more unpopular that gets, you need to continue to look at that. And the ones who master that lesson make a lot of cash, period. When it gets, oh, no one wants to touch it, and oh, this is so, that's awful, and no one needs to buy that. Yeah, when it gets down there and talked down in price like that, you better be looking at it. The more, the better. Just keep talking it down. Keep pushing all this stuff down. I don't care if it's Bitcoin at $29,000 off $65,000. Keep trash talking it. Go for it on CNBC. Run a 24-hour news special on CNN. I mean, please, just talk it into the dirt. Make no one want it. And we will be there, and we will buy it. Period. Upside target. I have the 47,331 as the upside target of the breakout of this descending triangle. Ooh, that'd be nice, huh? Now, this is interesting, okay? You guys who trade, all right? I know you guys trade, right? Okay. Let's pay attention to this, okay? Not real exciting. Not exactly what everyone wants to hear. We're going to talk about the framework and the channeling right now in terms of what goes on. You guys watch your screen, watch your positions, trade. You guys do that all the time, right? But I want to discuss a little bit of the framework of what you know I'm talking about right now in terms of channeling within a pattern. You guys do this, you know, you trade, so you recognize when it's like, okay, this is a channel framework within the pattern. It's just they establish themselves as the framework of trajecting, pardon me, guys, from the upside resistance, the downside support, right? We've got this specific support, right, into the resistance confirmed as support. So as along this pathway here, we construct different channels, okay, to get us up, okay? Deviation, fine, for the purposes of this discussion so you understand what we're doing. This was real aggressive. Like this move to the upside doesn't need to occur all the time, okay? A lot of positions in here with sell orders just at this level of resistance, that's fine. Okay, key focal. This is a key focal on the extensions as well, as you guys know that. And that cross line of support from the 20,000, you guys know October 2020, the 10,000 actually, $10,000 for October 2020. As we look at that, you guys know, VIP knows this function here, right? Key feature here in terms of the support to the resistance, right? And that general zone as well as the extensions, right? So as we look at the features, and it doesn't look, as I bring up a highway, like just a generalized highway, as we would, just a pricing path. When we look at the regression trend, it's one way of expressing on a lower time frame. Let's go to the 30-minute. As we would look at the different, see that specific regression trend. Just, we're starting to exemplify what price does go through. We could tighten this up, etc. However you would want to trade this channel, etc. Right? You could get into, formulating if you wanted to, if you had a good way of doing it, specific pitchforks, specific price highways that you would look at with interior or even exterior like channel frameworks, right? Just simple stuff, right? So you would have now we could definitely make this much more presentable and nice and understandable and beautiful. The problem is this: we do have, or the point is this: we do have these expressions or these channel frameworks that are working from the support to the resistance, support, resistance, support. I see this. Now it gets a little jagged in here, right? We formulated a pattern within this overall pattern. To the extent that this became so volatile, bam, 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 right? To the extent that we were to choose, it's an option instead of just flying, okay, in terms of literally just price action, just flying, extremely abrupt moves up, down, just very uncomfortable if you have the wrong position, right? Or if you're worried about your position. But a lot of times you'll see carving framework of the price action, okay, as you, and channel framework of the price action, as you navigate the interior of a pattern. It's not going to just be a diagonal straight line, right? So it's going to have volatility to the up and down side. That's what we're experiencing now. What we really discussed quite a bit, you guys, didn't we, in terms of this breakout. Let's go to the 5-minute time frame. And we started to see that quite a bit in, you see it definitely a channel cut like this, bull flag. Let me go to, let me see the 4-hourly. See what the 4-hourly is on this to kind of prove this point. But yeah, kind of this jagged, the jagged level of price action like this along the way up from the 4-hourly to the 1-hourly, etc. It just became very carved, right? We started really carving, very, jagged, very, a lot of volatility is what we should probably say. So to the extent that we have this notion in play now of a channel framework, I just want to keep it in mind that we have traversed from support, resistance, support. We could, draw in a level or a trajectory from that support to the resistance along the top, right? Now, these channels, the channels become very important in terms of understanding the traversing from support to resistance to support to resistance. And as we get into a different pattern framework, yes, there is a transition in here, right? There is a transition in terms of, the volatility just expressed down, boom, boom. Very aggressive moves here, even lately within here. However, as we start to establish another channel framework here, I just want to bring up the notion that this is a very, very standardized framework to look at things in terms of, and let me look at a, let's see if I can bring this up on another screen and show it to you guys. Let's see what we got. Optimized channel. That's interesting. Let's see. I may be able to find this or not. Each and every one of these essentially channels, and there's a nice representation of it, of what I'm looking at. Now, I started off this discussion earlier, BTC pushing back up 491 just a touch. I'm giving it a little bit of time so we're not just staring at each and every component of it. I want it to pattern is what I want it to do. Will it? We'll see. Okay, there we go. Boom, pick up. Come on, baby. I just want it to pattern a little bit. Now, in terms of that, let's see what we got. Okay. So, long story short, on the channel framework, we were discussing when this started to take off, right? The move to the upside in 2020 to 21. Copy that, right? This strong move here. And looking at the, let's see what we got. This dynamic here of the channel framework, even there, okay, not necessarily within a pattern, right? Patterns were contained within that channel during that time, but you'll have the circumstance where within your patterns, the price action is also channeled, okay? You just will. That's the way the price action works when you guys trade quite a bit, particularly a swing trade, right? You'll notice that frequently. So there's a threshold of a support, generalized support, and resistance. Support, resistance. As we get back into a channel framework, I'm bringing that to your attention, right? Because it can be indicative of the fact that we're still channeling within a specific, the interior of a pattern. Okay, yes, we've broken out of this pattern. To the extent that this is respected across the top, it's indicative we could, to the extent we would still maintain threshold at, or support, I say the line of support, right, or want to return to that line of support, it would be indicative that we're in one of these, right? We're in some sort of a formulated channel framework within. And I mean, look at this prior, the line of support carried up parallel here to a line of resistance. Even here in this function, you'll see the prior zone even confirmed off a boom, boom. So the market pays attention to these issues, okay? It's just channel framework. If I were to show a typical diagram like this, right, you guys get it, right? Now, those are expressive of price, wave function, zigzag, etc. What I will say is, to the extent that those are either breakout moves by the market, or those are standard channel formations that are developed as a part of the formation of from the levels of support to resistance within the overall pattern framework. It represents a dynamic from a sheer power move in terms of kind of the high levels of velocity that we really like in Bitcoin. All right, so I just bring that up while I have that channel framework in play right now. Okay, while we have the standard deviation and that top line resistance in play. Is it a breakout of the descending triangle? Certainly, because you can't, as you look at that transition between this overall formation from the symmetrical triangle, and again, that came from this hitch here. Why was there a transition? You're like, well, London, you just brought that up. Transition from here, as we set this specific line of resistance, this pivot here, it set us up for a very nice read of the symmetrical triangulation here at this level, okay? So it's a natural thing for the traders to look for, because yes, we have the descending triangle. Great. But we also have this level hit here, this pivot at the 41,783 that provides the level of resistance that accompanies or complements the level of support to provide this notion of a pattern within this pattern. So this becomes more readily identifiable to the traders as we set this level of resistance with this recent pivot that we had along that specific, and as we look at it, along that specific rising wedge. You guys got that, right? Just real, it's not real intuitive if you don't trade a lot. You have to, I think you'd have to understand what's kind of going on, right? Maybe ask a question or read, maybe read about it. Right, there's plenty of materials, but that level of resistance to support that framework, okay, that wedge framework up and out and over here gave us that top line. Once we capitulated, gave us that top line expression, okay, of this specific descending line of resistance, which is accompanying perfectly. Okay, accompanying perfectly within the expectations of formation of a symmetrical triangulation. So it's new because it just got formed within the preceding number of days here, hours, right? It's a new pivot along that level of resistance, which happens to within the last 2 days, 4 hours. So that expression here, the level of resistance, the level of support, is within the conformance of the expectations of technical analysis that we would have a symmetrical consolidation, i.e. symmetrical triangle, which reinforces this on the 4-hourly, this line of support and this line of resistance, which all now comes into a better sense of technical conformance overall. Okay, not to jump ship on the previous patterns, not to do anything. Well, I said a few days ago in terms of the weekly, right? You guys heard that. In terms of this specific, right, symmetrical triangulation on the weekly, I'm not merely reinforcing that as I brought it up, and I like the weekly chart because I also, found this specific descending wedge here, and we got the low, etc. Not because I'm trying to reinforce my own technicals, but because the evolution of the technicals within the last 2 days has confirmed that this is a really strong pattern to look at. You guys, okay? You cool with that, huh? This pivot here is crucial. Bam, within the last 2 days. Bam, it's a big hit, okay? It took me a while to look at the patterns, and we were doing some additional work on new coins, etc., and I really just saw that today. I'm like, man, we have a pattern within a pattern of this specified constriction. So glad to be up and out of it. I was just all but unhappy about the level of the lack of, what was it? The lack of price movement. I was bringing up governmental conspiracies. I made it up myself. You can absolutely just, hook, line, and sinker me on the whole deal. I completely made up a government conspiracy because we had such little price action. So I'm glad to see it move. That should be a conspiracy within itself, that I brought up a made-up, conjured government conspiracy and then the price moved. You guys know that happens. You were live, huh? That may be more feasible than the original thought. However, I couldn't care less. I think however it works is great. I like Bitcoin. I like the market. Whatever needs to be done behind closed doors, let them go do it. We'll enjoy trading all along the way. So let's see what we got here. All right. So the conspiracy was great. You guys, if you missed it, you missed it. So I may have to repeat it one day. It's a great conspiracy. It involves KYC, know your customer, authentication, etc. Let's see what we got here. Are you going to bust out to the downside? Buyers trying. Let's see what we got here. Let's see if we can formulate some degree of, let's see what we got. A little bit of a, actually we need to draw this the way it is. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Fibs always in play. You guys know that. I know VIP are in longs or shorts, whatever they're in right now. They're doing what they need to do. I know how they trade. They got like 4 monitors up in their control room. They're doing fine. All right, that's not optimal. That's suboptimal right there, isn't it? What do you guys think? Suboptimal? Let's see what we got here, though. Let's see what we got here. Oh, man. Don't do it. That's at the 38.2. Boom, boom. So, hit along resistance support, right? We had that notion at the lower level, and bulls charged through. So we're at this level of resistance. Now, where is my, let me get back to the regression trend. Hope you guys are having a good night, by the way. Nice to bring you some price action on BTC. Appreciate all our base campers and all of our VIP in the house. We are so lucky to have all the VIP. You guys rock and roll. Big time. VIP, the top shelf membership. In the back, we're going through charts all day long. It's the way to be. What is this? Hold on. Let me get back to the hourly. There's my regression trend. Regression trend disappears when I go to the smaller time frames. That's okay. I'm just watching this level of, each time we've hit resistance, we've gone higher, haven't we? Resistance, higher. Resistance, higher. Barely higher. Support, support. Support, resistance. Lower threshold, red. Higher threshold, blue. She's kicking up. Let's go. That's the 30-minute. Come on. Let's go, Bulls. Don't make me bring out that bull again. He's there now. People are tempted to do this right now. I'll tell you. They are tempted to do this and stretch that screen out. There we go. Aren't they? You betcha. Okay? People are tempted to do just that. Resistance, support. Resistance. Ideal? Could it play with enough bull power? Sure. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. Ideal? Not necessarily, right? You guys know why? Without a doubt, VIP knows why. Because, let's see, and you guys make a good bank today. What's up with VIP? Boom. Making money in the house. That's funny. Making money in the house. Maybe literally, huh? I don't mean making money in the house. I mean, you, making money and like in the house. What's up? You know, like cool stuff like that. But it does sound funny that you're making money in the house. A little bit of humor goes a long way sometimes, with me at least, guys. Look at this specific formation here. Let's see what we got. What you doing? What you doing? The 1 minute time frame. We are on operational fibs. Boom, boom. Man, we just need it to move. Every now and then, we just need it to move. At 24% on that BTC5L is sweet. That is sweet. Right? Way to go, guys. That is just awesome. Want to hear from you guys what's going on. BTC on a run today, 43,000. 43,000 flat. 4.89%. And a little bit of a wedge. Trying to construct a nice pattern here. This specific bull flag is not ideal thus far. A little bit, we prefer the angle to be a little bit more in line with, just so you know, a traditional bull flag. We prefer it to be a little bit situated along the lines of this. Okay? We prefer it to be a little bit more situated along these lines. Okay? Not quite so, and as things would play differently, they'd play differently, but not quite so structured down. The further down that we get like this, okay, the less it tends to conform with the expectations of the market. There's a standard expectation for a bull flag, not this, not that. We want it a little bit more like this, less of an angle. There are proper angles to construct patterns, okay, and not meaning you draw onto it. There, yes, that you draw onto it, but in terms of the ability for the market to formulate it with its price action, with the interaction, the demand between the buyers and sellers. So, and there's a specific reason why there is for those angled dynamics. Some of them are hard to pick up off of, like a steeper, I say, a decline or the level of resistance is a little bit more difficult to pick up off of and beat. We don't want that. We want something laid off kind of nicely. Let's see what we got. All right. And this is going to be a pick up here. Almost need to draw this in as a matter of form, right? The descending wedge. Anything necessarily wrong with that? You get into optimal pattern formation. We started off the whole stream talking about optimal pattern formation. And so that would be one. And the trick that you'll get into is, well, I really need to stretch out the price action. When you find yourself really zooming in and stretching out the price action, you may have a deficiently formed pattern, just so you know, okay? That's one of the hints when you really start having to like turn your screen inside out and do different things like that. Sometimes you're operating suboptimally, okay? In terms of your specific falling wedge and the possibility that at times you can formulate a double top, that notion would require a little bit more of a trajectory to the upside, just so that you know, okay? The double top, a classic double top, could still be one, but we would expect it to traject a bit more to the upside, okay? Now that within itself here, the rising wedge is not an optimal bullish pattern. Is it a release point? No, you guys are strong enough handed. You know what you're doing in terms of your entries and exits, etc. Congrats to the VIP. You got to say, the group right now in the back, they rock. They're awesome. I told you earlier on, I want financial advice from them. Just going to go ahead and ask for it. Just give me the financial advice. What do you got? I need it. I want it. We joke around a lot. We have a good crew. So we went from Slim to AJ Crypto's in the house. I'm sure he's out there somewhere. Much love to you, brother. Hope you're doing well. 2022 is going to be awesome. Did you know that, AJ? I am confident it's going to be awesome. Those storehouses full of BTC are going to just fill up, right? We're going to have a good year. However we look at it, we're going to figure out what's in that storehouse, make sure it's full. How about that? My man AJ. Longer VIP. He's been longer VIP than anybody else. Quiet, he's in the back. Former Air Force. Really, really quality guy. Really appreciate everything that he is and has been to me and the channel. He's a great guy. So a secondary pickup at that 38.2. Point of breakout prior pattern. I pushed that up into a flag. Okay. We could have done this without a doubt. We could have done the previous pattern, and maybe that's a better way to look at this in terms of a wedge formation here. I'll go ahead and do that, be a little bit more truer to form in terms of drawing the Fibonacci's at that level. I think that's a fair approach. I'll always correct myself, guys. I'll always, and not that I'll always catch myself, but if I notice something immediately, I will do it. I deal with a lot of charts every day, so it's like, come on, man, you got to make 100 on your test every time. It's like, come on. Let's see what we got here. You guys used to get paid for your report cards? I think I was supposed to get paid for my report card, and something happened and went wrong, and it was a real bad story for a while. I don't remember what happened, but then I started getting A's just because I knew I could. And then I think down the road, it's like they probably did that on purpose. They didn't want me to do it for money, or so I don't know what it was, but I don't know. So we have this rising wedge. In terms of the theory of the target being the downside initiation of the wedge, that's fine. If you've traded a lot of them and that works out for you all the time, hey, we trade a lot. That doesn't always work out. You guys know that. Nor does the return to the top level of the initiation of the wedge. You guys catch that, huh? It can overperform in terms of the downside and underperform in terms of the upside any given day. I mentioned Immutable X, right? Has this thing really done this today? What's it going up? 12%. What's up? Way to go. I know VIP are trading this sucker. What's up? Nice move. Pushing resistance. Look at that. I want to talk about something going up along resistance. Just a note. I'm going to note this. We'll get back to BTC. But you see this? Oh, he did resistance. And again and again. Boom. Bam. Nice. Nice work. VIP. Nice pattern framework. Killer. Very, very well done. Like to see that. A lot of trades in Immutable X. If you guys haven't paid attention, we watch it. Contentos. Dot. Way to go, Dot. Huh? Slightly. Huh? $19.80. She's been sideways for a while. Huh? Sideways for a while. Look at that channel framework, guys. You know how many trades there are in that channel framework? Do you know how many times, even on a 3 or 5L, with good liquidity, you could pick this up? That's 10%. Now, if you don't think you can pay, that you can pick up trades for 10% with larger amounts of money, I've been studying the 5L and 3Ls. And all I'm going to tell you is, what do? We buy at support, we sell at resistance, trade our patterns, and what do? We hit our targets. If you do all three of those, you can get some more cash through those three L and 5L positions, the 3S and 5S positions. Okay. Channel framework, boom. Laying waste to the notion of a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, come on, guys. That ain't no 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, huh? Again, we just discussed this, and I bring it up because in the framework of achieving a different pattern differential, are we operating within a pattern? That's going to be your next question on DOT. Period. Okay. Somebody brought up APE. Looking for that ascending. Want to see it. Mina. They talk about Mina in the back. You guys don't even know. They're waiting for a breakout. 6% to the upside. Boom. Good job. But still doesn't take my focus off of the big Bitcoin. Just doesn't. Does not. Nope. So back to the, oh, look at here. On the 5-minute, back in touch with that specified. Now I have this fast moving EMA as the 12 because it's figured in with the MACD. So I have the 12 in blue on the screen on this chart. Just because. All right. Now it's hit that looking at the 1 minute. Let's see where we're at. Now we did, huh? Just a few minutes away. Sometimes you just look away for a minute. It'll move. You stare at it for hours, it won't move. So sometimes I give it a little room, let her develop, Sometimes you guys know that you spend 15 hours in front of the computer waiting for it to move, and you go like, you go get a drink or something, and you come back and then the trade you were waiting for 2 days, it just happened in 24 seconds. And that's when you realize it is time to get an intergalactic alert system for your computer, right? Without a doubt. So congrats to anybody who's trading trading, what do we got? Immutable X, trading, let's see what we got. I was going to put some high stakes music on. Don't mind that. Let's see. Whoa. Man. I got to take a look at these markets on the side screen here, see what's moving. Man. Decentralized games. I didn't like it. It was a reboot of the old system. It went up 30 to 40%. That's not bad. Not bad at all. Did GMT break out for us? I think GMT did really well again. Congratulations to anyone who traded GMT. Oh, it's a nice move, but she needs to kick up more, huh? Just give us some frustration. I'm looking at side screen, some of the coins VIP have been discussing. That BSW, huh? What do you guys think? BSW went well. Nice nice framework, descending triangle possible. As we're watching BTC having hit, we're going to say this within threshold of, and as we get into the discussion on lower time frames, I'm going to frame this differently for you guys to take a look at this. We try and chill out a little bit here. We got a VIP group. We have a good time, a lot of professionals, etc. If you were VIP and you're not any longer, I would like to invite you to join VIP. With open arms, I want you guys to join VIP. I don't want a discussion. I don't want to talk about it. Last year I got upset. I stole your girlfriend, whatever it would be. I want to talk. I want you guys, come on home, come to VIP. I did not steal your girlfriend, right? No one in the VIP stole your girlfriend. A lot of things could have happened. No one took your girlfriend, all right? That would be the final draw. That would be like, agree. We wouldn't get over that, right? Some dudes even get over that stuff. We're not even asking you guys to get over that level of anything. We're being dignified in our approach. Just telling you, come on home. Come on home. It's time to come home to VIP. You guys who know that this is your home, well, guess what? I'm talking to you right now. Don't be all chintzy and weird and like, well, I don't know. I might join next month. Man, what is the might in you? I'm sure is going to really hit the button, huh, on all your trades. Step it up. Do it. You need somebody in your life to encourage you, and I'm that guy. VIP is that team. So bring it. We have no qualms about saying that. Number one, we're not ashamed of, what Angel got in Bitcoin at $7.79. This is his home. I say it loud and proud. You think we're going to be embarrassed because, he's too successful and not everyone. Some people are intimidated, and heck no. You got to hit that button. You guys want to be on the number one team? Bring it. Bring it on. And if you got outcast or we slammed you out of VIP, whatever it was, well, bring it on back in. Come on. Like have some trade, bring your trade back, Just do what you got to do. You can do it. I'm expecting great things from you guys in 2022. If you didn't hit the mark in 2021, guess what? You and a few other people in the market didn't do exactly everything they wanted to do. So that's okay. No problem. That's what 2022 is all about. That's that encouragement you guys are hearing, huh? That's key. It's a crucial aspect of who we are. It is the framework that we put the trading dynamic into, and we don't apologize for who we are. We're the top trade group, period. I know that without a doubt. I just won't apologize for it. Angel says we demand respect because we earn respect. Look at him. Look at Angel. $7.79. Like, old VIP, you can't learn anything from this group, can you? It's just not worth $130, $175,000, whatever it would be worth. Maybe 140, I don't know, $100 million. It could be worth, Book a trade. It's $100 or $99, whatever. I don't know, whatever. I'm a member. I just decided to join because I told everybody else to get a badge, and they wouldn't. Like, fine, I'll get a badge. I'm excited I got a badge. No problem. I'll get my own badge. Someone impersonated me. They wanted someone else to call, a new VIP to call, the WhatsApp or whatever else. They stole my logo. I'm like, whatever, dude. Probably the same group that won't check with me when they dox me and scam me out. I'm like, dude, you never even check with me at all about any of the facts that you lie about me to everybody. I'm like, what jerks, man. Like, honestly, if somebody wants James Cameron, Avatar James Cameron's, I'm telling you guys so that you know, if you want James Cameron's team's phone number right now emailed to you or text message to you, I'll send it to you right now, period. Call me a slough or a flake. I will send you James Cameron's team's information right now. Right now. You can call them right now. Oh, did this? No, man, you have no idea what I have done. Till you check with me and ask me, I rarely do a rebuttal on anything that someone lies about. I don't have time for it, okay? But some people have zero clue about me, and I refuse to even talk about it or address it. Let YouTube stink it all up and like, whatever. They don't even have James Cameron's teams. They're in the YouTube business. They don't have James Cameron, Avatar, producer, okay? What, Terminator? They don't even have YouTube doesn't even have his team's phone number. And I'm telling you that because of the following. What little people know about me and have ever said wrongly about me, they have zero clue who I have ever dealt with. And those people I've dealt with keep their mouths shut beyond James Cameron. And it's not going to be a show and tell party with me and a bunch of paperwork and inviting everybody else to see this and that and everything else where they have no clue or sensible business looking at any of my information. They can fly a kite. They can get a clue. Some people know, as a matter of fact, I roll hard and I roll properly. And that would be Angel, VIP, etc. So let them hate. Let them be non-VIP, and you other VIP who have shuffled off into the mix, bring it, man. It's 2022. Let's have a good year. Pussyfooting around. Potentially, huh? Not sure. Maybe you're a bit trepid in the market. If you're trepid in the market and you're waiting for things to rebound a little bit, I understand that. If you're being reasonable with your money, that's fine. I still recommend that you trade, always prepared to double down. And I think that's where the big value comes in our group. And we're the only group that kept saying that the entirety of the time, never overexposed, etc., while we were streaming Dogecoin, which is a huge deal right now. Huge. People are getting run around town and off of wherever else, of YouTube or wherever, probably literally in town, with like broomsticks, and setting probably like mailboxes on fire and stuff. I don't know. But because of problems with Dogecoin, right? The influencer, everything else. We always said, heavy cash reserve available for the lower levels, right? Always. So that's a feather in our cap. That's value. That's nice. Now, I don't want to do this, guys. What is this doing here? This 15-second. Now, in the 15-second, we've never done this, guys. A specific return to function here in terms of this specified level. Ba-boom. All right? And you guys know we love you. The good ones and the bad ones. The ones that hate, man, you got a lot of problems. Go to a psychotherapist or something. I doubt it'll work for you. If you hate so much, there's no cure for hate. No amount of success will fix you. No check large enough will repair, what you are hating for. And I think it's honestly because you probably hate yourself. And, for that, I don't have any love for you. VIP don't have any time for you. So you should go watch your other channels, or, I don't know, try and find a way to love yourself. How about that? I hate to call you a loser after that if you hate us. But anyway, that's just me being real. That is me being me. So take it or leave it. This is a market. We're not here to hold your hand while you badmouth us and hate on us and everything else. Like, whatever, just go find a loser club to be a part of. No problem. We're going to win. We're going to be busy winning in 2022. And there's no problem with that. I have zero problem with that, especially when we were encouraging people to have like backup for, you guys know, the night before, and this is just big on Doge, guys. It was one of the biggest deals for 2021, and we have a lot of Doge guys. But before Saturday Night Live, and you guys know this, on live stream, I literally said on live stream, I said, make sure you have double down for every lower level of the Fibonacci. And I pointed out, boom, 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 right? So, we take, and personality be personality. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, just the kind of the overall duty we have with the market, with crypto market. Just make sure people aren't overexposed at higher prices, because people get chewed up. Some people lose millions of dollars. Literally, I know people who've lost millions of dollars, And that's fine if they have, 5 to 10 to back it up. But if they don't, it's a big deal. That's no fun. If they lost 100,000, 200,000, if they don't have, that's fine if they've got the $500,000 to $1 million to back it up, But you can't ever, no matter what, you cannot trade with an overexposed position, right? You can't trade, and I bring this up all the time, that $1 million trader sometimes will trade as if he'll trade the same as someone who has 20,000 in their account, right? And there's no, a $1 million trader, he'll pepper in 20 grand. There you go. Just because if it goes away, no problem, right? It's risky stuff. When you see stuff capitulate 80 and 90%, and that's why I had different framework of thinking the entirety of the time, because I've done the technicals behind things. I see Bitcoin, starting off and its retracement, and Dogecoin. Yeah, how many times does it retrace 80 or 90%? Like, don't even ask. Tons of times, Bitcoin or Dogecoin or whatever it may be. And people say, well, Doge is trash and this and that. You know what they said about Bitcoin at the beginning? Now, Doge is no Bitcoin at all. But do you know what they were saying about Bitcoin? Angel could tell you stories when it's going back down to a penny or to 2 pennies, and people bought it at $100, whatever it was, right? We'll go through the technicals if need be. But yeah, so, just expect great volatility in whatever you're trading. We're in a bullishly formulated BTC 15-second chart. I stay off the 15-second for the most part, but when we get into some aggressive price action, I want you to see this framework again, the resistance, support, resistance, kind of a throw-over effect here. The throw-over has accomplished in the fact that we have broken through resistance to the downside. Boom. We've capitulated through support. I like to see that on throwovers. Any technical breach of a resistance in a channel line formation, I'd like to see price go below the level of support, even if but for a bit, even just a touch. I like to see this. This reminds me of the oil chart a little bit here recently, except oil really flew up, caught back at that level of support. West Texas Intermediate, Brent crude, good charts, throw over, expected drop, nice pickup on support. So she has calmed down. Hope you guys are having a good night. I do, just kind of, because a lot of people will tune in during times like this, and they will. And for people who are new, don't worry about it. But we have haters because we're VIP. That's just to be expected. I don't know why. They decide to. So we speak to them because I know they show back up when they want to know really, well, what's going on with Bitcoin or what's going on with. And I'm like, yeah, just hear it, listen to it, wham, wham, wham. I have to talk to them a little bit. So bullish pattern. If I separate myself from everything, from the notion of, in terms of the notion of any underlying potential return to functions, okay? Bullish pattern. 42,950 on the framework of the 30-minute. Remind, if you can, yourself of the fact that we are in a channel formation with level of support, right? This level of support, level of resistance, okay? So, a little pickup here would be nice. Seeing some zigzag formations here. As you look at this price function here, let me review this real quickly. You see this price action? Boom, 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 boom. You see that? Boom, 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 boom. Right? There's a reason for these zigzags, as you would call them, okay? There's a way to count, tell which one run, etc. They're just a little bit inconsistent, so I don't always focus on them, just to tell you the truth. Sometimes they're inconsistent. Looks like we have a breakout of the wedge. Let's go. Now, 15 second. I'm down to the 15 second just for maximum level of let's just say accuracy. We're going to go further. Let's see what we have in terms of this. Let's go to the 1 minute so we can tell. Can we break into a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 scenario? It's a nice specific wedge. I think we all agree, not a bad wedge. It's just like the price action is determinedly slowed down, right? Just it's kind of decided to slow down. And as we look at this, very interesting, isn't it? Let's take a look at this a bit deeper. Now, we know we have a top line resistance. Now we need to confirm off of that. That's the first, that's the major principle in terms of a reversal would be confirming off of a prior resistance to turn it into support. If you keep that in mind throughout your trading, if you want to go up, you need to break the resistance. Even if you formulate a new one, break the resistance, okay? And I try and synchronize that within the framework of, let's say, a fan formation as opposed to in tandem with a falling wedge, right? Or any other type of pattern. So it is a bit steep in terms of either flag, depending upon the time frame you're on, either flag or wedge. Fair enough. And for the record, the guys we have in VIP right now are so cool. They are just rocking. They are the coolest group of VIPs we have had, period. That is the truth. Now, you know how I did the parallel function carry up here? It is always an option to do or upon this specific breakout of a falling wedge. Every time on the wedge, traders may start to do this a bit. So, okay, what if we raise this level here, right? To give themselves, you have to understand, to either give themselves another hit along a support or a Fibonacci, because not everyone is full bull. Some people are just cruising around through Bitcoin looking for a level of let's say a level of resistance is short, right? So looking for an additional move up to the upside. Let's just assume that we can get some bullish patterning and framework through this, that we can move an additional up to this resistance, again, 43,015, and we could go up another 1.5% on 4.8. That'd be nice. 1.5 is 5, 6, 7. That'd be 6.7% to the upside. That'd be another 650 on, it'd be 43, yeah, 43, 550 there, about 43,500 plus. So that would be sweet. Over 6% of a move on the day. We will take it. What's up? That'd be great. I just bring that stuff up about James Cameron from from the movie, from Avatar, because people say, never did this and never did that. I'm like, dude, step back. Like, you have no clue about anything. So I just, when haters, like, when they, you'll tell YouTube about it, well, they have a right to say, like, whatever, YouTube, we love YouTube. We love YouTube. But YouTube cuts us off too. And I appreciate the lack of the freedom of expression at times. We will get through it. We will be stronger and conquer. And it's really been a heck of a 9 months so far, YouTube, I have to say, in all reality. So it's been a growing experience to watch you facilitate certain people lying. But anyway, don't worry about it. Did they sell like a truth decoder system? What was that? Truth decoder. What was it? It was a little spin wheel or something. The amazing truth decoder. Amazing truth decoder. I think that's Cracker Jacks. I think it's in the Cracker Jacks. I'll look this up real quickly. Cracker Jacks, a prize collection. No. Let's see. I don't see it now. I thought there was an amazing truth decoder. Well, they don't have one at YouTube. I'll tell you that much. No. I thought I saw that maybe on Goonies or something. I'm not sure. Don't you remember that's on some movie or something? Leave It to Beaver or Goonies or something. I don't know what it was. Never mind. It's not out there, YouTube. It's okay. Let's see. You got to make it exciting for 2022 a little bit. You got to have something to gripe about. Something. Some guys are real nice all the time. And I'd like to formally invite you to Bitcoin Spike. I hope that you're all having a great day. And man, we got to tear it up. That stuff, it's okay sometimes, but yeah. Because you guys probably feel like arguing sometimes and like, griping people out and stuff. It's like, man, God, if I could tell that person off, it'd be so great. Man, that'd be so sweet. I have to be nice to them. They're my boss. I have to be nice to them. That's my son. I have to be nice to. That's my wife. I don't know. So to hear you or to hear me kind of gripe every now and then, just way laced to it, that's got to be healthy somehow. Because you guys, don't adopt what I'm saying or anything. Just understand at some point it's like, like Angel says, I am man. I am a man. This is it, right? Like, we don't make apologies. We're not choir boys. I love that stuff when he starts talking. To the extent that we're, what would you guys say? That, we're just not built to be softies all the time. When you get up with a battle, it's like, well, let's battle a little bit. That's fine. That may be part of it too. With no truth decoder, that amazing truth decoder. I thought it was a wheel in a Cracker Jack box or something, but apparently it's not that simple to find. Otherwise, YouTube would have found it. They're still looking in the Cracker Jacks. Anyway, but when we make fun of and we laugh and we invite other people, etc., whatever we do, and I get into a little argument or fight with them, it allows you to express some of your own, what would you call it? Lack of sometimes you guys want to do that, huh? And now that I've done it, you don't have to do it. How about that? So what I'm trying to look for here and work through is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 within this specific channel. Okay, within the specified channel frameworks of support to the resistance. Okay, ideally that's what I want to find. We always want to find that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candle wicks. Potentially, and we always get to this. You guys who trade a lot. We'll focus on the technicals a little bit. Just trying to have some fun. Where did we find them on the hourly? Was it? Yeah, we got into the. Let's see. Let's go to the 30-minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's good. Yeah. Now we could expect these to be miniaturized, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You see that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is publicly available information. New York Institute of Finance, etc. It's on the web. We get the book. I encourage you to buy this book. Period. See how that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 turns into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? You guys picked that up, huh? Copy that. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 turns into 1, 2, 3. That's what we want. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 becomes that miniature 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we got the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And every wave has the subwaves in it. You guys get it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bam. And each of those subwaves has 5 waves in it. So these could be subwaves. To the maximize 2, 3, 4, 5. if you want to know if the pattern is over, okay? Each wave has 5 sub-waves. You guys got it? Let's go back into the minute, check it out. Okay. Capitulation. That's rough for people who were a little over-exuberant in getting back into the helm of things there, right? Not a big deal, but so the 1 minute has a really, really deeply indicated, like staunch version of a wedge. You guys know that, huh? That's a nice cut through in terms of a flag. Again, what did you see happen? Brought this up. I'm bringing this up again, but in terms of what actually did happen, the traders kind of invite this to kind of occur, right? See if they can formulate a better flag, right? Once you've broken out of a wedge, it's just, it inevitably happens, guys. Will it manifest every time? No, but this time it has. So pay attention to it. And let's see. I missed some of the old guys in the VIP. Not sure where they're at. Yeah. Some of them, I think, stopped trading, huh? They weren't contributing. I don't know. They did. I don't know what they were doing, guys. That's not very VIP. Not even contributing or anything. That looks like a nice flag, doesn't it? Man. On the tail end of this stuff, look at it. 4.59% to the upside. Doesn't that look like a nice flag? We want to bust that flag. Now, how do we trade this flag? You guys understand, right? Easy stuff. We got this, like first grade stuff. Boom, 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 boom. Now, aren't you guys glad we focused on BTC? Let the other coins do what the other coins want to do. That's plenty of price action. 5-6%. That's nice. So flag, movement to the upside, right? We have a downward sloping channel. We want, as we carve the flag out, we want to move back from support to resistance. We want to break resistance, and we want to confirm along previous line of resistance as support, and boom, move to the upside with momentum. It's easy when the momentum's there, right? Now, we saw momentum twice today. Boom, boom. Very easy trading today. You guys know that, huh? Extremely easy trading. Who did the market deserve that? You have no idea. Bitcoin has been catchy. It's been throwing like 1 out of 3, 1 or 2 out of 3 curveballs on the collective basis. You guys know it's been very difficult. The only real way has been to just relax and stay long on Bitcoin, right? She has not wanted to go down. And that's a good thing. Whoa. Let's see what we got. Want to shout out to all the VIP, all the base campers. Would love to hear from you in terms of base camp, what you guys are doing. It is after midnight in los Estados Unidos. Bienvenidos, esto es London. Quiero que tengas una buena noche y todo va bien. Let's see what we got here. Does anyone here habla español? Would be interesting to know. Sprechen Sie Deutsch, Peruski? Anything. We speak Bitcoin. I want to show the bull again. I'm just in the mood. I want to show the bull again. It brightens everyone's day. It's part of the VIP. It's part of why we hang out. We enjoy things like the Bitcoin bull, the jet, the tunes, the TA, without a doubt. The jet and the music just did blast off here earlier on. It was pretty cool. Let me see what we have. For those of you who are new to the channel, we try and have a good time. We have a VIP group in the back with our, look at this. We called this level of support, etc. earlier in the day, turnaround feature. Fighting for that turnaround for a while, weren't we, in the back? etc. Earlier on, it dipped back down to support. Looking at the ETH chart, etc. Sharing a lot of charts. You're doing a lot of good things. Picking up here, BTC on a bit of a triangulation here. We just saw one operate as a reversal. This would be a huge move to the upside. We have a 15-second time frame ascending triangle below us. Very interesting. I'm paying attention to that. I'm going to keep my eye on it. You guys know how I am with those ascending triangles. I want to keep my eye on them. All the way back in here. We had one of these last week, didn't we? Boom. I want to know. Is she done with 41,992? I want to know. Let's see. I got that that marked. That's only on the, guys, only on the 15-second time frame. What else would we be looking at when we're really trading? Let's see what kind of a move down that would be. I have to know. Whoa, 2% move down? No way. 2% move down. That's a big move, guys. What do you guys think? I mean, I can't tell you what to do. I want to bust this bull flag. Like no tomorrow. That's what I want to do. With every ounce of me, I want to bust this bull flag. I got to tell you, for those of us who trade a lot, this is a very appealing circumstance with this ascending triangle below us. Whew. Man, you guys paying attention? You guys who aren't VIP, you know what I'm talking about? You have any idea what I'm talking about with this ascending triangle below us and where we're at with a bull flag? If you don't, you need to join VIP. You say, well, I have to book some trades before that. Well, you need to know what you're doing before you book some trades. It's the whole idea. Get yourself with a group that can lead you in the right direction. Now that, I promise we can do. I promise you we can do that. I've been thinking recently if I could promise someone that they could book a positive trade. I've been thinking, like, can I guarantee someone that they can book a positive trade? And right now in the market, I have to tell you guys this, right now in the market right now, as of this minute, this specific minute, there is a vehicle, a trade vehicle that, yes, I can guarantee someone that they can book a positive trade. Without a doubt. I can guarantee someone at said price that someone will book a positive trade. It may take a moment. It's not going to be immediate tomorrow, etc. But yes, I can guarantee that someone will book a positive trade. It is dependent upon the functioning of the coin, i.e. the coin has to continue to exist. The coin that I am thinking of. If the coin ceases to exist, then the guarantee is off. But yes, I can guarantee someone. And I guess it would be nice if they didn't and they couldn't do it. I say, oh, okay, well, let me show you this one. How about this one? How about you trade this here? That'd be kind of a cool way. Like, okay, look, you didn't. Yeah, I guarantee you. Sorry about that. Well, you couldn't do it. Well, why don't we try and help? That'd be cool. Huh? There's nothing wrong with that. But I thought about that. Could I guarantee someone? Could I guarantee them that they would book a positive trade? You know. Right now, yes. So, it's not horribly difficult. Now, not from, you get to, the point is, from what price? From what price? Yes, we have to know from what price. They'd have to set their targets. Yeah, they'd have to set a target. Yeah, and then I could guarantee they're going to, yeah, there you go. Isn't that interesting? And everybody understands that. Who's VIP? It's like, okay, you got to set a price. You got to set a target. Okay, you're going to buy it at a certain price. You got to be sure it's going to go up. That's right. That is correct. That's good to know, isn't it? Cool dudes, VIP in the house. All right. Now, we're still constricting here. I want to look at this. Let's really frame these lines perfectly up on the actual candle wicks and see. Guys in the back, I'm going to tell you, VIP have good eyes. It's nice. Well, that could traject to the upside. Let's see this. Man. That downside 15-second. What in the world, huh? What is that thing trying to do down there, that ascending triangle? Because the other one, I'm going to call that the immutable X ascending triangle on the 1 minute, or the 1 minute or the 5 minute. I'm going to agree that that has a few defects to it, but to give the traders, now I have been saying that at some point it's going to do this to the traders and leave everybody in the dust who's been shorting. But to the extent that this is not a properly squared up ascending triangle, the 15-second. Now, we don't dig through 15-second all the time. There's a reason for that, right? Now, it's just, no. We're in a flag. Let's see what we have here. Let's do this justice on the 15-second. Maybe we'll go to the minute, huh? A little bit tight on that 15-second, huh? So we have this 15-second kind of threshold here. We have this specific threshold here. A lot of buying pressure. Nice to see. I'm laying out this level of resistance. I'm drawing up a parallel function up and above. It's not required when you have kind of what do you call it, like an overshoot on the top of a bull flag, but it will invite you, this overshoot will invite you just to draw through, multiple levels of the resistance, and it gets a little choppy. So I just lift this just a touch to kind of give a second ancillary level of what needs to be accomplished, okay? May see a triangulation operate again. Remember how we started this off, huh? With that micro symmetrical triangle. We're a pattern within a pattern right now. So we got a lot going on. Now this is turning into a mammoth-looking flag, isn't it? It really is. On top of an ascending triangle, I have been thinking the market might do this to us. On top of an ascending triangle, a monster move to wash away the notion of the return to the top of the ascending triangle. Some heavy stuff going on here. Now, we never think it's returning, do we? This time especially, look at it. It's a beautiful, beautiful flag, isn't it? I mean, it's a nice flag. It's not perfect, but it's a nice flag. I mean, that's a long way down there. It happens every time. We just don't think it's going to go down there this time. And I'm serious this time. You guys agree? Look at it. That's 2% down. There's no reason for it to go down there. It's time to kick up. Look at her. She kicking up. Let's go. It becomes scary to think that almost everyone has returned down to that level. Almost every single ascending triangle we've dealt with has returned to that level. Guys, I think everyone has. Every single triangle has returned down to that level. The only saving grace I have on this one is that maybe it's on the 15-second, and the 15-second time frame doesn't count. It does count, but I always speak poorly of it, right? We don't go to the 15-second. It's all market data. That would put us squarely back into the parameters of the channel, which we have broken out past and beyond. We may have a level of resistance as we look at the prior support function, resistance when the breakout of the specified bull flag. Buyers could be assessing such right now, particularly if they're operating on the 15-second. It's just detailed is what it is. It's detailed price action. Look at this on the, guys, look at this. I mean, take a look at what a beautiful flag that is. Man, you don't see that every day, do you? On Bitcoin? You guys paying attention to this, huh? Heck yeah. I think these ascending triangles are kind of playing games with people. I don't know, guys. You really got to take a look at this beautiful flag we got. That's a nice flag. 4.6%. I don't know, guys. You guys let me know you find any more ascending triangles other than this one down at 41,783. This one is defective. Boom. I agree this one's defective. I don't like this one. This one on the 15-second. She's a nice one. Now, like this here would not be an ascending triangle. Just to let you guys know, this is not an ascending triangle. Flat top, yes. But no. I need another hit on the level of support. Okay? This one's different because there's 2 hits on the level of resistance and 2 hits on the level of support. You guys got that, right? Boom, boom. That's it. Conforms perfectly. This. Let's see. Let's pay attention to this one. Is this an ascending triangle? Let's see. I don't think that's a flat top. This one on the 15-second is a flat top. She's starting to carve. Do you see what she's doing? You guys see Bitcoin? Can you tell the difference in the price action? Just a little bit. When she starts to carve like this, just when she gets into this, that's just me making noises. Look, when she starts to get into this, rounding curvature a little bit. Uh-oh. You guys see the curvature a little bit in Bitcoin? She starts to carve. She just does this. If you guys trade a lot, she really does. Some pricing mechanism takes over with the market, and it starts to become a little bit more programmatic. I'd say programmatic is a good word for it. So, looking for a breakout confirmation and move to the upside. Anybody who's short on BTC better be ready to play the long card anytime. Within a split second, you better hit that button. You know this, huh? So, let's see what we got. Boom, 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 boom. And let's see what we got. All right, all right. So the threshold to beat here would be this. What do we got? The 42,922. You guys can just tell, can't you? In terms of that, I'm going to draw an elliptical on top of it, right? The elliptical on the bottom of it. It's just, it's indicative of price function. But the price, you know, it no longer seems as scheduled, like by the buyers and the sellers necessarily, right? It starts to have a different look to it where it just seems as if it is programmed. There's this rounding effect to it. You guys get that, huh? Okay. Yeah, Bitcoin just made some money for some people early. She normally doesn't do that. She makes you work. Stay focused or put your alerts on, huh? All night long. You can go to sleep with your alerts on, huh? But she normally keeps people up. You know this, huh? So we're very grateful to Bitcoin for letting people make some money in the reasonable hours of the day. Because it's somewhat rare. You guys agree, huh? It's just rare. She likes to make people wait until 3 in the morning and then wait till 6 in the morning. You guys know this, right? If you're in crypto, you know this. I'm looking for 2022 to be an awesome year. Has to be a banner year. We have to literally come up with something awesome. I don't know. We got to do something cool. I'll let the VIP do it. You guys do it. Do something cool. Start your own coin. You guys call it whatever you want to call it. I'll buy some of your coin. How about that? You start the coin, I'll buy it. You can airdrop some of my coin. Why don't they have airdrop coins? And you know those that'd be kind of cool. Someone should do that where they literally drop it out of the air. I mean, because they call it airdrop, and people don't know that who just get into crypto. You guys know this, huh? They don't know that. They get into crypto and like, airdrop, what is that? You know, so you have to learn us where they give you the free coins of a new whatever it is, right? So, yeah, you know, maybe there's nothing wrong with like, maybe we should be dropping them out of the air, you know? I don't know. Think of something creative. I have a few creative ideas. That's not one of the more creative ones, but, you know, think of something creative, something cool like that. I don't know. What ideas you guys have? Airdrop. Oh, look at that on the screen. What's that? What is that? What they call that? Airdrop. Airdrop. Sorry, I just saw that coming, guys. This programmatic price action, etc. I had to set you up for that in terms of the airdrop. Anyway, I know you guys. You guys are good guys. So anyway, you'll understand a little bit more about the channel and the group and me and everything else once you pay a little more attention. And if you guys are involved in VIP, you probably know exactly where we're headed right now. The rest of you don't. And who would I be to insult my VIP crew and tell them that they, you know, public things, right? You know, we have our own trade decorum. Now, she could snap back up in a second. If she does, you know, congratulations. If she doesn't, VIP knows where she's going. If you don't, and I'm talking about the price action, if you aren't VIP, I recommend that you join VIP. Y'all see that airdrop? That was sweet. That was totally sweet, huh? You guys know how that programmatically pricing in, etc. on resistance, you guys know how that works? Yeah. Maybe, maybe not. And some old VIPs, whoever else is around, like, well, I still know what he's talking about. Well, why don't you join VIP? Or why don't you go on with it then? Just go book a trade. Leave us alone. One VIP told me, you have a lot to learn, son. I'm like, dude, do what? Like, you going to teach me with your AK-47? You want me to report you to the FBI, dude? Mr. Military dude who told me that? You want me to report you to the FBI? Jason's lit? Get gone, dude. Thug. Taught kids like him in master's level intelligence. I have a lot to learn. I was the mentor at a master's level military intelligence, young man. Number one in the school, military intelligence at the master's level, mentor at the master's level of military intel. So don't son me with your little AK-47 powder puff, kick in the door routine. Go play your football there at your camp bases and act tough. Not with me. They're not even playing real tackle there, so that's why I call that like it is. Great military history. Love the U.S. military. I got real good friends with real high kind of former positions, etc. Very cool people. Like, I love the military. They don't know. Like, my buddy who's that? Yeah, former like commander U.S. Navy SEALs. Like, that dude's cool. Like, really cool. Like, former commander of the U.S. Navy SEALs. By the way, people like Jason, whatever, threaten me with your learn a bunch, son, and your AK-47. Go home. Go home. Back to, who else was it? The commander, U.S. Navy SEALs. Oh, U.S. Senator, Task Force, me, huh? That was cool. He's also U.S. Navy SEAL. That is so cool. That is so cool. I love that stuff. Navy SEALs rock. I'll tell you, the first time we got a $100 donation, or the second time maybe, second or third maybe, I'll have to look back. I want to be accurate on it. We became a supporter of the U.S. Navy SEALs Foundation. I want to let you guys know that. That inspired me to become a benefactor of the U.S. Navy SEALs Foundation. Some guys I couldn't have more respect for at all. And some guys I couldn't have any less respect for. No problem. C'est la vie. C'est la vie. So, anyway, because I know those guys, they tune in. Just you know, we have this VIP stream exclusive at the top. They still stream in. They still want answers. They want to insult us and do different. So they could go home, man. Airdrop them, huh? I just airdropped them, guys. That one's on the books, too. That was a total airdrop. That's just VIP. If you ain't got it like that, just, you know. And the market doesn't pay you to be Mr. Nice Guy all the time, huh? You got to be able to defend your position, huh? You have to find your position. You have to reinforce it, huh? That's what we're talking about. Ba-boom. Let's roll, baby. Come on, baby. Kick it on down. Let's go. Let's go. Let's make some cash. Let's go. That's what we do. You're still not there. Come on. Nope. The green line has been hit. Want to shout out to everybody trading. If you're not a VIP, I recommend you join so that you know what's going on with the price action right now. And if you join VIP and you don't know after a week or two what has actually happened on the screen here, you throw a fit with me. I promise you'll know exactly what's happening with the price action right now. If you have no idea why it just fell out of the sky, I promise you'll know. Probably within a number of hours in the back of the VIP. Shout out to the VIP. What's up? What is up? Very exclusive group, huh? Not many people are going to airdrop. Boom. You know, very interesting. We know why too. Without a doubt. And that's not, you know, most people would say something like that. Like, well, he's you know, this young man is a little bit brave there, you know, just, you know, mouthing off. He knows where the price is going. Absolutely, man. Without a doubt. I know. We know. The VIP know. It's not just me. You ask them. You ask them. You know, just kindly, I would request, if you have to, ask them kindly. Do you know where the price is going right now? Looking at this screen. Now, who would know? No, don't look at the lines of this and that. No, I mean, just looking at the patterns. I mean, who would honestly know where the price is going right now? You would be like, what are you talking about? You would see this, all this stuff on the screen. You'd be like, whatever. What is this doing? And we do note the tendency recently of them to stop at the candle wick. We went to the candle wick recently looking for some updated data. That would be fine. I'd love to find some more updated, some more empirical data to add to my data set. Would love to do that. I do a lot of work for VIP, so I take it kind of personal. I have to say, I do take it kind of personally. I really do. There's a lot of quality guys in VIP. I do a lot of hard work for them. It's just a pleasure for me to do it. I really sincerely mean that. So when guys come and try and frustrate things and everything else, and it's, I guess, because I've been mentor in like some of these different places or whatever. So I'm kind of like, you know, like, come on, you know. Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. We should try and always maintain that professional level of decorum. How about that? That is my new, that's a new saying that I have in 2022. And in terms of that, I believe that to be true. I think we should always try and maintain that professional level of decorum. That sounds good. That's nice. Well, that 15-second, huh? Man, that was an airdrop. You guys saw that, huh? That was awesome. On time, huh? Shoo. You guys never seen that, huh? I got to tell you, I know you guys never seen that. That was pretty cool, huh? Because everyone else, probable calculation of the MACD and the RSI, I mean, we could go through all that stuff, but like we know, buy at support, sell at resistance, trade your patterns, and hit your targets. Boom, right? So, we can throw in a Humuchi cloud backflip into the, point of control if we need to. Literally, we choose not to. Nothing wrong with the Humuchi cloud at all. Nothing wrong with a, point of control, volume point of control. Vlad, VIP, great Humuchi cloud. He really knows what he's doing with that thing. Boils down to standard deviations. People could learn a lot from Vlad. He's a good kid. Good guy. Tough dude. Likes race cars. VIP in the house. What's up, Vlad? I have a feeling you're out there just chilling. What's up? What's up? Now you see the wedge formation, then the channel formation. Boom, boom, boom. That was tough, huh? A little bit tough. In terms of the wedge, then the channel formation. A little bit tough. So looking for a little bit of kickback reaction here from this level of the, and I'll just note this, from the level of the prior bull flag kind of territory. Could be nice. Pretty heavy drawdown. Would be incredible to see a move back up. Now, remind yourselves, we're on the 15 seconds. So we're really, really, really condensed here, right? We just are. There's a lot of additional room on the larger time frame, like the minute. When the minute is large time frame, it's like, okay, we're really, really zoomed in, right? So, but guys, I trade at those lower time frames. And that's how we pick up the tricks in terms of just the market intel, right? That's how we develop in terms of those lower time frames and expressive of what will happen on the larger time frames, i.e. the daily. Boom. Yeah, I'll spend time at the 15-second. It's just crucially important. Is that a double bottom? Let's see what we got going on here. Small double bottom. Nothing like this double top. A small double bottom on the 1 minute. You guys see that? You really have to have good eyes. Look at that small little double bottom on the nonetheless it is a double bottom. So yeah, when you're focused in on those lower time frames, always be careful, because you will notice that you have the ability to just get really, really absorbed into that price action. With it's just there's no, there's no relativity at all. You are so focused and zoomed in, you lose complete perspective on the whole entirety of it. So if you have two screens, it's nice. Keep the framework, maybe even select out the frame that you're in on the right screen if you ever do this, like on the right screen. And I'll just do it like this. But just to kind of help you guys frame your technicals, it does make a difference, believe it or not. This is not an empty suggestion, okay? In terms of like if this is your specified, specific 1 minute time frame, this on the right, is that Luna? Luna's just sitting there. Luna down about 2%. Small move, 2%, huh? Luna's got so much potential. I'm excited about Luna. Congrats to anybody trading Luna. Way to go. So BTC on the right, if we were to look at the right, for instance, and we were to be on like the daily, or even if we go into the hourly. Let's go to the hourly, and let's frame the hourly. Now, see, on the hourly, it is a significant drop, isn't it? We have to say that's a decent drop on the hourly. So that's the 1 minute, right? When we're on the 15-second, it's somewhat significant, right? So, but when you're really zoomed in like that, and you're all these different patterns, everything, and you're looking at something like the hourly here, you can frame if you choose to. You can frame up, like let's get to this bottom level formation. We'll get to the minute. Let's go to the minute real quickly. Okay, in terms of, yes, it's the same expression on the hourly as in the 1 minute. The hourly on the right, the minute on the left. Sometimes I'll draw a box around, okay, just to give myself a little bit better framework. If I'm really zoomed in on like the 15-second or something, I'll draw a box around something like this, right? And that'll give me some more relevance as I dig into the time frame, right? And I'll be able to clue in and just know that that is what I'm zoomed into here on the left-hand side or on a different screen, right? It just gives you that visual componentry that you're a little bit more comfortable with using. I think that's fair enough. All right. So looking on this 1 hourly, hope you guys are doing great. Hope you're trading. Huh? I really hope you're trading. That's one thing about VIP. We're not a buy and sell club. You guys know they know the rules very well. They're tough dudes. They're good traders. I have to tell you that. Could we have this much fun if we weren't really good traders? No way. They know this. Like, can you imagine doing? No. But you got to pay attention in the back. I'll say that as well. We're going over stuff, and I'm saying something like, "Hey, look at this, look at that." You know, you have to pay attention, and you got to be able to read a book and do some basic stuff like that, etc. Most of them are extremely intelligent, highly technical machines in the back. Period. Craig's already got his. I know he had his Fibonacci's up before we even called the airdrop guaranteed. A guarantee. Truth, huh? Hmm? Hey, guys, I got a problem. I want to know who in the market has found this. Dun 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 dun. Who in the market has found this thing right here? I want to know. This is on the 5-minute chart. You guys need to tell me I got a problem. I need to know who has found this specific ascending triangle in the 5-minute like that. Oh. Guys, you realize the implications of that descending triangle at the lower level in the 5-minute. That's huge. Whew. Another 2.23% potentially to the downside. Whew. Guys, that's a big deal. I want you to pay attention. VIP, I need you to listen and pay attention. We have on the 5-minute time frame a flat top resistance ascending line of support. Prior resistance. What do I say about prior resistance? Show me a prior resistance, and I'll show you orders waiting. Okay? Period. Period, period, period. And back on price action. Took a break for a moment. Bring out the bull, VIP. Hey, let's do, we could bring the bull out. I've been discussing some things off tape for a moment. If you guys continue to watch the price action here, we're watching some interesting dynamics play out. So Jake just said, hey, VIP, how y'all doing? What's up, Jake? How are you? Slim, bring out the bull. And want to welcome all of you to Bitcoin Spike. Shout out to Pathfinder VIP. He caught this one today. We spent all day in the back bringing up the details in terms of the specific pattern that we had, the formulation of Bitcoin to catch the price action, the level of support, right? So very important as we would look at like the ability to interact, et cetera. Jake, if you're new or anything else, this specific pattern played very well today. We caught that in the back. This is our profile under, we have DM. This is our Twitter, et cetera. Bam. VIP. Got some Ferraris on it, et cetera. So the drop from the top. Very, very in line with buy and support, sell at resistance, right? Trade your patterns. We have this price channel to the upside. Very important. Level of support, level of resistance. Buy and support, sell at resistance. Trade your patterns. We get into a situation on the top where we don't have those patterns. Hugely important. When we have additional patterns on the downside, whether or not it be one of these, right? Potential ascending, right? As we look at this channel formation, anytime you see a channel formation to the upside, always check to see if you have a preceding equivalent flat top to the left. I mean, a flat top level of resistance. Boom, boom. This isn't exactly flat. We want it to be precisely flat. Okay, in terms of the top line formation, we prefer an exactly flat top. Okay, for a really bullish move. Okay, just so you know, for a bullish move, right? Now, the arguable move up in terms of this price action, we may be in for a lot of volatility, guys. I hope you're ready for a lot of volatility. But we still have a nested further potential drop down, just to let you know, to the level of $41,458. Okay? So we may be headed back down all the way. An additional, just be aware of this, guys. Just tuck this in your potentials list here. This, an additional loss of $744. That may be about to occur, right? You know, within the near possible future. And technically speaking, there would be a reason why it would occur. All right, we've already dropped from the level of resistance down quite a bit. I want to shout out to Slim, shout out to Pathfinder, shout out to Angel. I lost my mic for a minute. Probably a blessing. Let's see. I just don't want anyone to bully us, you know. That's one of the things. There's all this cyberbullying. I've studied all that stuff, like literally in an intelligence context. I don't want anyone to bully us. And we got to be tough enough back to the whoever's, you know. I bring that up. Jake, you sound like a cool guy. Hope you're doing well. You're welcome to join our trade group. We trade Bitcoin quite a bit. Angel on the top invested in Bitcoin at $7.79. Maybe I should put that for you on the top, Angel. Not sure. I put that on the top there. I also thought about turning it into a gray and green Lamborghini theme. I don't know, some kind of Matrix Lamborghini, something cool. No problem. Got to get those graphics together. So this specific formation here had a huge upside target, but we ran into the resistance. We discussed this. Slim. Indeed we did. Now, I'm not going to give this a sign off on a complete, perfectly flat ascending triangle. Won't do that. Still like the other structure that we were in with this, okay, with this specified level here and the consolidation there. So I don't want to really bite off on that. We still have the upside target from, let's see this. Let's go back to where we started from. Because we'll measure the difference between the triangulations, if need be, that ascending versus the symmetrical. I think we'll find it's the same, right? Nearly the same. Nearly the same. We do have that lower portion here. We do have that lower portion. The immediate framework within which things need to be addressed is resistance. Buy it, support, sell it, resistance. People sold here, got back into a pattern, sold again. Congratulations to VIP. I know they traded. Let's see. Now we're trying to pick up on this prior resistance. We still have this framework of a lower previous resistance within which price could function. It's very interesting, because I understand this line here, and you guys do too. So we have a nested, as we look at this, we have essentially a nested or a pattern within a pattern, this lower function below, right? Essentially the bottom line support. Just think of that, the bottom line support, I think, would be fine. Boom, 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 boom. Because that'd be a pretty aggressive move straight back down into this, don't you guys think? All the way from the line of support to the resistance, boom, straight back down. Like, that's almost as aggressive as some of these moves, right? That's as aggressive as you can get within this channel. Literally, boom, boom. So we're looking to see if this line will hold here. And the different time frames, this 30-minute time frame, you guys will agree, the 30-minute time frame, I mentioned this earlier on, the 30-minute time frame is the one variable here that doesn't really settle perfectly, okay? As we look at it, it's not really full. I almost have to take 2 or 3 looks at it. Is it flat enough for an ascending triangle? Because we want the top of an ascending triangle to be flat. Okay? Now, in terms of the breakout, this is the nuance. Let's pay attention. Let's get into this. In terms of the breakout of a symmetrical triangle, this is where we started, right? You guys know this, huh? In terms of the breakout of the symmetrical triangle, what would we expect? We would expect a reconfirmation along prior resistance to turn it into support on a symmetrical triangulation. Please pay attention to this if you're new, especially as you look at a symmetrical triangulation. Boom, right? That's what we have in these different levels, okay? Sorry about that. Let me just grab this right here and show you symmetrical triangulation. Here we go. Boom. And we can work on the details. We can pull it further out to accommodate. See that symmetrical? It's symmetrical, the resistance and support triangulation. Now, in terms of a breakout of the symmetrical triangulation, we would expect, let me get my polyline, boom. We would expect resistance, support, resistance, support, resistance, support, and then boom. When we break resistance, we would expect a confirmation on support and a move to the upside. Okay? Fact. That is what we would expect. Okay? So the fact that we are currently revisiting this level of, now this is on the 4 hourly. This is very interesting on the 4 hourly. I hope you guys are paying attention to the 4 hourly. Because on the 4 hourly, what do we have? The 4 hourly never even saw price. Now, the line was there on the 4 hourly, but take this as a note. The line was there above, up and through this specific channel designation, the support, the resistance, right? The line went up there, but then it retraced so much that when it sets its 4 hourly, who needed this? No one necessarily in the market, but we understand it. The 4 hourly, the pivot is right here. And technically speaking, on the 4 hourly, as I discussed the need to confirm, we're above, for now, we are above that specific line of resistance on the 4 hourly. Notable, as I'm talking about the need to confirm along former resistance, turn it into support and move to the upside, because we have an upside target. It's a big target to the upside. Yes, sir, indeed. Would be an 11% move to the upside. Okay, $4,671 tacked on top. We have a few hurdles to get through. If you can trade Bitcoin on the way up and the way down, you are beating the market, guys. If you understand the price action, the way she is interacting with the market, congratulations. A lot of people in VIP do. So, looking at this feature below is troublesome for the longs right now. Okay? Getting a hit. Resistance, support, resistance. We need 2 hits on resistance, 2 hits on support. We have on the lower time frame, 15-second, we have, you guys know this, resistance, resistance, support, support. Flat top resistance, ascending line of support. So we have a designated lower level ascending triangle than where we're currently at. If you're ever trying to get lower, you know every time you're trying to get lower, it looks like she's going up. That's just the truth, right? Without a doubt, huh? It's going up. Oh no, it's going up. If you're in a short, oh no, it's turning around, it's going up. And it may be you're on a strong line of support. Maybe these are nested, no good, forget about you, ascending triangles below. It's possible. And I want to make sure that the VIP are doing well. Sorry, I lost my mic for a minute. I think it was just probably some sort of a blessing or something. I'm not sure. Jawing off. Who knows? It may have been remotely detonated. No problem. Put some rockets down there. Throw some Ferraris in there. So somebody throw some Ferraris in the room or something. That'd be great. So we're going to be dealing with this issue of getting back down to certain levels, such as this level of prior resistance here, which, yeah, that's in the framework here. Yep. So that's a key feature of the current price action. With its hit, with its, any question, should you have released, shorted, longed to short to long? You're going to get into that. Man, that's just the truth. Yeah, it's pretty close down there. How are your trades? How are the VIP doing? My hope is that they're going great. Ooh, yeah, that's a nice ascending blow, isn't it? That's a nice level of resistance. I have to say that. Technically speaking, that's relatively nice. It's within conformance of a prior resistance to support. Getting some price action to the upside. It's nice to see. That would be a difficult catch for a long right now just to jump into. I can only imagine. People may have missed the original price action. They want to jump into the trade. Yeah. Let's see there. What do we got going on with Chidi Onyabu? I'll take you up on that London. Show me what you got. Hey. Welcome. I'm going to say welcome in terms of that. Welcome. I'm going to put join our base camp. You are very welcome to join the top group of traders in the crypto space. Angel on top, invested in Bitcoin at $7.79. No channel has a story like us. A lot of haters out there, but we welcome you. No time for haters. Bitcoin spike. We like catching the spike. We love technicals too, and we like good groups, good people. Had a bull flag here on top. We're looking at completing this to the upside. It just was one of those flags you guys know in the very beginning I said, well, it's not ideal because we really have to stretch this out. You guys remember that? On the top, we really had to stretch it out. So we have a few patterns below a level of support. That is just crucial. And there may be an anticipated return to prior resistance. Anytime a prior resistance, people will want to confirm that typically as a support. Prior resistance, support, question mark. A lot of orders here at this level. A whole lot of orders here. You could also say prior resistance, support. That's ongoing right now. So to the extent that it can skip a level, something like that, it becomes interesting. Right? Can it skip this level down here? Just continue to operate up. That'd be phenomenal. We'd appreciate the opportunity to see something like that. We have a lot of confidence in some of our trade tactics and techniques. Heavily discussed and tested by our traders, by our VIP. We take a lot of pride in our technicals, trying to be top shelf. We're really excited that Angel, chose us as his home in terms of VIP. He could have been anywhere, literally in the world, doing anything, and he spends time with me and us, etc. He's a real quality guy, cool dude. So we've slowed a bit in terms of pricing action. Looking at, let's look at this nature here. Now, in terms of a potential reversal, what would you say? Maybe a specified, kind of a falling wedge, you know? A little bit, kind of a steep level of support along the bottom. I think we could say that. The blue and green is our upper and lower thresholds of price action, right? So it's attempting a reversal along this level of support, this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This, anytime I see this, just pay attention. Anytime that you see this, believe it or not, anytime you see an opportunity for a level of resistance to be drawn and broken, you want to take note. Okay, you see this right here? You see this? You see that? Anytime you see a hit up into and forming this level of resistance, you want to take note, because it's an opportunity for you. Let me undo that. It's an opportunity for you to begin to work on a reversal, because you're setting a resistance, and therein you're identifying or demonstrating what's required for a reversal. Not that it would occur all the time, but understand, to reverse and go up, you're going to need to break lines of resistance to turn them into support. The next line of resistance you would need to break to turn into support. That's the theory, okay? That's the idea of reversing from a downtrend to an uptrend. Okay? So always pay attention when you see that kind of like a just any opportunity for a reversal. Isn't that cool? Alhala, when do you step up to the challenge? I already know. You know your stuff. Cool. What is this stuff? That's really cool. I'm going to join the VIP for $100 a month, right? I'll be coming in this weekend. I'll holla when I do. If you step up to the challenge. If you step up to the challenge. Good. I already know you know your stuff, London. Yeah, it's the group dynamic, brother. We would love to have you. It's a group dynamic, and you are going to learn some charts, brother. You're going to learn some good stuff in the back. Be from me, be from the other guys, etc. So we welcome you to check it out. Check it out. So what are we seeing right now on the screen? What we're seeing is CO. Call you CO. What's up, CO? He's the CO in terms of the resistance to the support, right? Exactly what I just said. Anytime you see this framework go on, right, you see a resistance to confirm a support. Anytime you have that resistance function, okay, we have an original hitch here, resistance, boom, needs to confirm a support. Now, it can fail, okay, but an ideal reversal is going to confirm that prior resistance as support. Boom, okay? So Doesn't look like it's holding thus far. But that's what's required. Just think you want to go up. You want to break through your resistance. Okay? Just crucial stuff. Really basic stuff. And yeah, you'll learn a ton in VIP, bro. You'll pick up on some real quality stuff. I just know that you will. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. Looking forward to it. You're going to do very well in crypto. It is here for you, my man. It's here for all the VIP. We love hearing people that want to join VIP. It's what the market's all about. People that want to beat the market. We don't want to hang out with people that don't want to beat the market. And it doesn't matter how much money you have right now, what you're doing. We want you to learn. We want everybody to learn how to beat the market. People who are focused on that, you know. And we have, you know, people that trade SHIB and Doge and this and that. But, you know, they trade is what they do. They trade. People that trade options, futures, stocks, etc. So, common theme being that they want to beat the market. And that's a rare thing. When I find somebody that wants to beat the market, man, am I excited. That is the number one thing. I mean, I tell Angel sometimes, like, you're my best friend, brother. I mean, period. And I was telling him that the other day because I can't find anyone else who likes the market as much as he is. We just share that in common. It's just like, I mean, I really respect that about people. And I really respect that about him in terms of his history in the market. I just do, like, hugely. I hugely respect that about him. And he knows that. There's just no, because it's a cut from a different cloth, guys. And you know this. It's not all, I mean, I know, like, MMA fighters, that style, who, you know, maybe they're educated or not, but they can trade. It takes a tough kind of dude to trade. And not that we all have to be MMA fighters. I'm not an MMA fighter, right? But it takes that like never surrender, never quit attitude, highly technical, strategic deployment of your resources, of your time, of your energy, of your technology, of everything. It's just of your money, of everything. It's just it's quite the cool, kind of challenge to be good at, right? It's that quintessential. If it were easy, everybody'd be doing it, and they ain't doing it. So I like the guys who are good at it. It's cool. It's a good group. A lot of fun. A lot of respect. Let's see what we got here. A little bit of interaction on this level of prior resistance. Not a bad take for a short. Huh? What do you guys think? Not a bad take on a short from the top? Did you guys write this down? Who wrote it up and wrote it down? Tell me. Who wrote it up and wrote it down? I'd like to know with VIP who did it. I'll put it here. You are most welcome to join the VIP, and we cannot wait to have you as a member. Congratulations on your decision. I'll put CO. Boom. We're going to call him CO. So not a bad take for a... Oh, hold on. Hold up. Let's see what we got here. Oh. That would be a monstrous inverse head and shoulders, actually. Not inverse. Head and shoulders. Just the left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Let me dig into this right here. Now, the shoulders are not ideally formed. We would like them to be a little bit taller, a little bit of a miniaturized shoulder, but the market is watching it. Don't you guys know the market is watching it? Let's dig into the 15-second here. There it goes. Dangerous place to hop into a short. You'd prefer a little bit of a rebound to the top side, right? Got one there. Aye. So we have that head and shoulders. It's there, huh? Yeah, it is. Let's go with that and that and that and that. What do you guys think? Now, anything else in terms of a potential reversal dynamic that I can throw at the wall here to make it stick? Yep, you better watch that. You want to short now? I'd be careful. I'd watch the specific level of resistance here. Boom, boom, boom. All right, I'd watch that specific level to see if it's going to try and kick up at all and conquer this specific level right here and at least provide more of an idea and framework of a potential turnaround to the maybe sucker in and lure in some buyers, or it completely eliminates the that lower level. Maybe the return isn't required. We'll see. Okay. But as people jump into a short, they'll get caught up on this. You guys know that. VIP know that. Fan. F-A-N, fan. Reversal in process. Resistance to support. Secondary level of resistance. And I'm pointing out this specific hitch in here, that first level right here. Okay? That's a real level of resistance across the top. There we go. Well, she doesn't want it. She does not want the reversal. Not super surprising. We do have a rising wedge to be a little bit worried about in terms of the short. Not overly concerned, but the potential for the recoup into the falling wedge. VIP are aware of this as well, right? So watch that in terms of the placement of your entry on a short. Copy that, guys, right? We got some good pattern framework to work with, don't we? We see those wedges recover into wedge quite frequently, right? A lot of hours we've spent analyzing these patterns, right? Just not, it's not for everybody, but it is for us. That's just it. In terms of trading, that's what we love to do. The trade group, etc. That is our forte. That's what we. Almost dropped my headphones. That's what we love to do. Pardon me. Almost had a huge spill out with the headphones hammering into the ground. The microphone would have just shattered. Not really, but you guys would have heard some noise. So we're pushing along that prior level of resistance. It's tough, isn't it? She's not holding, is she? She doesn't want to hold. She can kick up, but it's not looking good, is it, guys? Depending if you're on a short. Let's see. Let's see what we got here. You want this to just rifle down. You're underneath that support. You have given that up. Sometimes you'll want to interact a little bit more than that. You're trying to beat that wedge. I inverted just for a moment. Take a look at it. Welcoming CEO's going to be joining VIP this next weekend. We're excited about that. Couldn't be more excited. Absolutely awesome. So you see that falling wedge here. The likelihood to revisit this area is real. You guys know that. And that level of prior resistance is pushing. You guys see where price is and what it's doing. Yeah, the likelihood to revisit this is real for you hop into a short and push in this area. It likes to go into here. You guys know that. It likes to recover into that falling wedge. And yeah, we have these two hits. You want two pivots on every line in your pattern. Resistance, support, right? And for those of you who are new traders or experienced, we welcome you to VIP, our channel, Bitcoin Spike, right? We like to catch the spike. We enjoy investing in BTC, Luna, Dot, Atom, Sheeb, Doge, Matic. What else we got? Gala, VeChain, not so much. Waves. VeChain been a while. Waves, Phantom, Rune, Ethereum, Rose, Dusk, Near, down to ape. Down to ape, guys. We enjoy trading, all right? We smoke Cohiba cigars from time to time or often. We may tell our doctor it's from time to time when in fact it may be often. We are cool dudes. We appreciate you tuning in. We love to trade. We're highly technical, and we like to have a good time. That's just it. What am I looking for? I'm trying to find something here. Sorry for the shuffling around. Okay, so there we go. Very good, right? Recouping into that space that we were just discussing, right? That falling wedge, saying be careful on those shorts. I had my trigger right there, huh? Ready to pull on those shorts. I'm like, no, I got to wait. I got to watch. I got to see that recoup into that falling wedge, just like what we saw there. That's quality, guys. Congratulations. So few people understand what just went on the screen. You guys know this, right? Like 1% of 1% of the people would understand what just occurred on the screen. VIP know exactly what just happened. Huge, hugely important. So that, let's see, this line is the prior resistance / support. So there's a confirmation in process here. Now, yes, the recovery to the wedge is anticipated, okay? We also have just, in terms of this level of resistance, right? Let's do this. A resistance, yeah. How do we have this set up? Give me 2 seconds. Let me rewind. Okay. All right. Now you're starting to see the effort on the reversal with the resistance. Okay. I'm going to draw through this secondary line here. This is an additional line here. It is still functional for purposes of an attempted reversal. I'm just going to say that. It is. Because it's a level of, while it's a cross resistance, or it's an internal line of resistance. Okay, because it crosses through, it is an internal. And it actually is a cross resistance because here it picks up as well. And it was just confirmed. Any resistance to support hit, like this is resistance, right, to support, boom, that becomes a cross trend line. Because it's a resistance to support or a support to resistance, that makes it a cross trend line. Okay? So you can say a trend line is two hits or more, right? A cross trend line is the resistance to the support feature. We need that resistance to support feature to pick up, and we need to conquer now this level of resistance and reframe it in a level of support to the upside, okay? You need to continue to beat your resistance to make it up. Resistance prohibits you from going up. Okay, so that's the idea. If you can keep breaking levels of resistance, you're going to go back up. Let's see what we got. So we're not on fib right now. We're just Fibonacci's. We're just doing targeting. We just know the price direction so well around here. You guys know this. We know the price direction quite well. Not so, quite well. We have a lot of experience in our group, a lot of experienced traders. So let's see what we got here. I don't know. Let me see if I want that. So traders rejected the head and shoulders for now. Okay, keep this up here. Understand the framework that we're in and the hit along the top of resistance in this channel formation with the support. This is on this, say hourly. This support, multiple hits, support, resistance, support. All these hits along here, okay? Let's go to the hourly here. Yeah, let's go to the 30. Let's see where we're at. Yeah, the upper threshold, the lower threshold, centralized framework. We're in the centralized framework right now. Okay. And my downside target is I don't want to get overly aggressive with it. And that's assuming we can break through this level of prior resistance, which is currently in the process of attempting to be confirmed into support, right? In terms of the symmetrical triangulation, you guys got that? Symmetrical triangulation within a symmetrical triangulation on the macro, right? And this most recent hit down with the last couple of days gave us this specified level of resistance, a new level. Looking at a lot of different patterns, this is really manifested as a key function, because now that really matched up in terms of the expectations that we have, okay, this level of support and resistance, the framework that this is put into, the expectation of the angles of the symmetrical formation within, now very clearly seeing the symmetrical formation on the 4-hourly. We like this pattern framework. It fits very well. It's nice and conforms to technical analysis very, very well. So we're excited about that. We have a channel of price action to the upside with upper and lower bounds in a centralized function. Okay, we had a pour down last week, right, in line with the, let's see this, in line with this specified ascending wedge, which as it formed was very interesting. Well, I can't move that highway right now. But the ascending wedge is a bearish feature. Always keep your eye out for an ascending wedge, okay? Just always keep your eye out for that. It's a bearish pattern. Very bearish pattern. You guys see this? VIP, you see this on the 30 minutes? You guys see this? Is ascending there at the bottom? 30 minutes been very different, guys. Very, very different. So we have an upside level of resistance, right? Now, on the 30 minutes, you are already well within that level of resistance, right? I mean, you're underneath that level of resistance. Let me just reframe this to, always easy to redraw when you have more on the screen in terms of more than the specified line. There we go. But yeah, on this, let's see. Let's redraw it on the 30 minute and take a look at where we are. Oh yeah, we're under. Let's go back to the 1 minute and see where the price action is currently. And there we go. Let's go to the 15 second. All right, now to understand again what's going on here, just take a look at what we've done. We beat this. Didn't look like we were going to. I held off on a short personally through this zone down below this pushing because I wanted to see it recover into this specific zone here. Boom, boom. All right, because we didn't have that. We just had this level of support, level of resistance, right? So we did exactly what needs to be done to work on the reversal. Got a little tight, but beat the resistance, okay? Boom. Confirmed as support. Beat this resistance, right? Boom. Confirm as support. Reversal move being attempted. It's a heavy reversal move. I'm going to invert the screen just to take a look at the patterning. Make sure I don't have any real biases ongoing. See what we have here. We have a standard feature, right? We would say that's an ascending wedge. That's definitely going to break to the downside, right? Without a doubt. So that's what would need to be broken or beaten to head this direction, meaning down, okay? If you're short, if you're long, that's good. I'd say that's good because you're in the money today. You're up 3.13%. Chilling. Jazz me up. Hey, way to go on Mina. Good job in the back, guys. You nailed that. VIP in the house. Way to go. Very nicely done. So this is interesting, guys. Pay attention. VIP, listen and pay attention, please. We have this preceding level here that we need to talk about. All right. This specific move to this specific ascending triangle, right? Preceding ascending triangle on the 15-second we got back down there. Okay, remember we were talking about it. Just seems like no way. Or there's a bull flag, or there's a bird, there's a plane, whatever. It's like it's down back to that preceding high. Big deal, right? We count that in the data set. That's our data set that we use, guys. I say a data set because I test this stuff. I want to know what it's going to do. Part of the data set as well. Going to include this on the 5-minute chart. Okay, the 5-minute chart below. It's real close, guys, in terms of that level. I'm going to give it to it. I'm going to say there's another level below, another race-ending triangle below. Okay? Again, it just doesn't seem like it can get down there. We're in the midst of a reversal pattern, aren't we? I mean, that's me saying that, guys. Always seems like that. I mean, how can we be reversing to the upside? And we, right? Because we had a pour down feature, reverse to the upside. So what needs to be accomplished for the reversal to be complete? We should technically reconfirm this line of resistance as support, technically speaking. That would be nice. Let's see what we got here in terms of this level of we'll do this, pull this up, and we'll see. Nice move, working on that reversal. Not bad at all. Good price action tonight, huh? Love this. We started early, got some price action. Way to go. I just know some other old guys tune in when we stream, and there's a lot of action, so sometimes I gripe them, man. I want them to leave me alone, leave you guys alone. It's none of the current VIP's fault. It's just, yeah, I jaw at them when I know they're showing up, and, you know, they try and desecrate VIP ground. It's all right. I'll typically draw something like this when I have this bottom line formation here, just the indication of this. And yes, we have that top level function here, but yeah, you see that just drop down like that. Boom. Just it's indicated with the again within the expectations of the bottom line support in a symmetrical function, right? You'll just see that, okay? So. And now we have a hitch there to give some impression that this could be in play as kind of a pennant. So that could be good. Man, not like that high velocity price action we had early on. That was sweet, wasn't it? Some good price action. You guys tired yet? You want to keep trading? Yeah, we have streamed for so long. I got like letters from, like, I'm not sure who they were, but like care societies or people caring about how long we were streaming. Like, man, what's wrong with you? We're streaming. Like, that's why we're here. Like, what's wrong? You know, not really, but I think it'd be funny, huh? From like the Human Care Society, they're like, you know, making sure, like, you know, sir, you just streamed for 14 and a half hours on Bitcoin. I'm like, what's wrong with you? It's like, are you trading? You know, and we just have fun. But sometimes I'll stream a long time, just be like, what's going on? We don't quit. We'll be up all night sometimes. When the price action is there, we got to make sure that we're there. So we got very fortunate. Big blessing tonight. Nice to see that. Okay. This would be an interesting one to confirm below. Believe it or not. Would be an interesting one to confirm below. Don't have to have it, but it would be interesting to see it. We could just have it flat out. Anytime I see a prior resistance, I know what? There are orders waiting at that level. Market likes to pick up orders. Those patient buyers, traders. There's orders all over this thing. You guys know that, right? Let's see. Back to that, huh? We've been back to that 2 times, huh? 2-time Jones. We had this with Luna, didn't we? Without a doubt. You guys see how important it is for you to trade. We're kind of in the middle of a no-man land right here. I get that. But like on the way up, boom, boom, right? Did you book a couple longs? I hope you did. On the way down, bam. Did you hook a short? I hope you did. I really hope you did. You're trading something else, kind of hanging out, just listening to Bitcoin, whatever, that's cool too. Man, London, he gets upset. Oh, man. If I'm screaming, I'm upset. I promise. I haven't learned how to scream when I'm not upset, but anyway, I'm not upset. I don't get upset. We don't want the punks at all. Tell them to go home. Look at that. Interesting. What you got? What you got? What you got? Just watching the price action on BTC up 3.15% to $42,290. This is London with Bitcoin Spike. I want to shout out to Angel. Brother, what's up? Trading, huh? Got that price action. Got Doc glued to the screen, don't you, huh? What's up? DOT heavyweight. Angel. BTC heavyweight. Angel. Pro. You gotta say DOT Pro. BTC Pro. Only one of a kind. Oh. I want to see that prior. If they'll pick that up. Let's see if they'll pick up that prior resistance as support. Orders are waiting down here on prior resistance as support. I don't know if they'll give it to us. It's a nice move potentially from the upside. Any upward sloping diagonal channel, technically speaking, is bearish by design. You saw us beat 2 of them today. So you just got to kind of know the price action. If she's going, she's going. Particularly if you have a stronger or a larger upside target. Now you got to watch this price, guys, honestly, because you could turn around for 2 minutes and this thing could be $1,000 in the wrong direction, $1,500 maybe in the wrong direction. It's gone up $1,200 in the quote-unquote right direction. But she's dropped. What was this? Look at this. She's dropped $1,000 in 2 hours. But she's quick too. She'll move on you. Go outside for that Cohiba, huh? You go outside for that Cohiba, you come back in. She's moved. You gotta get those Cohiba privileges in the house somehow. You got guys trading in the basement so they can do the Cohibas. Be nice to see inverse head and shoulder here. Dip down would have helped, actually. A quick spike down, boom. That inverse head and shoulders. Always looking for an equivalent flat top here as well. This can be one of those insane moments where, yes, we got to this ascending triangle, right? And we're going to have to sit here and wait. And we're going to ask VIP, etc. Will we ever get down to this lower level? Ascending triangle. Flat top resistance. It's close. You have multiple hits here. Slight variation. The 5 minutes clean. Another internalized ascending triangle on a different time frame. I'm telling you, that 41,288. What if you were to go up to here, guys, and go back and pattern up through here? Can you imagine what a tough short man-to-man it would be if you could recapture some of this price and formulate yourself a nice, like in the midst of formulating yourself a nice like bull pennant, and it kicks back up to the upside, and you were to short from here, boom. That'd be a man's kind of short, guys. You got to watch yourself on those shorts. You got to be careful. Can't be overexposed. If it doesn't work, it's like a dropped ice cream cone. It kind of hurts, but you're going to get over it, you know. Oh man, because that's not cool. You have to admit, like a dropped ice cream cone or something. I say sometimes like a book of matches. Honestly, like when you take a book of matches, a new book of matches or something, or any book of matches, and you try and light one, it's like a dud. And you're like, oh man, and you're like sitting there, you're trying to, you're trying to light that match. It won't light, and you get that feeling like, man, and you're like, well, okay, here'll try another one. You take the book of matches and it just won't light, and you're like, man, that feeling you get like down, man, it just won't light. That feeling, the emotional feeling, that's how it needs to be when you lose a trade. That's it. But you still feel it, like the book of matches, like the match that won't light. Like, man, it's still, for some reason, that upsets you when you can't light it. It's like, shoot, man, shoot, right? But it doesn't need to be like, 15 days of not talking to anyone, including your family, and everything's out of sorts and life's off. No, come on, guys. Book of matches. Book of matches. And if it's like the 15 days and life is off, then you're probably overexposed. It's kind of an interesting formation here. Let's go to the interesting. Pulled a triangulation from the top here. That's very odd. Waiting for us to notice before it took off, huh? Yeah, I saw that. Very interesting. And let's see what we got here. So we're up over that. That's a heck of a move. Orders below did not pick up here. Let's see what we got here. Again, at a level of support, right? So a decent time to let go your shorts, right? Resistance, decent time to let go your longs. Support, decent time to let your short go. You can hit through it, or you can let this play itself out and then get back into it if you feel like it. And we're at that mid-level function of the channel in terms of that framework. Not bad. We have the technicals. We got those. We got to let the price play itself out. It's not always easy, is it? Sometimes it's easy, but had a great start to the day. It felt easy, didn't it? Whoa, 2 o'clock in the morning. Man. Poof. Shout out to VIP. Hope you guys are doing well. This is London. Bitcoin spike. We are not all perfect, but we try and trade with perfect technicals. Without a doubt. We welcome you to our stream. Bitcoin has had a great night. Trajectory back to ascending triangle. We wrote the book on that. We love that. Breaking out after a hit at resistance. This prior resistance, let's go through the details real quickly. Okay, this level of resistance. Across the top here, we can go to the specific framework of the lines, okay, to the candle wick. Boom. Okay, that's what the top threshold of resistance was, okay, in terms of the maximum of the price. We streamed all this live. If you weren't with us, we're sorry you were not with us. We hope that you can join our VIP. If you're base campers, time to step up if you want to. We welcome you guys to step up. It's a good year so far. And looking at the price action, just working with the technicals. Okay, again, we're along this preceding line of resistance. Let's identify that real quickly. Okay. Line of resistance, 4-hourly. Do we go to 30-minute? What about the 30-minute? 30-minute, we laid this out perfectly. 30-minute is the only off time sequence in terms of the duration of the timing for the chart. This level of resistance on the 30-minute, as you look at the preceding price action, we have a constriction within a constriction. Going to the 4-hourly, I want you to see that. The constriction within the constriction. Recent hit along this line of resistance, again, just to recap, This recent hit here gave us the expectation of this symmetrical constriction. Okay, gave that to us on the top. We have it on the bottom. Now it's very noticeable, right? Also on the overlying pattern or the outlying pattern, we have a constriction. So we've been talking about on the weekly. I brought this up this last week. You guys know this. I brought this constriction up in the form of a specific triangulation, symmetrical triangulation on the weekly. Hugely important chart, the weekly. You guys see that with the hit, angulation down indicated, right? In terms of price action here, boom. We have the support. Okay, support function. We lock this down. Lock it down in terms of the support to support, multiple hits on both sides. So this is very well within the framework of what we're seeing on the lower time frames. That was the weekly, but we have a pattern within a pattern, a constriction within a constriction, right? So that has some implications. Okay, we have upside targets. I've marked those out. And in terms of the price action, we do have, and let me rewind to get us back to our channel formation. See if we can get back to that. There we go. We do have this framework, this kind of generalized pathway where we're trying to proceed. Okay, we've hit the upper threshold of, let's say the upper limit. We've hit the upper limit of this specific channel framework with support, resistance, right? And we are trying to continue to traject along that specific line. The 30-minute, again, as I put everything in context, hope you're listening, is that level of resistance that on the 30-minute, we are, on the 30-minute, we are below. We've set below that level of prior resistance. The anticipation would be for us to turn that into support. So we've hooked below on the 30-minute. Okay? On the hourly, let's take a look at the hourly. We are still above. Okay? On the hourly, we're still well above that level of resistance to confirm it into support. So symmetrical triangulations, okay, will require a confirmation and breakout. Okay, but that's quite a jaunt up, not outside of the realm of possibility that that would act as a confirmation, turning prior resistance into support to move up. So we're watching very carefully. And shout out to VIP, to all the members of Bitcoin Spike. Appreciate you guys very much. Cool people. Tough move here. If you guys are a part of the price action right now, are you long or short or at prior resistance for a confirmation? Are you waiting to see pattern development? If you're waiting, copy that. No problem. Just some failure here in terms of a potential upside completion. Again, what do we see here? You see this rounding function? We noted that at the top, didn't we? Before the airdrop. Let's see this curvature here. We noted that, didn't we? Just looking kind of, it's on the 1 minute time frame. A little bit, just something's going on, huh? With the price action. A little bit different, huh? So we don't prefer pricing to look like that. We just don't prefer that. It is, what we say, it's technically indicated as elliptical, but it's just, we got one of these up top and it poured down pretty heavily, depending on the time frame you were on. So attempting to maintain or re-attain price above prior resistance. We're at resistance right now. We have trajected back up to resistance to confirm potentially and move down. It's a possibility. I want you to keep that open mind in terms of your own technicals. You choose your decision. I want to know who's booked trades. Who has booked trades at VIP? I have booked 3 tonight. I have booked 1, 2, and down 3. I'd like to get back down to 4, but I want to make sure that price is ready to function in that direction fully. For me, time in the trade is a big deal. I don't like to sit and wait for a train to show up for 2 days at the station. I just don't like that. So that's just what it is. I like fast, aggressive price action. We like high velocity trades. They're our favorite. Screaming bull flags, etc. Bull pennants. The price action we had today on BTC was fine. It was very nice. Enjoyed it very much. Nice to see DOT at 5.23% to the upside, $19.73. There we go. Now, will we get this? Now you're starting to think, right? Back to me saying orders are waiting, right? At this preceding, show me a prior resistance, I'll show you orders. So we will see if those orders get picked up. That price action is a strange thing, isn't it? In terms of its ability to reframe itself. Places you never thought it would go. It just takes a little bit of time and a little bit of understanding, right? Just a little bit of really patience to let it get there. Let it do the impossible on the screen. Stick to your technicals. Without a doubt, stick to your technicals. So, watching the framework of the price action, I'm going to remind VIP of the following. In terms of the breakout of the preceding zone. Okay. I'm going to dig down to the, I guess, what is this? The specified, that's a 77-minute. I won't draw on the 77-minute. I like the chart framework on the 77-minute, but I won't draw to it. Let you guys draw to it. I want to find a nice example of the ascending from the bottom, and I want us to draw to that in terms of the breakout. You have multiple approaches on that specific front in terms of the designation of the bottom line prior resistance, right? What I would do is just remind you all that you have Fibonacci's. Let's just draw them from the bottom to the top. You have Fibonacci's in play. All right, so in terms of buy at support, sell at resistance, really easy stuff. Buy at support, sell at resistance. We're at prior resistance, okay, trying to confirm it as support. But buy at support, sell at resistance, trade your patterns, right? Trade your patterns and hit your targets, your Fibonacci targets, without a doubt. 5-minute may be a good look. It's been quick price action, so maybe the 5-minute would be a good look on those Fibonacci's. I don't think that's a bad, yeah, that's not bad. And taking it back to that level might not be bad either. Little step up from that 86, boom. Yeah, that could be good. So in terms of things, I want to appreciate everybody. In terms of VIP, you guys are awesome. I want to spend some time in the back chilling with the crew in the back in terms of VIP, etc. We just like to hang out, go over new coins, different stuff. So I'll be back there with them for a while. I think they booked some trades. I'm excited about that. They made some money tonight. What's up? Way to go, VIP. And yeah, I booked 2-3 trades. Nice to do that. Nice to have a good group and some good price action where we can get along and respect each other. I appreciate that very much. You guys are awesome. And what we'll do is reconvene. I'll be in the back. If you guys are not VIP, you're going to miss out on the back rooms. But, you know, it is what it is. If you guys choose to get a badge, choose to be VIP, you'll be back there with us as we, for now, just see whether or not we'll see this this specified re-hit along this level of prior resistance. I would anticipate would be the case. I want to look at DOT real quickly. Dot may be in a heck of a bull flag. Little bit. Let's see this. A little bit of a micro pattern here, but it looks like it could be ready to move to the upside. An additional, let's just reframe this because it's been moving tonight, an additional 5.4%. That would require a breakout above its own level of resistance, which has been very hesitant to do recently. So this specific framework of its own resistance has been really solid. So there is a potential bull flag in play, just FYI on DOT. Okay, polka dot is just potential. It's a move. It would be a 5% move if you guys are looking for a short trade. Let's see, or a small trade. DOT. Let's see what DOT is. Not DOT. Gala. Let's see. Gala is just channeling as well. Kind of a cross line of resistance. I've been really happy just focusing on BTC, tell you the truth. We'll get some additional price action like this. It hasn't been that disappointing at all, guys. You have to really focus on that. If you've been buying and selling your other coins, your altcoins, Bitcoin's been pretty strong. You guys have to admit, over the last preceding week and a half, 2 weeks, it's been more than decent in terms of price presentation. A little bit slow. We are constricting, right? We're in the process of constricting. So we'll continue to look for more positive price action and aggressive price action that we can trade. We also will note a small facet here for those still around that we may be about to set an ascending triangle here on the 1 minute time frame, assuming buyers can step up into the market. Okay, and that would have an upside target for BTC of an additional, let's see that, assuming that we step in, right, but an upside target with an additional, let's say, point thrown on, $489. Not much, but that's about a 5% move, 3 to 5% move, doesn't matter on the 5L or 5X, etc. that you might trade that on. Just be careful, never be overexposed to any higher price. We look forward to seeing if this essentially inverse head and shoulders or ascending triangle can formulate on BTC. I'll be in the back with VIP. You guys, you're the best. For base campers, thank you guys for tuning in. And for everybody, subscribers, etc., thank you so much. You're welcome to join our trade